Damned and Desirable by Tara West. Narrated by Hollie Jackson. Prologue. If I owned Texas and all hell, I would rent out Texas and live in hell. General Sheridan, Galveston Island, Texas, September 7, 1900. Aidan O'Connor. O'Connor, I need a word. I looked up to see Mr. Ball waving me to his clapboard office at the edge of the dock. I pocketed my cap and leather gloves and ran a hand through my hair, made damp from perspiration as I weaved my way through the cotton bales. Though a favorable breeze blew from the east, the midday sun was still blistering, bearing down on me and my men like a coal furnace while we raced to secure the cotton. The sky was dotted with wispy clouds, but when I squinted, I thought I saw darker hues in the distance. There was talk of a possible storm tomorrow. A glancing blow from the powerful hurricane the Weather Bureau predicted would hit the northern part of Texas and all along Louisiana. Far enough away from my island town, thank the Lord. I'd been dealing with enough foul weather as the tempest that brewed inside my home spun out of control with each demand from Catherine, my new bride. Nothing I did satisfied her, and I feared nothing ever would. I ducked my head as I stepped beneath the low doorway. I had to crook my neck to keep my scalp from scraping the ceiling. I was taller than most men, which made my daily encounters in Mr. Ball's office more than awkward. Mr. Ball was a stout, middle-aged man with hair that had prematurely receded at least 10 years prior, leaving him with nothing but a tuft of white at the top of his head. The dock workers had secretly named him Mr. Cotton Ball. Though I had laughed at the moniker a few times, nothing else was funny about my boss. He was always a man of business. He never accepted excuses when workers were late or slovenly, and I respected him for it. Mr. Ball sat on the edge of his desk and chewed on an unlit cigar. So, how goes it, O'Connor? We've finished securing the bales, I said. Everything should sit tight until the weather clears. A smile lit up the man's face, crinkling the ruddy skin around his eyes. You work fast. He tapped his cigar toward the open window. I hear the storm may pass. I nodded, feeling my chest swell with pride. Mr. Ball wasn't one to give praise lightly. It may, but I figured it's best to err on the side of caution. I'm sending your crew home early, but don't worry, you'll get your full day's wages for the effort you've put forth today. He walked around his desk and pulled a stack of bills out of the drawer, handing 4 of them to me. I rubbed the pad of my thumb over the money. $2 a day was my wage. I started to say something when Mr. Ball held up a silencing palm. I wish my other men were worth as much as you. I mean to offer you the foreman position. Mr. Ball pocketed a cigar before holding out a hand. Will you take it? I stepped back, refusing to shake. Ball had given Callum, my twin brother, the foreman position just last spring, and though Callum had seemed distracted this past week, he'd still seen to it the crews had kept the dock running smoothly. I suspected my brother's distraction had something to do with Miss Thorne, Callum's pretty red-headed neighbor from Lucas Terrace, who had, much to Callum's dismay, already pledged her heart to another. But what of my brother? I asked. I refused to steal my twin's position simply because he'd been struck down by love. Ball's pale eyes darkened as his brows drew together. What of him? Though I was loath to part with the money, I slapped the 2 extra bills on the desk. I only prayed Catherine wouldn't hear I'd refused my boss's offer. I can't take my brother's job. Mr. Ball heaved a sigh as he ran stubby fingers through his tuft of hair. Aidan O'Connor, you're a good man, so I'm going to give it to you straight. Your brother's a drunk. I can't have him running my dock. I flushed with anger. I don't know where you heard that, sir, but my brother's not a drunk. He's an honest man, just as our mama raised us. Pity flashed in the older man's eyes. I recognized that look. It was the same one my family and friends had given me when my first love, Marie, had succumbed to yellow fever. Your brother is down at Ritter's Saloon right now. Go see for yourself if you don't believe me. A man with ink-stained hands rushed past me and up the nearby stairwell, mumbling something about the Boxer Rebellion. Ritter's Restaurant and Saloon was a high-end establishment located below the Galveston news office. I pocketed my cap and pushed my way past businessmen in crisp suits, ignoring their sharp stares as I brushed wisps of cotton off my trousers. I wondered why my brother had chosen this saloon when there were dozens of others more amenable to laborers. I found my twin in a darkened corner, sitting by himself at a small bistro table, nursing what appeared to be an entire bottle of whiskey. A dark ache settled in my chest when Callum looked up from his drink. Though our gazes locked for a mere heartbeat, in that moment I read an eternity of sorrows in his haunted expression. I feared whatever had brought on Callum's melancholy was far worse than the sight of a pretty girl, and it would require more than a bottle of whiskey to ease his depression. I pulled up a chair and sat across from him, bending my head to search his eyes. The man before me was a shell of the Callum I'd known just a week ago, reminding me very much of myself 4 years past after Marie had succumbed to her sickness. His normally slicked-back hair was an unruly dark mop. Heavy circles framed his blue eyes, dulling their vibrant color and casting a shadow over his pale features. I felt like 10 shades of selfish for not noticing my brother's ailment before. I reached for his hand, shocked and a little hurt when he jerked back. "What are you doing here?" I asked. "Drinking whiskey," he grumbled, staring down at the table. "What does it look like?" Callum had never been one to beat around the bush, so I knew he would appreciate if I got straight to the point. "Ball wants to fire you as foreman." He didn't even flinch. "I don't want the damn job so long as you can have it." Refusing to meet my gaze, he took a long swig from the bottle. "I will not take your job. Come home with me. I'll brew a pot of coffee. Catherine is making a meat pie tonight. Let us sober you up." Again, I reached for my brother's hand, and again he pulled away. "I don't want to be sober." He wiped his mouth with the back of his shirt sleeve. A knot of sorrow tightened in my chest. Up until my marriage to Catherine, my twin and I had been inseparable. Our whole lives we'd done everything together, from burying our parents a few months shy of our 16th birthday, to taking odd jobs at farms and finally settling in Galveston. Where my brother had gone, I had gone, and when one of us suffered, so did the other. Just 3 years prior, Callum had felt so keenly the loss of my young fiancée, he had mourned her alongside me, refusing the company of eager young ladies while I grieved. Now that Callum's heart ached, I couldn't help but feel a rising tide of worry. He had never shut me out before, and I prayed he wouldn't start now. After all we'd suffered through together, I did not think I could go on if I lost him to this melancholy. "Callum, what troubles you? You can talk to me." Much to my dismay, he only stared down the barrel of his bottle. "Come home and have supper with us, and then sit on the porch a spell. Don't waste your evening here when you could be with family." I gestured to the unsmiling faces at the other end of the tavern. "I promise you'll be right as rain. Come on, brother." I reached forward, grabbing him by the shoulder. Callum shot to his feet, stumbling back as if my touch had scalded him. "I am not your brother." A wave of murmurs rose from the other patrons in the saloon, but I paid them no heed. I'd cared little for their good opinions before, and I cared even less now. My mind raced as I struggled to recall if I'd said or done anything that would have upset my brother. Pushing back the sting of Callum's rejection, I advanced upon him, dropping my voice to a low whisper. "What are you saying?" He looked down, staring at the scuffs on his weather-worn boots. "Brothers do not betray each other." I shook my head to clear my thoughts. Was my brother speaking of the foreman position? "Callum," I said with a plea in my voice as I held up my hands. "I refused the job." When he lifted his gaze to mine, my heart stopped at the desolation in his watery eyes. I had seen it before, reflecting back at me in the looking glass many times after the loss of our parents and the woman I'd loved. Callum's voice shook as he spoke. "I do not deserve to call you brother. I do not deserve to live." He covered his face with his hands, sobbing. Rarely had I seen my brother cry, and never with such ferocity. My heart sank to my gut. Whatever had brought on his melancholy was dire indeed. My limbs went numb and my insides churned with apprehension as I sank back into my seat and gaped up at him. What had he done to warrant such self-loathing? "Do not say such things," I said on a breathy whisper, though some part of me feared his admission might ring true. He swiped the bottle off the table, tipped back his head, and took several long gulps, as if he was quenching his thirst with a canteen of water after a long day at the docks. I stood, prepared to snatch the drink from him, when he slammed the bottle on the table with a loud clank. He let out a long belch, then stumbled back, leaning against the wall for support. Thunderclouds darkened his eyes as he fixed me with a pointed stare. "I laid with your wife." I gaped at him, my mouth drying up faster than Texas soil during a summer drought. "What?" Callum's features hardened to stone. "I called you on Sunday, but Catherine said you were volunteering for the church." He paused, his gaze wavering slightly, then he spit out the words as if he'd swallowed a mouthful of venom. "She seduced me and I laid with her." He slumped down the wall, the last of his vitality drained with his confession. A low grumble sounded from somewhere deep within me. I stormed up to my brother, grasping him by the collar and jerking him upright. "You lie!" "Open your eyes!" Callum screamed in my face, the sting of his words 1,000 times more devastating than the slap of his stale breath. "Do you know how many men have tossed up her skirts? She's a fucking whore, and she made me betray my brother." I knocked him out cold in one bone-jarring crunch, shaking off the pain that lanced my fingers as he slid down the wall to the floor without another sound. My throbbing knuckles were already swelling. I'd always teased my brother that he was a hard-headed lout. Now I knew it to be true. Ignoring the rustling of feet and the growing murmurs behind me, I pulled my cap out of my pocket, shoving it on my head before storming out the door. I cared not for my brother's broken bones or the pain in my hand. Heck, I cared even less for my shattered marriage. I was starting to see my life was nothing more than a pile of rubble, destroyed by the maelstrom of lust, greed, and death, and unless the vortex stopped spinning, I'd soon find myself buried beneath the destruction too. I barely remembered my long walk home. Any other man would have thought of little else save confronting his wife for her treachery and seeking vengeance against every man who'd touched her. Any other man except me. All I thought about was the gentle lilt of Marie's voice, sweet smile, and bright green eyes. Dearest Marie, God was so cruel to take you from me. Had my true love lived, we would have made a happy home and peaceful life together. Marie would never have seduced my brother. She would have been by my side last Sunday, volunteering at the church, for it was she who'd put the fear of God in my soul. It was her lilting voice in the Sunday choir that had first led me to the church's door. Sadly, her gentle, caring nature had resulted in her demise. Just a few short weeks after bringing food and clothing to the sick and needy, she'd succumbed to yellow fever. It was on Marie's deathbed I had made her two promises. I'd continue volunteering for the church, and I'd look after her younger sister. The charity work had been easy. Though I still carried a seed of resentment toward God deep in my soul, I'd managed to lock that seed away as I buried myself in helping those less fortunate. Looking after Marie's younger sister had proven to be a far more difficult task. I had hoped that by marrying Catherine I could tame her wild streak. If anything, she only rebelled more, all the while demanding I purchase her fine clothes and fancy teas. Though I had started to lose hope Catherine would become more like her sister, I was completely blindsided by Callum's confession. My wife was more than stubborn, more than wild. She was a whore. She had broken her sacred marriage vows. How could I keep my promise to Marie now? The tempest of emotion swirling in my mind came to a thunderous halt when I saw a man standing on my modest front porch. My wife leaned inside the doorway, twirling a lock of golden hair around her finger and flashing a coy smile as the man bowed and tipped his bowler hat. He was thanking her for her services, no doubt. How could I have been so blind? Catherine supposedly taught piano lessons during the day, but I knew this man dressed in a tailored black suit had come for lessons of another sort. I raced across the street, dodging carts and ignoring irate drivers before I reached our narrow 2-story home. I took the porch steps 2 at a time, hearing my wife's gasp as her visitor spun around. I recognized the lean, red-faced man with the bushy mustache as Dr. Straw, the local snake oil salesman who'd pawned himself off as the man of medical science. Dr. Straw's slender hands were always perfectly smooth, as if he'd never lifted a bag of grain or a hammer in his life. I never trusted a man who didn't have the strength or skill to put in an honest day's labor, and my instincts had proved right with Dr. Straw. His hat sat askew his nearly balding head and his tie was crooked. Catherine must have earned herself a pair of silk stockings this afternoon.
"Aiden,"
she said with exasperated breath as she clutched a hand to her throat.
"Dr. Straw called to pay for his daughter's piano lessons."
I narrowed my eyes as I bore down on him with a scowl. I didn't know you had a daughter, Dr. Straw. Dr. Straw tugged at his necktie, a bead of sweat dripping down the side of his face. Actually, she is my niece. He averted his gaze, looking just beyond my shoulder. Looks like a break in the weather. All may turn out well yet. I stepped closer to him, so close I could smell Catherine's cloying perfume on his starched collar. Don't be so sure of that. The doctor adjusted his tie again and cleared his throat before attempting to step past me. Good day to you. I refuse to move.
"Aiden," my wife said in that condescending tone I'd come to loathe, "let the man pass."
I backed up and then stepped aside for Dr. Straw. Leaning against the porch post, I stuck out my boot, tripping the doctor as he went by, sending him sprawling down the stairs. I laughed when he landed face first in the road. Catherine raced down the stairs.
"Dr. Straw," she cried as she helped him up. "Are you all right?"
The doctor answered with a succinct nod as he brushed sand off his pants. He said nothing else as he turned and quickly hustled down the street. Hands planted on her hips, Catherine marched back up the stairs, her riotous head of blonde curls bouncing across her back. Her golden hues dazzled while catching the last rays of the evening sun. God, how I had loved her hair. It was so much fairer than her sister's. Add to that high cheekbones, full sensual lips, and luminous green eyes, and no wonder so many Galvestonian men were eager to toss up her skirts. Still, I would have gladly traded Catherine's beauty for Marie's loyalty and kindness. I slammed the door after she followed me inside our home. Though I suspected my neighbors already knew of my wife's indiscretions, I would not confront her outside for all the world to see. Catherine deserved no such discretion, but for the sake of her parents, I chose not to call her out in public.
"Aiden, what's gotten into you?"
She threw her hands in the air, her eyes widening. She took my injured hand, turning it over in her own while examining the cuts and bruises with her gentle, feminine touch. It was the most compassionate thing Catherine had ever done for me.
"What happened?"
I struck Callum. She released my hand and stepped away, flinching as if I would strike her next.
"Why?"
You tell me why. Why, Catherine? I was unable to mask the hurt in my voice. The pain of her deception was too much. Why would you betray me with my own brother?
"I betrayed you."
She snapped her head back as if she'd been hit with a verbal slap.
"You goddamn hypocrite!"
Her voice rose several octaves.
"I know why you close your eyes when we make love. It's my sister's face you see, not mine."
Thunderclouds blurred my vision, and I stared down at my pretty wife as if seeing her for the first time. You would use your jealousy of a ghost as a reason to break our vows.
"This is your fault for making me your bride and then sticking me in this shack."
She waved wildly around her at the simple furnishings I had paid for with honest hard labor. My internal temperature soared along with my ire. I bust my back to give you fine things. The soles are falling off my boots so that you may have satin drapes and fancy teas. She stomped her foot like a petulant child.
"I deserve silks. I deserve a grand home on Broadway Avenue. I will never have these things as your wife. Never, unless I earn them myself."
Her gaze flitted to her new tea set sitting atop our weathered credenza. For the first time, I got a good look at my home. Catherine said she'd gotten the tea set for a bargain. The brocade sofa I'd feared set me back a month's wages, but that too Catherine said she'd found used for half price. Now I realized her gentleman callers had paid for this finery. Flaming pyres of rage shot through my skull as I bore down on her with a roar. "You earned these things as a whore!" She did not even have the decency to flinch as she stood on her tiptoes and jabbed me in the chest.
"And what are you but a rich man's dog? At the docks from dawn till dusk, earning barely enough to put food on our table while your employers profit off your blood and sweat?"
I stepped back, feeling as if her censure had shot an arrow of venom straight to my heart. "Who are you, and what has happened to the woman I married?" She advanced upon me, biting her lower lip and batting thick lashes. Smiling seductively, she smoothed a hand down my chest.
"I am that same woman, Aiden, only wiser."
I shrieked back, sickened by her touch. "You are a damned fool, and so am I." Ignoring her cries, I hastened out the door, needing to put some distance between us. Never before had I struck a woman, but I was sorely tempted now to beat my bride within an inch of her life. It would do neither of us any good. My Jezebel was rotten to the core, and no act of heaven or hell would change her. A blustering wind had picked up outside, nearly sweeping the cap off my head. Horses whinnied and dogs howled. I squinted at the darkening horizon. A storm was brewing for sure. If only there was a wind powerful enough to sweep up the pieces of our shattered lives.
Chapter 1. Purgatory, Level 13. Present Day. Ash McLeod. I'm a good girl now. I'm a good girl now. I had to keep repeating my new mantra, otherwise I might forget it. I'm a good girl who does what she's told and doesn't step out of line. A lot of things have changed since my ghosting incident on Level 1, aka Earth, aka the land where weird is actually weird and people don't walk around with hammers lodged in their heads and parking meters sticking out of their chests. Did I mention I saw a guy carrying his head the other day? How the hell was he supposed to work his shitty purgatory job and earn enough credits to get into heaven when his head kept rolling off his neck? That seriously had to be a distraction. Anyway, back to the changes. First off, my dog Jack and I were forced to leave my ghosting squad friends at Delta House and go live with the snooty alphas. And by forced, I mean my boyfriend Aiden enlisted the help of my grandma and uncle to guilt me into transferring to a more secure team. Oh yeah, my Grim Reaper boyfriend has practically got my family eating out of his hands now. My grandma thought it was just wonderful that her wayward granddaughter had finally found a nice man who could look after her. My uncle said he only wanted to see me safe. My grandpa has yet to meet my new boyfriend. I refused to bring Aiden down to level 10 until Grandpa promised to put on some clothes. And no, his faded cotton bathrobe didn't count. It hardly wrapped around his bulging belly, sometimes exposing his rocks-in socks, aka black leather thong, especially when he had an itch, which unfortunately was at least every 10 minutes. I guess I couldn't pin all the blame for my new assignment on Aiden. My new squad leader, Shadow, who just so happened to be the big boss over all of the ghosters, stepped in after Aiden and I had a huge unnecessary blow-up and told me I either transferred to Alpha House or I'd be fired. That left me with no other options. Even though my Delta Squad friends sort of let me down by not following me and helping out with those demons at our last assignment, in their defense, they were following orders and I was breaking them. Oh yeah, and speaking of breaking the rules, even though I'd risked my eternal soul and battled scary demons and a freaky witch to save a child's life, Shadow informed me I hadn't earned any credits for that job. 0. Zip. Nada. Nothing. All because I broke orders to rescue a child. So not fair. Back to my new assignment at the Alpha House. It sucked.
It sucked big fat donkey balls. Alpha House was comprised of 15 ghosters, and they were supposedly the creme de la creme. And yeah, they knew it. In addition to 15 ghosters, the Alphas also had 3 full-time Grims at their disposal. Oh, and there just so happened to be an opening for a new Grim, and guess who got the job? That was one of the conditions of me staying on as a ghoster. So I went from being a lonely loser who had to rely on C batteries and a latex wand for excitement to having the boyfriend from hell, or in this case purgatory, who shadowed my every move. Of course, Alpha House had its perks, such as I had my own maid who made my bed every morning and cleaned the toothpaste residue out of my sink. And then there was the perk of having my boyfriend live in the suite across the hall from mine. I usually found myself in his bed around 10 each night, and we'd screw each other's brains out for the next few hours before I snuck back to my bed. Thank God Alpha House had thick walls. Aiden always begged me to stay with him, but I refused, and no, it wasn't because I feared he'd choke on my morning breath or he'd hear me rip a loud fart in the middle of the night. I couldn't stay because I refused to leave my black lab Jack alone all night. I already hated the way he whimpered when I tiptoed out the door. I got the feeling he waited by the door while I was with Aiden. Apparently, dogs were a special rarity in purgatory, and because my childhood best bud had waited all this time to be with me, I couldn't leave him alone at night. Aiden had told me to bring Jack to his suite, but I didn't want my dog staring at us while we were breaking in Aiden's new mattress. Talk about a major mood killer. Since Aiden decided to give up the apartment he'd been living in for the past century and, as he put it, step outside his comfort zone, we still hadn't finished moving all the stuff to his new apartment. Seemed like a guy could collect a lot of shit when he'd been dwelling in purgatory for over 100 years. So that's how we found ourselves at his old apartment, gathering the remainder of his things and saying goodbye to our neighbor Inez. She'd practically cried a river when Aiden told her he was moving out. Though she'd made it no secret she had a major crush on my guy, I couldn't help but like Inez. She had been so helpful during my transition to purgatory, even though she nearly caused my colon to implode after feeding me gluten. I felt like the awkward third wheel as Inez crushed Aiden against her padded bosom, her Adam's apple bobbing wildly as she choked on a deep, masculine sob and ended with a girly sniffle. She finally released him and wiped watery mascara off her eyes with a tissue. "I have to get to my next appointment, Mr. Delicious." Inez scowled at me before flashing Aiden a dazzling smile. "If this chica doesn't treat you right, you know you can count on Inez." Ugh. I refrained from rolling my eyes. Inez still hadn't forgiven me for breaking Aiden's heart, and I guess I deserved it. In my defense, I'd been confused. Our relationship had gone from painfully awkward to hot and heavy without an adjustment period in between. Actually, I still hadn't adjusted to my new crazy afterlife. But of one thing I was certain. Aiden was a good man, a damn good man. And I wasn't about to lose him again, even if I didn't deserve him. Inez offered me a half-hearted hug before whispering in my ear, "Treat him right this time." "I will," I said, but her answering scowl wasn't reassuring. She blew Aiden a kiss before sashaying her hips out the door, slamming it behind her. I worked hard not to roll my eyes. I didn't know who I was more annoyed with. Inez for giving me a hard time, or myself for walking out on my boyfriend in the first place. Oh well, no use dwelling on regrets. I've dealt with enough of them since I'd accidentally electrocuted myself and ended up on the 13th level of purgatory. So far, meeting Aiden hadn't been one of them. I followed Aiden into his bedroom and helped him wrap an antique vase in tissue before setting it inside a crate. Yeah, cardboard boxes were a luxury in purgatory. I was fairly certain Aiden had brought this crate with him from 1900. As I got a good look around the room, from his ornate mahogany bed with its intricately carved headboard to the huge oak cabinet he'd referred to as a wardrobe, I realized Aiden had collected a lot of memories here. too many. I wondered, not for the first time, why Aiden had chosen to live out his eternity on the top level of purgatory, working a dangerous job as a Grim Reaper when he'd already earned enough credits to get into heaven. I'd asked him more than once why he hadn't ascended, but he always found a way to distract me with passionate kisses or mind-blowing orgasms. "Are you sure about this?" I asked my boyfriend for like the umpteenth time. "I feel bad uprooting you." "You're not uprooting me." He shrugged before flashing a sheepish grin. "This was my decision." I grabbed a wad of packing tissue off the table and squeezed it in my fist. "Yeah, but you're doing this for me." He pried the tissue away before clasping my hands in his warm, calloused grip. "You're my woman, Ash. It's my duty to protect you." I wanted to tell him we weren't in the 1900s anymore, but if it hadn't been for his protection, I'd be some demon's bitch right now. My knees weakened when I stared into those bright blue eyes, his strong gaze ever steady, just like him. I still didn't know what I'd done to deserve his loyalty, but I was lucky to have him. With the exception of my sweet uncle and loyal dog, all of the other asshole men in my life had abandoned me. Plus, as an added bonus, Aiden sure made me horny. Very horny. No matter how many nights I spent in his arms, I just couldn't get enough of his rock-hard body and sweet, soulful lovemaking. Since the first time Aiden and I made love, I'd realized all my other relationships before him had been nothing more than casual flings. When his eyes darkened and he wrapped a strong arm around the small of my back, pressing me into him, my worries were forgotten. He cupped my chin and planted a tender kiss on my lips, making my girly parts tingle with need. When he finally broke the kiss, my knees weakened at the smoldering look in his eyes, and then I bit my bottom lip when he nodded toward the bed. Good thing he'd left the sheets on, although I suspected they'd be thoroughly rumpled by day's end. He wordlessly eased me onto the mattress before unbuttoning my clothes. I loved the way Aiden took his time undressing me, slowly removing my shirt and unclasping my bra, squeezing each breast before lavishing them with kisses. He carefully unzipped my jeans before easing the denim down my hips. I almost imagined we were back in 1900 and he was removing my corset and pantaloons. I giggled at the thought. When Aiden shot me a questioning glance, I shook my head and smiled. I wasn't about to divulge my little fantasy. He responded with a nip on my hip bone, then another on my stomach. My boobs perked like a double-scoop ice cream sundae with hard little cherries on top as he crawled up the length of my body, nipping and licking. I sucked in a sharp hiss when his teeth scraped one pebbled nipple then the other. He shot me a sinister smile before biting the swell of each breast, leaving red marks on my skin. A shiver raced up my spine when he took my nipples in his mouth again, this time tugging at the tender buds. He stretched them until I screamed, and then he stretched them again. Damn, that hurt. And damn, I didn't want him to stop. I wondered what had gotten into my gentle lover that he was experimenting with torturous foreplay, but I wasn't about to complain. In fact, if he wanted to flip me over so he could spank my ass a few times, I'd be more than happy to oblige. Oops. Guess my she-devil was showing. And they said demons weren't allowed in purgatory. Much to my satisfaction, Aiden nipped and licked my breasts until they were sore and tender, and I was fairly certain my panties were soaked through. After a bit of swearing and coaxing on my part, he finally got down to business, pulling my jeans and drenched undies off. And that's when the real torture began. Aiden didn't just give good oral sex. He practically worshipped my girly shrine with lots of long, languid licks and the perfect amount of pressure as he stroked my swollen pearl before pinching it and rolling it between his thumb and forefinger. I arched my back, bucking my hips against him as I sucked in sharp gasps. The pleasure was so exquisite, I never wanted it to end. Oh, but I did want that orgasm. So damn bad I had to beg for it. And beg. And beg. until Aiden finally climbed up my body and seated himself between my thighs. I wrapped my legs around his back, so ready to welcome his thick erection. I loved the look on his face, a cross between pure bliss and agony, as he slid deep inside me, burying himself until our bodies were joined at that sweet, swollen spot that made the little heartbeat inside my slick channel start thumping. And the more he pumped, the more I thumped, until that thumping turned into a full-scale orgasm, a magnitude 10 on the climactic scale. I cried out and stilled, but Aiden kept tunneling into me until my G-spot was pounding so wildly, I swear it reverberated throughout every fiber in my body. And when his ragged breathing turned into a grunt and he stilled, the head of his cock thrumming against the center of that tight bundle of nerves, my orgasm crested anew, squeezing him with erratic pulses and milking his seed deep inside me. After several glorious, hammering heartbeats, Aiden rolled me over in his arms and kissed me senseless. Our chests were still heaving and sweat was dripping down our brows, but hot damn, I felt good. And to think, I used to hate working out. Seriously, with sex this good, who needed heaven? After our breathing returned somewhat to normal, I stretched my sated body, turning to snuggle in his embrace. That's when I noticed my boyfriend's eyes were shut and his lips were hitched in a sexy, satisfied smile. His look of pure bliss warmed my heart, and I couldn't help but lean up and kiss him. He mumbled something, but I didn't quite catch what he said. "What was that?" I asked. He mumbled again, and that's when I realized our hot sex must have knocked him out good, because he was obviously talking in his sleep. As much as I wanted nothing more than to spend the rest of the afternoon sleeping in my lover's arms, I knew we had to finish packing and report back to Alpha House. Ghosters were only granted a few hours off each week, and Alpha House ghosters were allowed even less time. One of the downsides of our job? We never knew when we'd get called to a ghosting emergency. I reluctantly sat up and shook his shoulder. "Aiden, wake up, sweets." "I don't want to." He made the cutest pouty face ever. "5 more minutes, Mar." Mar? Who's Mar? I shook him again. "Aiden!" He made this weird snorting sound and his eyes flew open. What? I pulled a thin sheet over my breasts and scowled down at him. Who the hell is Mar? Mar? He scrunched his face as he struggled to sit up. Yeah, you called me Mar. He stifled a yawn as he leaned against the headboard. I did. I let out a frustrated groan. So much for my orgasm afterglow. Nothing pops a girl's ego faster than when her boyfriend calls her another name in bed. Who the hell is Mar? Scratching the back of his head, he averted his gaze. I haven't the foggiest idea. Liar! A little voice screamed inside my head. Little did Aiden know I'd had enough dealings with his gender to know when a man wasn't telling the truth, which unfortunately had been most of the time in my previous relationships. I narrowed my eyes to slits, envisioning my gaze was a heat lamp melting the lying flesh right off his dishonest bones, and the more I glared at him, the more his cheeks reddened. Luckily for him, there was a knock on the front door. He flew out of bed as if the sheets were made of hot coals, and though I wanted to follow him and continue my interrogation, I had to slink into the bathroom and freshen up. The woman standing inside Aiden's bare living room made me stop in my tracks. She was wearing a long white dress that had to have been from last century, her shiny auburn hair piled neatly in little ringlets on her head. She clutched a wide-brimmed hat in one hand while daintily sipping a water bottle with the other. She and Aiden were murmuring to each other. He clearly looked uncomfortable as he fidgeted with a half-empty water bottle, his face the brightest shade of crimson I'd ever seen. Her cheeks were flushed too, and as she tore her gaze from him and flashed me a subtle smile, she colored even more. I had no idea who the heck this woman was, but as I stared into a familiar pair of bright green eyes, I got the sickening sense I was looking in the mirror. I blew a strand of wayward hair out of my face and backed up a step. This woman looked too much like me, minus the frizzy mop. In fact, I could almost imagine myself her identical twin on a very good hair day, maybe after I descended to heaven. I got this strange, tingly feeling in the pit of my stomach as she approached me with an outstretched hand. "Ashley McLeod, so good to finally meet you." I took her hand, still so stunned I was only able to mumble, "Hello?" "Marie," she said with a dazzling smile. "Marie Murphy, but you can call me Mar." I pretended not to notice that Murphy was also the last name of my infamous deadbeat dad, the name which I happily discarded in favor of my mother's maiden name once I got to college. I pulled out of her grip, which was surprisingly strong despite her delicate satin-smooth hands. I shot a questioning glance at Aiden, who was now as white as a sheet. He had this culpable look in his wide eyes, reminding me of a kid who'd gotten his hand caught in the cookie jar. Marie flashed my boyfriend an accusatory glare before plastering on another smile. "Hasn't Aiden spoken of me?" Now was my turn to flush as I recalled Aiden mumbling Mar in bed. I don't recall. I shrugged, averting my gaze. Maybe? Like the time he called me by your name right after sex, I thought wryly. "Believe it or not, I'm your great aunt, several times removed." Uh-huh. I trailed off as a jumble of thoughts swirled in my brain. What the hell was my great aunt doing in Aiden's apartment, and why did it seem like she knew him? Other than the fact that he just called out her name after sex. "You are descended from my brother's children. I understand your father died when you were an infant, so you never learned of the Murphys." My head snapped back as if I'd woken from a trance. Guess it was the mention of the asshole who'd broken my mom's heart by leaving the family because we were too much work. He didn't die. He abandoned us. Oh dear. She placed a hand on her cheek, her lips turning down in what appeared to be a staged pout. "I'm so sorry to hear that." Then she shot me a sideways smirk. "It's uncanny, our similarities, don't you think?" Yeah, uncanny. My chest tightened as I thought back to the night Aiden and I had met, how he'd flirted with and kissed me even though he was on duty. Now I understood the instant attraction. I looked like Mar. I plastered on a smile, pretending to be pleasant while fighting the urge to plant my fist in Aiden's face. "We could pass for sisters," I said, with perhaps too much cheeriness in my tone. Her hand flew to her chest as she emitted a strange, guttural sound. It took her a long moment to compose herself. She cleared her throat. "Indeed. Sadly, though, my sister is burning in the fiery pit of hell." I cringed. I needed a valet in purgatory just so he could help me keep my mouth shut. "I'm sorry." Mar pulled a pair of satin gloves out of her pocket and slipped them on, her mouth drawn into a deep scowl. So is she, I'm sure. There was a flash of anger in her eyes as she tossed a glance at Aiden. Last week, Aiden had told me he'd failed to save a woman from hell. Somehow, I got the feeling he'd been talking about Mar's sister. "Mar, Ash and I need to get back to Alpha House." Aiden moved to Mar's side and placed a hand on her shoulder in a too familiar gesture. Why would he want to get touchy-feely with his frizzy-haired freaky girlfriend when he could be with Miss Prim, Proper, and Perfect Mar E. Poppins? I had the sudden urge to rip his hand away and maybe pull his arm out of socket in the process. "So sorry I've intruded on your time." She pulled away from him, her shoulders almost as rigid as her ever-deepening frown. "When I heard my niece had arrived in purgatory and, coincidentally, was acquainted with my former fiancé, I just had to see her for myself." Former fiancé? Oh my freaking gosh!
Yeah, I had been working really hard on not calling his name out in vain. It was part of my new good girl persona, although at the moment, there were a few other choice words I was sorely tempted to scream while I was bashing Aiden's face in. Good day? She held out a gloved hand and dipped down into a gentle curtsy. It has been a pleasure. I took her hand, again surprised by the strength. This time she gripped me even tighter, squeezing so tight I wondered if she meant to hurt me. Thanks. Nice to meet you too. I smiled and pretended she wasn't crushing my fingers while fighting the urge to fall down and cry uncle. Aiden mumbled something about sending her off as he slipped out the front door behind her. Raised voices echoed in the hallway. Though I couldn't hear what they said, I imagined Aiden making apologies to his former fiancé for dating her great niece. I also imagined him telling her she meant more to him than I ever could. I was just a casual fuck, and he'd never love a girl with frizzy hair. Oh, and I crapped my pants last week, too. Okay, maybe he wasn't saying all those things, but of one thing I was certain. All this time, I thought Aiden liked me for my clever mind, cute ass, and loyal disposition, but it turned out he was just pining over a ghost. Chapter 2. To say the ride back to Alpha House was awkward would have been the understatement of the century. Aiden offered no apologies or excuses, and I didn't ask for them. Not that I didn't want him to lie to me and tell me he'd fallen out of love with Mar decades ago, because it was clear he hadn't. He'd already confirmed he still had feelings for her when he called me by her name in bed. Now what to do with this whole uncomfortable situation? He'd just moved out of the apartment he'd been living in for over a century to be with me. Could I end it with him now because I was jealous of a ghost? A ghost, I reminded myself, who was Aiden's former fiancé. It still made my blood boil when I remembered how he told me he hadn't the foggiest idea who Mar was. So not only was he disloyal, he was dishonest too. Damn. And here I thought I'd found one of the few decent guys in purgatory. Guess the only decent guy left was my dog. I didn't wait for Aiden when the taxi dropped us off. I slammed the door behind me and raced toward the backyard. My boss, Shadow, said my black lab had to stay in a kennel when I was away. Poor Jack hated his kennel almost as much as I did, whining when I left him in there and looking at me with those big puppy dog eyes that were like two neon strobe lights flashing, bad mommy, bad mommy. When I'd been a ghoster for Delta House, Jack was free to come and go as he pleased and sit on the furniture. I was afraid to leave a butt dent on the pristine Alpha House furniture, let alone allow Jack anywhere near it. Once I ducked underneath the branch of a tall pine and raced down the hill toward Jack's kennel, he started barking. I couldn't help but feel resentment toward Shadow for sticking him under this tree away from the house, as if his cage was too unsightly to sit beneath the expansive porch that shaded the entire backside of the old Victorian mansion. Jack was doing his happy, spinny dance by the time I reached him, and as soon as I let him out, he mowed me down with sloppy kisses while his tail slapped the metal bars of his prison. I had no idea why he stayed loyal to me, why he loved me and continued to be my dog even though he could have reincarnated as a human years ago. He didn't deserve to suffer this kind of neglect, and damn me for not standing up to Shadow and insisting he get better treatment. I clung to Jack's neck and cried into his soft fur, hating myself even more as he licked the tears away. Though I kept telling myself I wept for my doggie's unfair treatment, I knew a few of those tears were reserved for Aiden O'Connor. Damn that man for stealing my heart and then breaking it. Damn me for letting him do it. Once I got to my room, I locked the bolt and fell into bed, snuggling with Jack for the rest of the afternoon, trying to hold myself together and failing miserably. Aiden never came to check on me. I figured he was too ashamed to face me after today, or maybe he just didn't give a shit. I set my neurosis on overdrive as I replayed every aspect of our relationship in my mind from the night we'd met until now. Aiden had been instantly attracted to me, breaking protocol and kissing me when he came to collect my soul. Then he gave me thousands of credits so I wouldn't get stuck on the shitty bottom level of purgatory. Apparently, it was a rare thing for a person to part with credits, although since he'd already made it clear he had no intention of moving up to heaven, it wasn't like he needed those extra credits anyway. So why did he give them to me? To keep his promise that my afterlife would be better than the one I'd left behind? Or maybe because I looked exactly like his former fiancé and he was using me to play out some sick fantasy that I was her? I had no idea, but the longer he stayed away, the more culpable he looked and the more my stupid tears flowed. Men sucked. Why had I thought this relationship was going to work out? I should have just bought a vibrator. Just as the sun started to set, I jolted upright at a knock on the door. This knock came nowhere close to rattling my eardrums, so I feared it wasn't Aiden, and it wasn't like anyone in Alpha House had anything to say to me. They'd treated me like the squad pariah ever since I'd joined. The knock sounded again, and Jack raced to the door, barking anxiously. Whoever it was, Jack was excited to see them. I pulled myself out of bed and hobbled toward the door, groaning when I caught sight of my reflection in the dresser mirror. I smoothed back my hair as best I could before wiping beneath my eyes. I cried so much this afternoon, my mascara had smeared, making me look like a raccoon with a frizzy afro. Jack continued to whine and scratch the door, and I cringed when I saw where he'd peeled back some of the white paint on the wood. I gave up on my hopeless reflection and hurried to open the door before Jack did too much damage. Imagine my surprise when Boner and Sarge, my two Delta House friends, were waiting in the hallway. I yelped in delight and grabbed them each in a tight hug. Boner looked his usual scruffy self with a mop of shaggy ginger hair and a beard to match. He was dressed for the beach in surfer attire and flip-flops. Sarge looked too damn sexy for his own good in a fitted green t-shirt and camouflage pants that hugged his tight, tanned, muscular body parts in all the right places. Thankfully, I didn't see any bumps or bruises beneath that military crew cut. I cringed when I remembered how I disobeyed his orders at our last assignment and used my wind to push him back. Only I didn't know my own strength, so I'd ended up giving him a concussion instead. I had to work up the nerve to look into Sarge's dark Latin eyes, and when he smiled, I exhaled a pent-up breath of relief. Boner bent down on one knee and scratched Jack behind the ears. Then he let out a low whistle as he poked his head inside my room and surveyed my new living quarters. "These are some fancy digs, Ash." Honestly, I didn't think it was all that special, just lots of crown molding, antique furniture, ugly flowered wallpaper, and pristine hardwood floors. The private ensuite bathroom with a huge shower and jetted tub was nice, although I hadn't minded sharing a bathroom with Sarge at Delta House. Besides, the furnishings over there actually made the place look lived in. Here, I felt like I was living in a museum, afraid to touch anything for fear I'd ruin it. Even though Jack was housebroken, I was on pins and needles whenever he started sniffing the room, terrified he'd piss into some expensive vase or drag his ass across the Persian rug, which probably cost more credits than I could earn in a year. I cringed when Boner stood and produced a box of cookies, tossing them to Jack over the threshold. "Oh, please don't make a mess." I stuck my head out the door and quickly scanned the hall, exhaling a sigh of relief when I didn't see anyone. Grabbing Boner's shirt collar, I jerked him inside my room and waved Sarge in, too. "What's the matter?" Boner asked, as Jack scooted closer to him, whimpering against his leg while keeping his gaze locked on the box of cookies. I felt a twinge of guilt when my doggy whined again. This wouldn't have been an issue at Delta House. I don't want crumbs everywhere. "Don't you have your own maid?" Boner asked. "Yeah, but getting ground cookie crumbs out of carpet is hard. And knowing my luck, I'd probably ruin the carpet in the process." My gaze was drawn to Sarge, who was walking the perimeter of my room. His shoulders were pulled back, his spine ramrod straight as he surveyed the contents of my dresser. When he smiled down at a photo of my mom, one that I'd begged an IT guy running the Level 1 surveillance cameras to print for me, my heart clenched. I didn't know why that smile of his caused a surge of emotions to swell my chest. Maybe because I enjoyed Sarge's rare and fleeting smiles. Maybe I was moved he would show compassion towards someone who meant so much to me. Maybe I still secretly had a thing for Sarge and wondered, not for the first time today, if I'd chosen the right guy to be my boyfriend. When I caught Sarge staring back at me in the mirror, I had to look away as heat crept into my cheeks. I turned to Boner, who was still tossing Jack cookies, and cringed when I saw crumbs spew from my dog's mouth with each bite.
"Why don't you feed him outside?"
Sarge said. Obviously, he sensed my unease.
"Good idea, Sarge."
Boner slapped his thigh and whistled for Jack, although he didn't need to call him. Jack would have followed Boner down to the 13th level of hell as long as he had cookies. My relief as they walked out onto the veranda and down the stairs was short-lived. Now I was alone with Sarge. He sat down on my bed, patting the mattress as if I was supposed to sit beside him. I paused, pondering what sitting next to Sarge could lead to. Even though I was seriously pissed at Aiden, I wasn't a cheater. Never had been and never wanted to be. Maybe it was because I'd been cheated on enough times to know I wouldn't wish that soul-crushing feeling of betrayal on anyone else. Still, it was hard to resist his crooked smile and those penetrating dark eyes. In the end, I sat on the bed, although I made sure to sit on the opposite end in case he got any funny ideas.
"So how you liking Alpha House?"
he asked. I hate it. I turned to him, and that's when I noticed the ugly red bump on the side of his head. Well, shit. I swallowed a wave of regret when I saw stitches fused through the center. I'm sorry about your head. I didn't mean it. The tenderness in his smile matched the warmth in his eyes.
"I know you didn't."
I held my breath when he scooted closer. When his spicy male scent wrapped around my senses, my instincts told me to fly out the door and down to the bottom level of purgatory. Anything to get away from such temptation. I froze when he cupped my cheek and wiped under my eye with the pad of his thumb. Frowning, he pulled back his hand, looking at the moisture on the tips of his fingers.
"You've been crying."
I was too choked up to speak, so I just nodded. I had no idea why I was getting PMS-y all of a sudden, and my Aunt Flo wasn't even due for another week. When Sarge cupped my cheek again, I averted my gaze while fighting the urge to sigh into his warm skin. One signal from me, and I knew we'd be falling on the bed in a tangle, knotted together so tight only an act of God could tear us apart. And then, hot damn. When his knee grazed mine, a shudder of desire coursed through me, as if he'd flipped the switch on my lustometer. This guy was not supposed to be turning me on. I had a boyfriend. This was so not good.
"We miss you,"
he said softly as he tilted my chin until I was forced to meet his eyes.
"I miss you."
A lump of panic wedged in my throat, and I pulled back enough that he took the hint and released me. I miss you guys, too. I made sure to emphasize you guys as in plural, as in I'm not missing your hot, tight ass at all. He scooted back on the bed, his metal leg clanking as it scraped the frame.
"Just ask, Ash, and I'll work on getting you back with us."
I shook my head. I can't. Shadow said he'd fire me if I went back to Delta. Shadows fell across his angular face, his full lips thinning as smoke swirled beneath his dark gaze. And just when I thought his cocky drill sergeant demeanor was sexy, he pulled the sexy ×2 with the pissed off look. It really wasn't fair that he was so damn gorgeous.
"That's bullshit."
It is what it is. I pretended to be interested in a speck of grime beneath my fingernail. Nail crud was so much more manageable than unfulfilled desire. Besides, Shadow is right. Look at your head.
I nodded toward his injury. It looked like an anthill with a train track running through it. Sarge had had to get stitches because of me. I don't want to risk hurting you again. He laughed. I've had worse injuries than a little bump. His smile faded. His gaze sharpened with an intensity that made me uncomfortable in my own skin. How does your Grim like you working here? The way he sneered when he said your Grim made it sound as if the words were acid burning his tongue. I squeezed my fists in my lap, thinking I so didn't want to get into a conversation about Aiden right now. I mean, the guy had just broken my heart. I guess Aiden likes it. He's on the squad now, too. Sarge's eyes narrowed. Is he why you've been crying? I jumped off the bed, crossing the room with urgent strides. I ended up at an ornate dresser with a tall oval mirror. I hated that dresser. It was this weird pinkish gray with the most hideous flowers carved into the sides. At the moment, though, I hated the reflection in the mirror even more, and not just because of the frizzy hair and smeared makeup. Though my afterlife was somehow supposed to be a new start, I'd allowed myself to tumble into the same old shit, falling in love with the wrong guy and giving him my utmost devotion while letting a great guy, maybe even a much better guy, slip away. I clutched the side of the dresser, turning my gaze away from the mirror. I don't want to talk about it. Sarge came up behind me, placing a gentle hand on my shoulder. When you're willing, I'll be here for you, okay? There was sadness in his voice that tugged at my heartstrings and nearly brought fresh tears to my eyes. I turned around and faced him, lacking the energy or maybe the willpower to fend him off when he snaked his arms around my waist and pulled me against his chest. Thanks, I breathed against the starched cotton of his shirt. His hands roamed from my waist to my hips, and then he settled them dangerously close to my ass. I thought of that time Sarge had smacked my butt so hard I saw stars. I remembered how the stinging slowly faded and was replaced by a new sensation. Lust. Even though I'd already had amazing orgasms today, I was horny again. What the hell was wrong with my libido? It wasn't just stuck in overdrive, it was set to warp speed. There was no way I could fall for two guys. No way. I couldn't even walk and chew gum at the same time. How could I manage two relationships? Besides, it wasn't right. Loath though I was to pull out of his embrace, I backed up a step and then another, wishing his heat didn't linger, shrouding me like a fog. Ash, we need to talk. I gasped and my hand flew to my chest when Aiden stormed into my room unannounced. He came to a halt as if he'd slammed into a brick wall when he caught sight of Sarge. Sarge didn't bother turning around to acknowledge my boyfriend, but his flushed cheeks and hardened jaw told me he was less than pleased with the interruption. I should get going, he said, his tone cool and impassive. I wrung my hands together as my emotions warred with each other. I wanted him to stay. I needed him to go. I was so damn confused. My bottom lip quivered as I struggled to keep it together. You don't have to go. As tempted as I was to look into those molten eyes of his, I felt the gravitational pull of Aiden's heavy gaze, and I looked at him instead. The pain reflected in his blue eyes nearly took my breath away. My mouth fell open as an apology formed at the back of my throat. But then those jumbled emotions swirling around in my head slammed together and came to a full stop. Why the hell did I feel the need to apologize? For allowing a friend to comfort me in the wake of Aiden's heartbreak? So what if that friend also happened to make me horny? I hadn't acted on it. I wouldn't act on it, which was more than I could say for Aiden. Whatever had caused him and Marie to split, I wasn't convinced he didn't still love her. Besides, Aiden had left me alone all afternoon without so much as an apology or an explanation after calling another woman's name in bed and then lying about it. If anyone had the right to feel betrayed, it was me. The door to my patio swung open, slamming against the wall.
I jumped back as Boner and Jack came racing inside like two mischievous children looking for trouble.
I'm all out of cookies,
Boner said as he paused to catch his breath, completely oblivious to the tension as thick as fog radiating off Aiden and Sarge.
Mind if I take him back to Delta and get some more?
Good idea, I said with forced perkiness as I ushered Boner and Jack toward the door. Sarge followed beside me, his stiff gait reminding me of a robot. A really pissed robot. Jack didn't even spare me a sloppy kiss or backward glance as he followed Boner out. Aiden, whose large frame filled most of the doorway, looked ready to block Sarge's exit. I shot Aiden a pleading glance before Sarge turned to me and, without warning, pulled me into a hug.
I meant what I said,
he whispered against my ear.
If you need me for anything, I'm here for you.
Hot damn. Somehow, when he'd emphasized the word anything, I got the feeling he meant anything. I wasn't ready to contemplate sex with another stud at the moment, as tempting as his offer was. Sarge let me go with a wink, spun on his heel, and bumped Aiden's shoulder hard before walking out, the clank of his metal leg echoing down the hall. I held my breath as I waited for Aiden to go after Sarge, but thankfully he stepped inside my room, slamming the door behind him. The look he shot me nearly made my knees weaken. This creepy sense of déjà vu swept over me, churning my gut as I looked into his thunderous expression. Dear God, the molten lava surging beneath his gaze reminded me so much of that dragon demon who'd almost taken me to hell last week. I swear Aiden just needed to sprout a few scales, learn how to blow smoke out of his nose, and they could have been twins. There was no mistaking Aiden was seriously pissed, which made me doubly pissed. What the hell gave him the right to be angry with me? He crossed the room in a few long strides, his heavy boots thudding across the carpet loudly enough to wake the dead, otherwise known as the other Alpha House ghosters, whose quarters were a floor beneath us.
So this is you getting back at me for Marie,
he bellowed, bearing down on me with a scowl. No. I was tempted to take a step back, but I lifted my chin and held my ground. I refused to be bullied by a jealous ass. This is me visiting with friends. He arched a brow, eyeing me coolly.
And I'm supposed to believe that?
Of all the nerve! I glared as I crossed my arms. I've never given you a reason not to trust me, I said with a pout, laying the guilt on thicker than warm, gooey hot fudge sauce over vanilla ice cream. He cupped my face in his hand, a bold move for someone who was still on my neck-deep in shit list, but I didn't pull away. That heartfelt look in his eyes put me in a trance. Damn. I sure hoped that look was for me. I mean really for me, as in he'd forgotten all about Marie and was frightened at the possibility of losing me. And I thought I'd perfected the guilt trip. All he had to do was look at me, and my resolve was about as solid as melted butter.
The soldier desires you.
His soft gaze sharpened.
I can see it in his eyes.
I pulled away, missing the warmth of his touch, but knowing I needed to keep my distance if I was going to have any chance of convincing Aiden he was wrong. I know he does. No use lying. Sarge had desire practically stamped across his forehead when he'd left my room. Besides, I didn't want to lie to my boyfriend. I actually had a conscience. The smirk that tugged at the corner of his mouth looked more accusatory than friendly.
So you invite him into your room?
I rolled my eyes. Just because he has the hots for me doesn't mean I'm going to act on it. Then I leaned up and jabbed him in the chest. I only date one asshole at a time. He flinched.
I'm sorry about what happened today.
Such a typical guy. Apologize for something broad and sweeping, like what had happened earlier, instead of admitting the specifics, namely his obsession with Mar. I cocked a hand on my hip. Oh, you mean calling me by another woman's name after sex, or lying about it? He colored, and damn him for managing to look masculine and boyish at the same time.
Both.
Some part of me, the chicken shit part, told me to drop it. He'd apologized. It was over. Now go back to pretending the relationship was perfect. But the more dominant part of me, the bitch part, said no fucking way was I going to let this slide. And no, it wasn't about being angry or enacting vengeance. I wasn't PMSing yet, after all. This was about me not wanting to spend the rest of my eternity with a man who didn't truly care for me, no matter how much I cared for him. And what about using me to fulfill some sick fantasy? My tongue felt heavy as I spoke, the weight of my insecurity bearing down on my shoulders as I fell into a nearby chair and curled inward. I imagined myself a beetle, my arms and back a shell protecting me from the pain as memories washed over me. I'd had a major crush on a boy when I was in 8th grade. James had been a 9th grader, tall and tanned with a deep voice that sometimes cracked, a wide mouth and a smattering of freckles across his nose. I'd been struggling in algebra, and he was eager to volunteer when my math teacher asked him to tutor me. I thought it was because he liked me. But he'd only used me to get to my sister, a sophomore in high school. We were latchkey kids, so my mom never made it home until after 6 p.m. Tutoring started at 4. That was plenty of time for my sister to lock me out of the house and lose her virginity. For 2 long weeks, I imagined myself a beetle, curling into a ball on my front porch. I pretended their moans, which leaked through the thin window panes like steam rising from a boiling pot, didn't affect me. But they had. Even though I'd never told my sister I had a crush on James, I still felt the sting of their betrayal. Nobody had asked me if I minded waiting on the porch steps while they had sex. Nobody asked me if my heart was breaking with each ear-piercing squeak of my sister's box springs. My mom had confronted me when I brought home another failing quiz, and I finally broke down and told her exactly what was happening during my tutoring sessions. My sister never forgave me, and I never forgave her for stealing my crush. Aiden knelt in front of me, clasping my hands in his warm grip.
Ash, sweetheart, you okay?
I looked at him through a curtain of tears, realizing I'd let myself get lost in my emotions. Guess that beetle thing didn't work, because my shell had cracked, and I was nothing more than a rejected middle school kid. He handed me a tissue and I used it to dab my eyes. I thought of Sarge, who'd used his thumb to wipe my tears, and I wondered why Aiden hadn't done the same. It all went back to my insecurities over Mar. I couldn't shake the feeling he loved a memory far more than me. "You're only with me because I look like her," I said on a sob, biting down on my knuckles to keep more tears from falling. He shook his head.
That's not true.
"Then why? Am I supposed to believe all the kissing and groping and credits were because you fell in love at first sight?" Aiden's shoulders slumped with a sigh.
I'll admit, when I first saw you, I was taken by your similarities too, Marie, but that's not why I'm here now.
I leaned forward, eyeing him intently, wanting so badly to know the truth, but fearing it as well. "Tell me why you're here, Aiden."
I'm here because I couldn't imagine spending eternity without you.
My hand flew to my heart, trying to quell the heavy banging that ricocheted in my eardrums, drowning out all other sounds in the room. I wanted to believe his soft smile and heartfelt gaze were sincere, but there was something nagging at the back of my conscience that I couldn't let go. "I don't understand why you didn't just ascend to heaven with Mar. Didn't you love her?" Aiden tensed, the veins in his neck rising like raging torrents threatening to burst through his tanned flesh.
Mar's resented me for over 100 years. Her sister Catherine went to hell, and Mar blames me for it.
The fatigue in his eyes reflected a century of sorrow. I knew then he'd pined for her.
And maybe he still did. The thudding in my heart subsided to a dull hammer pounding away at a rusty tin. Not hard enough to break it, but enough to dent it out of shape. Why is that your fault? I couldn't save her on the night a hurricane claimed our lives. My hand flew to my throat. You died in a hurricane? He sighed. Drowned in the surge. Oh, that explained his hydrophobia. I thought how frightening his death would have been, caught up in the wind and waves, and for the first time, appreciated my brief blow-dryer accident. But I still didn't understand why it was his duty to look after Mar's sister. And Mar expected you to take care of Catherine? Of course. She was my wife. Oh. I barely mouthed the words. Aiden couldn't marry Mar, so he married her sister instead. What did that make me? Rebound victim number 2? Or were there other Murphys in between? Aiden's wife obviously wasn't nice if she'd been sent to the fiery pit of doom. Disregard the fact that I'd been assigned to level 2 in purgatory, which was just a few credits away from burning in eternal damnation. Why did she get sent to hell? I asked on a shaky breath, almost afraid to know the answer. I still couldn't wrap my head around Aiden's wife being cast down to hell. His gaze flickered to me, and then he looked away. But in that fraction of a second, I caught the intensity of 1,000 hurricanes swirling in his eyes. He rose with stiff legs, a dark shadow falling over his features as he looked down at me. She was a lying whore. Without another word, he turned and walked out the door. Well, shit. I thought about following him, but I figured we'd torn through enough raw wounds for one evening, wounds that after a century still hadn't healed, and I feared never would. Chapter 3. I did not go down to dinner with the other alphas that evening. Not that my snooty team members missed me. They were probably relieved they could enjoy their caviar and champagne without having to look upon the undeserving one, as I'd heard a few of them whisper behind my back more than once. No, I much preferred sulking in the privacy of my bedroom than pretending to enjoy dinner while trying to figure out which fork to use for the salad. After Aiden had completely ripped my heart out and crushed it to an unrecognizable blob, I didn't have an appetite anyway. Sure, he patched up my heart a little with his admission that he couldn't imagine eternity without me, but it wasn't enough to convince me he didn't still love Mar. And then there was the whole weird thing with his wife. He seemed to have an obsession with McLeod Murphy women. I still hadn't decided if that was a good or bad thing. I doubted I'd pay him a special visit tonight. Call me a coward, but I just couldn't stand the thought of Aiden making love to me while thinking of another woman. I sipped a Diet Dr. Pepper and sang against my pillow as I watched Jackie Chan kick a villain's ass. Usually, if anyone could brighten my mood, it was Jackie's colorful antics and amazing ball-busting skills. But not that day. Speaking of Jackie, Boner still hadn't come back with my dog, and I sure could have used some cozy cuddles and sloppy kisses. I put Chan on pause as his foot was about to go into some guy's chest, slipped on a pair of jeans, and trudged downstairs. Our ghosting unit was on lockdown, on call in case of a ghosting emergency, which meant I couldn't leave the house at all. Usually, being on call meant sitting around and dying a second death of boredom. I hadn't gone on a ghosting assignment with my team yet, and I didn't look forward to it. I thought back to the time my friends from Delta House and I scared a group of punks at the cemetery. That night was awesome. That was the night Sarge told me I was beautiful. I briefly wondered if I reminded Sarge of a girl he'd left on Earth, or if he truly liked me for me. Then I wondered if I should have chosen Sarge instead of Aiden, but I quickly dispelled that thought. As much as I hated to admit it, my foolish heart yearned for Aiden. How many jerks would have to break it before I wised up? I went downstairs to the common room where 15 ghosters and 3 Grims were expected to share one phone. Yeah,
As nice as the digs were at Alpha House, technology was still at least 20 years behind, pretty much a recurring theme in Purgatory. As usual, Margot Stiles was hogging the phone, twirling a lock of her long silver hair around her finger while she laughed into the receiver. I cringed and fled. Margot's laugh made her sound like a cross between a dying cat and the Bride of Chucky, and my poor eardrums were the chalkboard to her 10-inch stainless steel nails. Okay, so no calling Boner at Delta House. That left only one viable option. I'd have to go get my dog myself. There was just one problem. If I left, I'd be violating orders, which would have been just fine for my old self, but my new self was a good girl, and good girls followed the rules. But I could literally run over to Delta House and run back in 20 minutes thanks to Sarge, who had somehow miraculously managed to get me to enjoy running and help tighten the extra fluff on my thighs. Since most of the alphas were generally unsocial and kept to themselves, nobody would miss me if I snuck out the back. I could see Delta House from my bedroom balcony, nestled at the bottom of a verdant hill right at the edge of a pine forest. It was about a third the size of Alpha House, with worn wooden shutters and this quaint facade that reminded me of a cross between a classic Victorian and a pre-modern hillbilly. If the house had been painted stark gray instead of bright greens and yellows, it could have passed for an Addams Family retreat. But despite the quirkiness of its exterior and the weirdness of its residents, I had felt so much more at home there than in my fancy luxury suite at Alpha House. Honestly, I could have marched into the common room and demanded Margot get off the phone. I could have called Boner and asked him to bring my Jack back. But then I wouldn't have seen my old friends at Delta House. I wouldn't get the chance to walk across the squeaky floorboards and watch Delta's resident psychic Basil hunt for imaginary flies. And I wouldn't have gotten one more chance to see Sarge. Just a quick hello and a hug goodbye, just to see if that spark I'd felt earlier could be rekindled. Hopefully the flame had been extinguished, reminding me that I'd made the right choice in picking Aiden even if he'd chosen me for the wrong reasons. As long as there wasn't a spark, I could take Jack home and go to bed in peace. I'd tell myself I was devoted to the right guy, even if he was bound to break my heart. But if I still felt something for Sarge, a longing to wrap my arms around his neck and run my fingers through that thick, coarse hair, a need to feel his body pressed against mine while savoring the taste of his kiss, I wouldn't act on my desires. Not until I made the trek back up the hill to Alpha House and broke it off with Aiden. Because despite all my flaws that had somehow earned me barely enough credits to get into the bottom rung of purgatory, I was not a cheater. I would tell Aiden to try to make peace with Marie, that she was obviously better suited for him than I was, and then I'd seek solace in Sarge's arms. Only that plan didn't seem right either, seeking comfort from another when I couldn't have my first choice. Sarge was a good guy, and he deserved better than what Aiden had done to me. Screw it. I'm going to Delta House. My old bad girl self kicked my new girl self to the curb, and without another thought, I cast a furtive glance over my shoulder to make sure nobody was watching and padded down the hall. The nearest exit was through the garden room, and it was definitely that. Only instead of growing real stuff we could eat, Shadow cultivated all kinds of exotic flowers and strange, spindly plants. The place was like a rainforest, some of the plants taller than me, overshadowing the wicker furniture and 4 glass cabinets that held dozens of antique tea sets. I slipped inside the room, the humidity hitting me like a fog, and closed the stained glass door carefully. Thankfully, all of the hinges at Alpha House were squeak-free and the door didn't stick. I backed up and slowly turned around, ready to make a run for it, and I saw Shadow sitting in an oversized white wicker chair, staring at me over the rim of his porcelain teacup. I plastered on my best impassive expression, praying he hadn't noticed my "oh shit, I've been caught" face. Smiling, I smoothed a hand down my jeans and strolled over to him. He was drinking tea and eating scones while reading The Trumpeter, Purgatory's leading newspaper. He assessed me before setting his teacup and paper down, the whites of his eyes standing out against his dark skin. It was so hard to gauge what he was thinking because he always had this disinterested, smug expression. I couldn't tell if he was pissed, annoyed, or bored. Of one thing I was certain. He was far from impressed.
"Good evening, Ashley."
He dabbed the corners of his mouth with a cloth napkin before folding it and setting it on the table. "Hi." I made a big show of waving as I crept toward him, knowing full well I had guilt plastered all over my face. His assessing gaze traveled the length of my body.
"Where are you off to this evening?"
No sense in lying, and no, I wasn't trying to be a good girl again. I just got this creepy feeling Shadow would know if I wasn't telling the truth. "I'm going to get Jack at Delta House." I thumbed toward the French doors behind me. "I'll be right back." He stood and walked up to me, his lanky frame towering over me like a bent pine.
"Ashley, when we're on lockdown, you are not to leave this house for any reason."
He spoke to me like I was Jack and I'd just been caught drag racing my ass across the carpet. I put my hands together in a prayer pose, trying to channel my best pitiful puppy expression as I looked up at him with wide eyes. "I'm a really fast runner. I promise I'll be back in 20. I crossed my fingers he'd say yes, even though I knew it was a long shot. He heaved a sigh, shaking his head, his eyes filling with a mixture of annoyance and maybe something else, as his thin lips pulled back into a smile. Was that humor? He probably thought I was an idiot.
"Delta House is a quarter-mile away," he said. "What if we're summoned to a ghosting?"
"Margot is hogging the phone. How am I supposed to get my dog?" As I jutted my hands on my hips and pouted, I realized I was acting about half of my 29 years. I couldn't help it. My existence sucked. I was trapped inside my home, a slave to my job, and stuck in a relationship that was built on lies. For my own peace of mind, I needed to get the hell out, even if it was for a quick jog to a house down the road. Couldn't Shadow see I was going crazy here? When his smug smile widened, my internal temperature soared. Guess he didn't give a shit.
"The elevators are reserved for ghosting assignments, but I suppose I can make an exception."
My heart leapt into my throat. Had he just given me permission to leave? Wait a minute. Had he just told me to use the elevator? I thought elevators only took us up and down different levels of purgatory and to Earth, not across the same dimension. The common room elevator was much like the elevator in Delta's common room. We'd used it to travel to level 1, otherwise known as Earth, for our hauntings, and then back up to our house on level 13. I narrowed my eyes. The elevator can take me to Delta House?
"Not that elevator," he chuckled. "But I have one in my chamber. How else do you think I manage 13 ghosting units?"
Oh, that made sense. I hadn't realized Purgatory had those kinds of elevators. Usually, when I wanted to get around level 13, I had to take a taxi or walk. Shadow's elevator must have been a rare luxury. Then again, Alpha House had an extensive wine room and a grand piano. I quirked a brow at my boss, wondering why he was being so nice and hoping it had nothing to do with my double Ds. They'd gotten me all kinds of unwanted attention from bosses back on Earth, but I'd always had the notion Shadow didn't have a thing for girls, or boys for that matter. From first impression, my boss had struck me as the kind of man who was only attracted to himself. "And you'll let me use your elevator to get Jack?"
"You're not authorized to use it. I'll have to go with you."
"Thanks." I offered him my warmest smile. Weird how his features were suddenly unreadable. No sign of arrogance or annoyance. It was as if his face was a blank slate, his eyes two lifeless, hollow wells. His mouth cracked, just a little, like a ripple in a smooth pool of water.
"My pleasure."
A shiver stole up my spine as he placed a hand on the small of my back and led me toward his room. I did my best to shake off the sudden feeling of panic that wedged in my chest like a lead ball as my numb legs led me forward. My mom had always told me to trust my gut, and right now, it was telling me to run. But Shadow was my boss. I shouldn't have any reason to fear him, right?
Shadow's room was more elegant than I'd imagined. The walls were covered in rich burgundy velvet drapes, and the place smelled of deep, dark incense. His bed, if you could call it that, was a hole in the center of the room. I knew there was a mattress buried beneath the embroidered cushions and heavy quilts, but all I could think of was quicksand. If I had a bed like that, I'd never get out of it. From somewhere behind the drapes, I heard the faint sound of a harp. The place was like something out of Arabian Nights, or maybe Cleopatra's Den. A few nights ago, Aiden had told me Shadow was a 13er, a permanent resident of Purgatory. Like Aiden, Shadow had chosen to remain here rather than ascend to paradise. Now I knew why. He'd created his own paradise, plus he got to kick demon ass for a living. Now all he needed to make his afterlife complete was to get laid, but what did I know? Maybe he snuck a private concubine in through his secret elevator, although I seriously doubted it. The guy had a stick wedged so far up his ass he was practically choking on it. I stood to the side, that uneasy feeling in the pit of my stomach threatening to loosen its way down my bowels as Shadow pulled back one of the drapes on the wall. Sure enough, there was an elevator with a gleaming brass door. It couldn't have been much bigger than a phone booth. I knew it would be a tight fit for the both of us. When the door slid open, revealing a dimly lit chamber, he grabbed my elbow, ushering me forward. I had the overwhelming urge to turn and run. The space was so tight I didn't see what button he pressed, but when I felt a lurch and that queasy feeling like my gut had moved into my ribcage, I could have sworn we were moving down, not to the side. Shouldn't we be moving to the side since we were traveling on the same level? I reminded myself that afterlife elevators took souls to different dimensions. We weren't going up or down anyway. That brought me little comfort, especially since this elevator was so dark I could barely make out my hand in front of my face. "So you take this elevator often?" I asked, feeling the need to fill our cramped space with something other than the sound of my pounding heart. "Rarely," he said, and then he didn't offer further explanation. Weird how he'd gone so cold. Not that Shadow wasn't normally aloof, but the guy beside me was like a tower of ice, and the further we descended, the harder it was for me to see. I tried my best to steady my breathing, my chest tightening with fear, when I realized there was no way Jack was fitting inside this elevator with us. Surely Shadow would have known there would be no room for my dog. Why would he take me in this elevator? Was he expecting me to jog back? I sucked in a breath when the elevator dinged and Shadow ushered me off, not with a hand on my back, but with a hard shove. I nearly tripped over my own feet as I stumbled out. "Hey, watch it!" I cried. Something crunched beneath my shoes, and I almost fainted from fright when I looked down and saw the hollowed eyes of a skull staring back at me. Bones! I was standing on human bones! I spun a quick circle, more crunching beneath my feet as the wind whooshed from my lungs. This was not freaking Delta House! This was a cave littered with human remains! I looked up at Shadow. "Where the hell am I?" He folded his hands in front of him and smiled. "We have to catch one more elevator, and then we'll be there." Eyeing him warily, I took a step back as I held out my hands, feeling the ball of energy radiate from my chest into my fingertips. I was on level 1, Earth. I knew this because I could materialize my wind, and I couldn't access that power in Purgatory. I also knew that level 1 wasn't safe for ghosters unless we traveled in groups, because demons haunted there too, searching for souls to take to hell. Ice-cold shards of fear caused my breath to come in shallow gasps. I'd have to use my powers against my boss. I had no idea who he was pretending to be, but I knew without a doubt he was batting for the wrong team. He took a step forward, lifting a hand. "Come, Ashley." That's when I saw it, a flash of red beneath his hooded gaze. "Demon!" my conscience warned me. "Fight!" "No!" I boomed before blasting him with all my might. The whites of his eyes bulged as he flew into the shadows. I barely registered the sound of his body crashing into a pile of bones, and then I turned and ran back toward the elevator. Chest heaving, I hit the button for level 13, but the damn door wouldn't shut.
I screamed at the elevator and hit the button to close it, but the door still wouldn't budge. A rolling wave of nausea washed over me when a shadow filled the doorway, turning the elevator so black I couldn't even see to think. It was as if it had not only darkened my sight, but my mind, too. I spun in a circle as my head swirled in confusion. I had no idea which way was out or where I was.
How did I know you'd be a problem?
Shadow's low, dark voice was a sibilant hiss in my ear.
Good thing you're not as smart as you are powerful.
I screamed,
and then my world went dark.
Chapter 4.
Crap, my head hurt.
I cracked open one eye and then the other, a wave of nausea rolling over me when I saw the ground passing by in a darkened blur. Where the hell was I, and why was my world turned upside down? I struggled to rise, but something was pressing on my backside. I tried to kick, but my legs were bound together.
Keep steady,
a low rumble warned. I recognized that voice. My boss, Shadow. Wait a minute. Shadow? I shrieked at the memory of Shadow's attack. I was draped over his back and he was taking me somewhere. But where? Sweat rolled down my neck and dampened my hair. Wherever we were, it was more hot and humid than my vagina had been after a week-long Florida spring break screw session with Chet from Louisiana State. I'd met him by the cabana pool that first night after drinking a copious amount of rum. He hadn't been very tall, but what he lacked in height, he made up for in sex drive. Plus, he'd said all the right things, like how we could make a long-distance relationship work, yada yada yada. It wasn't until after my sorority sisters and I piled into our compact rental car that I noticed the itch. The itch had turned into an all-out burn by the time we caught our red-eye flight back to Seattle. Next day, I found myself in the campus GYN's office, flames practically shooting out of my crotch as I moaned and squirmed on the table. After a heavy-duty prescription and several angry text messages to Chet, the burn finally subsided. But I'd never forget that awful feeling. That was how my entire body felt right now, as if I was being suffocated in a giant, flaming vagina. Level 2 had been hot and humid, but not this bad. This kind of heat made my skin itch as if I'd spent too many hours in the sun. And that's when it hit me. Holy fuck! I'm in hell! Let me go! I pounded his back with my fists. I tried to spread my fingers as I summoned my wind, but something was restricting my hands. I squinted, trying to get a clear view of my hands, and saw they were bound and tied up in a sack. When Shadow abruptly stopped, I had this crazy notion he'd actually listened to my command, that he'd turn around and bring me back to the safety of level 13. But then I froze when I heard the distinct sound of boots marching up to us.
You're back. That wasn't long.
The man's voice sounded scratchy, gruff, as if he'd just finished an evening meal of charcoal and sandpaper.
Only 50 years, came Shadow's casual reply. Take me to my master. I have a present for him.
Present? As in me? Master? Like a demon or Shudder? Satan? Shadow must have been one evil dude. I only wondered how a demon had been in purgatory all this time without getting caught. I thought our elevators had some kind of sensors to prevent intruders from ascending. The boots shuffled much too close to me, and I jerked when two glowing eyes peered up at me from beneath a face shrouded in matted brown hair. He looked like a demon Sasquatch. The creature scratched the top of his head, pieces of scalp floating to his furry shoulders, before he pointed up at me with a knotted stub, or maybe it was a partial finger.
What is it?
I could almost envision Shadow's devious smile as his answer ripped through my chest like a meat cleaver.
A fallen angel. Galveston, Texas, September 8, 1900. Aidan O'Connor. I woke to the sounds of howling winds rattling the shutters on my window, like a phantom spirit arisen from the dead searching to steal lost souls. The storm was worsening. Though many a Galvestonian had said the hurricane would never reach our shallow shores, I feared a tempest was indeed on the horizon. I sat up, rubbing the sleep from my eyes, wincing at the pain in my back. These hard cots were hardly made for sleeping. I'd moved into a boarding house the night before, sharing a room with 3 other dock workers. We'd been packed in like sardines, and I couldn't sleep a wink, not just because of my roommate's rumbling snores, but because of the heaviness in my heart, settling like a stone as I tried to make sense of my life. Callum hadn't shown up to work that morning. Some of the other dock workers said they'd seen him heading back to Ritter's with a bruise the size of Texas across his cheek. Bastard though he was, I still worried for my brother. I didn't want him to turn into a drunk. After putting in only a few hours at the docks, Mr. Ball sent us all home. Unfortunately, the foul weather hadn't abated. Ocean waves pushed freighters around like toy boats, and we could no longer work through blustering winds. Mentally and physically exhausted, I thought to catch a few hours of sleep before retrieving the rest of my things from home. I'd already resolved to sell the house and bring Catherine back to her parents. If anyone could set her on the path to redemption, it was her mother and father. Good, pious people who would hopefully instill the fear of God in her soul. I had no idea what I'd do from there. Perhaps I'd head out west. Mar's older brother had a thriving business in Seattle, and he'd already written offering me a job. Though I knew I no longer had a future in Galveston, I could hardly think of a life worth living without my brother by my side. All my life, Callum had been there for me through thick and thin. I tried to reconcile his deception, but I couldn't let it go. Callum should have risen above Catherine's temptation. He'd thrown away 28 years of loyalty and brotherhood for a few moments between her thighs. His betrayal had not only shattered my trust, he'd broken my spirit. How could he? And would I ever find it in my heart to forgive him? Then there was Catherine. Though we'd been wed less than a year, our marriage had been tumultuous from the start. Her parents had told me she was wild, but like a fool, I refused to heed their warning. After all, she had the hair of an angel and her sister's smile and vivid green eyes. The Murphy eyes. I thought I could tame her. I thought I could mold her into someone she wasn't. Mar. What a fool I had been. Mar was dead, and there never would be another woman like her. I turned at a heavy rapping outside my room. Rolling off the cot, I opened my door to see my boss looking up at me. "Mr. Ball, what is it?" He held his hat in his hand, the creases framing his eyes bunched tight like crinkles in an old map. "I heard you were staying here. I've just come to see if you're alive." I ran a hand through my hair, the haze from sleep still thick in my head. Why wouldn't I be? He pushed his way inside and motioned to my cot. "I think you'd better have a seat, son." My legs felt like lead weights as I trudged back to my cot. An uneasy feeling settled in my gut when I sat down. The wind whistled outside, and we both jumped as one of the shutters splintered before ripping off the window. He flashed an apologetic smile as he clenched his hat in front of him with whitened knuckles. "I'm sorry. I need to make this quick. I must go secure my home, but I'm assuming you've not heard about Ritter's." All the moisture in my mouth dried up as if I'd swallowed a wad of cotton. I clenched the sides of the bed, centering my gaze on Mr. Ball's weary eyes. No. He gestured above us as I heard the screeching sound of slate tiles ripping off the roof. "The storm blew the top off the Galveston News building, and the whole thing collapsed on top of the saloon." I jumped to my feet. "What?" "Several men were killed, crushed by the printing presses above. Aiden, I'm sorry. There's a body at the morgue." He turned his gaze to me, a well of sorrow reflected within his pale eyes. "The mortician said he looked like one of the O'Connor brothers." And just when I'd thought my life couldn't sink any lower, it felt as if the floor had opened up beneath me, swallowing me whole as I fell into a pit of depression and despair. How could I go on living without my brother? Ash. I huddled in a far corner, trying my best not to cry as Sasquatch Demon poked and prodded through the bars of my cell with a stick. He kept asking how I tasted, despite the fact that Shadow reassured him he hadn't had a bite. Shadow had brought me to a dank, dark room that looked like a dungeon from medieval times. It was lit by torches lining the walls and a stone fire pit in the center of the algae-covered floor.
I was locked inside a cell with cave-like walls and an iron gate, watching Shadow and his demon friends from behind the temporary safety of my bars. Rusty chains with cuffs hung on the wall beside me. Luckily, I was restrained with ropes instead, although I wondered why he'd tied them around my shoulders, probably to prevent me from raising my arms and channeling my wind. Sweat poured down my back as I leaned against the wall, which seemed to radiate heat. My ass and bare feet were burning too, because even the floor was hot. What the hell had Shadow done with my shoes? Sure, they were ugly and they still had a bit of Jack's poop stuck between the treads, but they were mine. I secretly hoped Shadow had gotten poo on his hands when he stole them off my feet. I wondered what poo shoes went for in the demon black market. Another big fat bead of sweat dripped down my ribcage, adding to the pool of moisture in my belly button. Someone please turn down the furnace. The sweat caused an agonizing sting between my shoulder blades. I wondered if Shadow had hit me there when he'd attacked me. It felt like my spine had been cracked open by a whip. I have to get out of here before infection sets in. Scratch that. I just have to get out of here, period. I tried to wiggle out of the bonds around my wrists, but it was no use. Too bad, because I could feel energy itching my palms, which meant my powers worked in hell too. They would definitely come in handy as soon as I figured a way out. Except how was I supposed to escape? I doubted anyone knew Shadow had kidnapped me, and if they did know, how were they supposed to save me? When I'd first joined the ghosting squad, Aiden had made it clear he couldn't come to hell and rescue me if I got caught. I choked on a sob when I realized he may have been right. Even if I found a way out of this sweat hole, I doubted I'd survive long enough to claw my way out. I was stuck, a gift for Shadow's master. A face full of razor-sharp teeth pressed into the bars. It was attached to a head that was sitting in the palm of a headless body, presumably the head's owner. "I know her. She's that Grimm's woman." The body pointed at me. "Dragon will be hotter than Hades when he knows you got her." I gasped when I recognized Piranha Demon from my last ghosting assignment. Aiden had chopped off its head, and then it rolled into a gaping maw, a portal to hell followed by the rest of its body. "Be gone, vermin." Shadow sneered at the demon, and with a backhanded swipe, knocked the head out of his hand. The demon's screech echoed off the walls as it chased its head down the dark cavern. Sasquatch Demon didn't seem fazed by his friend's dilemma. He continued to stare into my cage, a long trail of drool hanging off his lip and running down his matted fur. "Where is Master?" Shadow asked Sasquatch Demon. The furry creature thumbed to somewhere beyond his shoulder. "He's down at Kate's." Shadow's mouth tightened into a thin line, like a rubber band stretched too far and ready to snap. "When will he be back?" Sasquatch Demon let out a low whistle. "Ain't no telling when Kate sinks her fangs into him." Shadow sat down on a warped wooden stool and crossed an ankle over his knee, steepling his fingers together like he was lost in thought as the flames from the fire lit his features in an eerie glow. "I need you to summon him." Sasquatch Demon shook his head. "No can do. I'm under strict orders to never disturb Master when he's with his whore. Last guy who did still hasn't found his head, and that was darn near 10 years ago." The demon turned from Shadow, his red eyes once again focusing on me. "She sure looks purty." He rubbed his furry hands together. "Tasty, too." Shadow arched a brow. "You take a bite or lay a finger on this girl, and you will lose more than your head. Understood?" He said this coolly, as if he was reminding his teenager to have the car home by midnight, but the look he shot the demon was threatening enough to make the hairs on my nape stand on end. "Yes, sir." The demon eagerly nodded. "Good." Shadow uncrossed his legs and stood. His face darkened, emphasizing the glowing red of his eyes. I sucked in a gasp as darkness stretched across the room, shrouding every inch in gloom and causing a cold numbness to settle in my heart. His ominous gaze danced as he spoke. "I shall go to Kate's and summon Master myself. You will guard my prisoner. If anything happens to her in my absence, I will pound your worthless fur into the 13th dimension."
Chapter 5. Galveston, Texas, September 8, 1900. Aiden. I pushed my way through the frigid current, nearly losing my footing at every step as debris threatened to sweep me under. I'd already been struck across the back by a fence post, the nails tearing through my coat and flesh. The laceration burned, but not as badly as the searing pain in my heart. I'd just come from the morgue where I'd identified Callum's body. Now there would be no chance for reconciliation, no chance for healing broken hearts, no chance to tell my brother I'd forgiven his betrayal. I pushed against the current, holding on to posts and rails, making my way across a row of buildings that looked ready to capitulate into the flood. Rain pelted my face like stinging needles as the roar from the wind nearly drowned out my racing thoughts. The water rose to my waist as I made my way toward my home on 7th Street, a home which I feared had already washed away. This storm had claimed the life of my brother. I needed to save my wife, Jezebel though she was, for she was the only family I had left in the world. Navigating 8th Street posed more of a problem as the water had reached chest deep. Many buildings were crumbling, and their banisters were unsteady. Wading through the trash and waves proved nearly impossible until I reached my neighbor's brick home with a sturdy foundation. After climbing across the porch, I was amazed when I turned the corner to see my house still standing, a solitary beacon beneath the gloom of the dark sky. The other homes nearby had been washed away. Mine rocked against the current, looking like a lone ship tossed about at sea by the gale. I wondered if Catherine was inside, or if she'd sought refuge on higher ground, perhaps with one of her gentleman callers. Maybe my rescue attempt was all for naught, and I'd drown trying to save a woman who no longer waited for me. But I'd already come this far, and I couldn't leave now. I'd sworn a vow to Marie, after all, and a vow to God, though Catherine had broken hers many times over. I waded out into the current, and then was swept away, sucking in gulps of salty water, struggling to keep my head above the torrent. I struck a post and held on with all my might. Though fatigue worked against me, I somehow found the strength to climb over the banister to the first floor, which was already half submerged. I leaned against the side of the house, stopping only for a moment to regain my strength. The pain in my back intensified, and I worried I would bleed out before I could get my wife to safety. After expelling a deep breath, I kicked in the window and swam into my house. Catherine's teacups and fineries bobbed in the current before smashing against the walls. I swam to the stairs and dragged myself upward, weighted down by sodden boots and clothes, the pain in my back worsening with each step as I climbed into the blackness. I found her sobbing face down across our bed, the strength of her cries drowned out by the ominous howls outside. A candle flickered across the room, casting long shadows across walls that shook as the wind intensified. I felt a mixture of relief and apprehension at seeing her alive. I only hoped in her darkest hour she had begged for repentance and sworn to change her wicked ways. "Catherine!" I screamed above the din, clenching my fists as pain shot across my spine. "We must leave!" She looked up from our bed and cried out, "Oh, Aiden, you've come back for me!" Flinging herself into my arms, she cried against my chest. I pushed her back, gripping her shoulders. "We have to get out, now!" She shook her head, limbs trembling as she spoke. "I'm scared. I can't swim." Without hesitation, I ripped her heavy skirt from her waist and told her to tie up her long hair and remove her boots. I knew the weight of her clothes would mean the difference between life and death. Surprisingly, she followed my orders without argument. Just then, the house tipped. Leaning so far to the left, the bed slid across the floor, slamming into the opposite wall. I fell as Catherine tumbled into my arms. The house had been ripped from its foundation. We had seconds before the structure crumbled. Catherine dug her nails into my arm, but I shook her away as I would fend off a rabid cat. "Calm yourself!" The house veered the other direction so that the floor was almost level. I shut our bedroom door and then kicked at the hinges. Once, twice, and it fell just before the roof spilled into the ocean. I wedged Catherine into the door, pressing my weight on top of her. "Hold on!" I screamed into her ear. "And don't let go!" "I don't want to die, Aiden," she sobbed. "I haven't even begun to live." My chest tightened and my heart sank, feeling as if it too were drowning. She cared only for herself and her pleasures. No remorse for the lives her folly had destroyed. "Then pray for mercy, Catherine. I said in a hoarse whisper, though I knew she couldn't hear me. The walls cracked wide, and we were thrown into the tempest. I sat up in bed with a start. I must have drifted off, fatigued after a long day. I smoothed a hand down my face and groaned as I recalled the nightmare that had caused me to wake. I hadn't dreamt of Catherine in ages. Why now? Why was I thinking of my cursed wife and her sister when they'd been out of my mind for decades? At least I tried to keep them out of my mind. Maybe they were in my forethoughts. Maybe. But of one thing I was certain. They were both out of my heart, although I doubted Ash would believe it. I looked at the clock. It was 9:30. Ash usually crawled into bed with me around 10. She wouldn't share my bed this night, maybe not any other night again. All because I'd called her Mar and then was stupid enough to lie about it. I could tell by that look in her eyes, like a wounded animal who'd been kicked one too many times, she was contemplating ending our relationship. And how could I blame her? My foolish lie had probably not been my best moment, and I felt like a sack of dirt for my behavior. Why hadn't I come clean? Why hadn't I told her about Mar from the start? That she was a woman I'd once loved, whose scorn had driven me away. But the real question I kept asking myself was why I'd called Ash my former fiancé's name. I hadn't spoken to Mar in over 20 years, not since her last visit ended in harsh words and scarred hearts. Her bitterness toward me vacillated between hurt at me marrying her sister to anger for not saving Catherine from eternal damnation, as if it had been my fault my spoiled, selfish wife was also unfaithful. I tried my best that night to save Catherine. After the floods had come, sweeping our possessions into the torrent, I'd rescued her from our crumbling house and helped her into a sturdy oak. How was I supposed to know every island snake had found sanctuary in that same tree? I had been swept up by debris just after I'd pushed Catherine onto a solid branch. My last dying thought, as the current pushed me under, wasn't for my new bride or my lost love. It had been for my brother. I was crushed that I'd never had the chance to tell my twin all had been forgiven. For though I knew what Callum had done was wrong, I did not have it in me to hate him forever. Maybe if I had forgiven Callum, God would have too. A knock at the door pulled me from my melancholy. Perhaps Ash had come to talk. If so, I would beg her forgiveness and convince her I loved no other. Even though I had yet to profess my love to her, I knew it was time. Back in my day, love came before marriage and certainly before sex. Today, things were all turned around. Well, it was time I turned things back. Ash had to know how much she meant to me. I couldn't risk losing her. My shoulders stiffened when I opened the door, revealing Boner, the unkempt friend of Ash's from the Delta Squad with shaggy reddish hair and clothes that looked like they'd been slept in. The only welcome sight was Ash's canine, Jack, who whimpered by Boner's side. He was obviously full on cookies and anxious to get back to Ash. "Sorry to disturb you, Mr. Grimm, sir." The man shuffled from foot to foot, his cheeks reddening as he stumbled over each word. "But have you seen Ash?" "She should be in her room," I said, and then proceeded to shut the door. Jack's ear-splitting howl made me pause. I peered through a crack in the door at Boner, the bulging whites of his eyes set in panic mode. "She's not there, sir." I leaned down, stroking Jack on the neck. "What's wrong, buddy?" He pranced backward, trying to jerk out of the leash as Boner pulled against him. "Mr. Grimm?" Boner's voice cracked and he coughed into his fist. "I don't know if Ash told you about our psychic Basil, but she had a vision." A chill whispered across my spine as I slowly stood, glaring at Boner and waiting for him to finish. Boner averted his gaze, his cheeks coloring even more. "It was pretty far out there, and I hope it's not true, but she saw Ash in hell with Shadow." Shards of ice solidified in my veins as I gaped at him. "What?" I asked, but already my mind was racing for a plan because I'd known this would happen. I'd known it, and fool that I was, I hadn't done enough to prevent it. He scratched the back of his neck and half-heartedly shrugged. "We had the day off, but Shadow put her house on lockdown a few hours ago, and then Basil had that vision." The sound of uneven, heavy boots thudded down the hall, matching the pace of the pounding in my chest. It was the soldier Sarge, the one who had eyes for Ash. After I'd gone into Ash's room and saw them pulling apart, I realized she may have eyes for him too. Needless to say, I didn't like him. The soldier's neck and spine were rigid, his eyes hard as granite. He sized me up and I matched his stare with one of my own. Now was not the time for a dogfight, but the pup had to be put in his place. He broke contact first, as I knew he would. She's not in the common room, and the other alphas haven't seen her or Shadow in hours. Jack strained against his leash, whimpering as he tried to twist out of his collar. I raced back into my room and grabbed my emergency satchel, the bag I'd packed for if and when Ash ever found herself in trouble. "Take him off the leash," I said to Boner. We followed Jack upstairs to the 3rd floor where the senior alphas kept their suites. I had no idea how, but Jack knew what had happened to Ash. I could sense it in the churning in my gut. We came to a heavy oak door at the end of a long hall. My heart hammered and then heaved like a powerful locomotive coming to a standstill. I'd studied the Alpha House blueprints and had gone on a detailed tour of the house the first day I'd moved in. Knowing where to find my team's leader had been my top priority, though I'd always envisioned myself coming to his door for a different reason. How could I have been so blind? "Where are we?" Sarge asked. I ran my tongue across the bridge of my mouth, which had gone drier than dust. "This is Shadow's room." Boner cast a furtive glance over his shoulder before whispering, "That guy gives me the creeps." Me too, I thought. And now we know why. Jack started scratching on the door frantically as his whimpers increased. Something was wrong, and I wasn't about to wait to find out what. I retrieved my scythe from my pocket and flipped it open. "Stand back," I warned. Boner pulled a reluctant Jack back as I sliced off the knob with the sharp blade and then busted open the door with the blunt end of the weapon. I looked past the silk drapes and fancy furnishings, drawn to an elevator door at the far end of the room. I rushed across the plush carpet, everyone else trailing behind me, and then hit the down button. "Where does this elevator go?" Sarge asked. I shook my head. I don't know. I didn't know he had one. The blueprints had made no mention of an elevator in Shadow's room. There was just the one in the common room. Whatever was going on, it was not good, and I refused to put anyone else in danger. I exhaled a deep breath, turning to Sarge and Boner. "You guys stay here." Sarge folded his arms across his chest, glaring. "Not on your soul. Ash is in trouble and I'm going too." Well, heck. Look who wanted to be Ash's knight in shining armor. If I'd been a spiteful man, I would have held my ground and refused his help, but now was not the time to be spiteful. I nodded. "I'd sure appreciate your help as long as you're aware of the dangers." "I'm aware," he said gruffly. Though I'd never left the safety of a hellbound elevator, I'd seen the trappings enough time to know what awaited me down there. A lone grim wandering the fire and brimstone was a sure target. Demons didn't exactly care for grims. After all, we were the ones who delivered them to eternal damnation. It would be nice to know an experienced combat veteran had my back, even if he planned on stabbing me in it later. "What about me, Sarge?" Boner asked in a voice that sounded oddly small. The guy was practically quaking in his flip-flops. Sarge and I shared knowing looks. Good. At least we were on the same page. Someone like Boner could be a detriment to our mission, and we'd probably spend more time keeping him out of trouble than searching for Ash. Sarge grasped him by the shoulder. "Go tell Crow what happened. He'll know what to do. Don't say a word to the alphas. We don't know who we can trust." "Okay." His lower lip quivered, his eyes glistening with moisture. "Sarge, if you don't make it back—" "I'm making it back," Sarge said, the finality of his statement leaving no room for doubt. Maybe I'd misjudged him earlier. He may have been a young pup, but here was a man who could stand his ground. Boner nodded and turned away, sniffling loudly before tugging Jack's leash. The dog dug his nails into the floor, ripping up the plush carpet as Boner dragged him. There was a longing in his big brown eyes, a powerful awareness that caused a chill to steal up my spine. And that's when I knew. How hadn't I realized it before? All these years he'd waited in purgatory for Ash now made sense. Jack was more than just a pet to her. "Hold on," I called. He turned, his eyes red-rimmed and brimming with tears. "What?" I nodded to Jack, who'd shredded a long trail in the carpet. The dog goes with us." Boner's eyes widened. "Are you crazy?" "We have a lot better chance at finding Ash with Jack." Sarge shook his head. "If something happens to her dog, she'll never forgive us." I walked over to Jack, bent down, and looked into his eyes to be sure the awareness was still there. It was. Those were not a dog's eyes gazing back at me. The understanding I saw beneath the facade of the cute puppy's stare was far more. I stood, holding out my hand for the leash. Jack's not just Ash's dog. He's her guardian angel. Chapter 6. Ash. My head still hurt, only now the pain was more localized. Twin migraines on the left and right sides of my skull. I moved my head side to side, and I could have sworn I felt something up there, as if Shadow had drilled nails into my cranium. I wouldn't have put it past the sick bastard. He'd definitely done something to my spine, too. The flesh on my back felt swollen and exposed. I had to get out of here before he came up with more torture techniques. I closed my eyes, focusing my energy into the restraints around my hands. My eyes shot open when I felt the first tear. It was working. But the strange thing was, the energy surging from my palms felt different, almost electric. Unfortunately, Sasquatch Demon was still staring into my cage, licking his furry lips and rubbing his hands together, his eyes glued to my tits. I knew he was wishing for some chicken rub and a carving knife. Somehow I got the feeling he wasn't taking Shadow's threat seriously, and I'd be missing a chunk of breast meat before Shadow came back. I closed my eyes again, channeling my power with more urgency, hoping Sasquatch Demon didn't catch on to my escape attempt. Energy burst through my hands, making a loud ripping sound as it blasted off the trappings. Okay, that definitely felt different than wind, as a strange tingly feeling raced up my arms. "What in tarnation was that?" the demon asked. I opened my eyes, flashing a rueful smile. "Sorry," I said. "I had chili for lunch." He licked his lips as a string of drool fell to the floor. I bet you'd taste good in chili." Ugh, maybe the food image hadn't been such a good idea. Well, at least my hands were free. Now what to do with the rest of my restraints? The demon would see if I untied them. I had to distract him. I sized up the bars of my cage. They looked pretty sturdy, but I'd blasted doors off hinges before, and I was sure as heck going to try to blast the bars too. Panic seized me at the sound of keys rattling. Sasquatch Demon was coming inside. "Just a little piece of breast meat," he mumbled. He threw open the gate, dropping the keys to the floor with a clank as he produced a big-ass knife from behind his back. Oh, this was so not good. I held out my hands and blasted him with a roar. The last thing I saw were the whites of his eyes before he flew out of my cell. And holy heck, what had come out of my palms? I never remembered my wind being that bright or that full of static. By the time I'd untied the bonds on my ankles and pulled the ropes off my shoulders, I saw a flash of fur outside the cage. "Damn bitch don't know who y'all's messing with." Shit. The only thing worse than a redneck Sasquatch demon with a big hunting knife was a pissed-off redneck Sasquatch demon with a big hunting knife. I stood on shaky legs, holding out my hands again, preparing to strike, but the demon moved so fast I couldn't see where he'd gone. Oh, great! He was Speedy Gonzales, too. Another flash of fur whizzed by the cage, a glint of steel hitting the bars with ear-splitting cranks. His ominous laughter echoed through the cavern. He was toying with me. The gate was still open. He was expecting me to make a run for it, and then he'd strike fast, dissecting me into pieces like a Ginsu chef dicing raw meat. Another flash of fur and steel, and the clanking was louder. I felt a splash of water on my face. He was trying to unnerve me, send me into panic mode, running from the cell and into the blade of his knife, but his plan backfired. The water tasted cool and refreshing, and surprisingly energizing, as in my skin buzzed with pleasure. Weird. One more pass across the cage, and then my bars lit up with fire. I shrieked and ducked, crying out as I felt the raw wound on my back tear open. Heat filled the cage as the inferno flared and then slowly died. What the hell
hell just happened? I froze when a new demon entered my cage. I recognized him instantly as the dragon demon from my last ghosting assignment, the same demon who'd wrestled with my boyfriend all the way back down to hell. I'd been sure Aiden would come back with bruises and burns, but other than a few minor scratches, he'd looked whole. He'd never spoken of the encounter after that night, no matter how many times I'd broached the subject. The dragon held a hand down to me. "He's gone now. Are you all right?" His voice had an oddly familiar ring, and those eyes. Though they were red and glowing, there was something about them that made me think I knew this demon. But that was impossible. We'd only met once under very unpleasant circumstances. I slowly slid up the wall, wincing at the sharp stabbing pain in my spine. I held out my hands, preparing to unleash my energy. The only thing holding me back was fear this demon would probably burn me to a crisp. I eyed him warily. "Keep away from me." "I'm not going to hurt you," he said, his gruff voice softening. He took a step closer, and the light from the wall sconces illuminated his features. Though the sides of his face and the rest of his body were covered in reddish scales, there was still something oddly familiar about him. He looked part dragon, part human, and was bigger than most men, about as tall as Aiden, but even wider. He wore no clothes other than what I could only describe as a loincloth covering his private dragon parts, which I assumed to be rather voluminous because damn if the bulging cloth didn't jiggle when he walked. Ew, gross. I was ogling dragon dong. I pushed my back against the wall. I thought about blasting him and then making a run for it, but where would I go? My brain had been foggy when Shadow captured me, and I didn't remember the way to the elevator. What if another demon captured me? Even though something about this demon seemed oddly familiar, maybe comforting, I reminded myself this creature could easily burn my eyes out. He'd almost taken me to hell during my last ghosting assignment after capturing me in a painful grip right before Aiden saved me. He was just trying to sweet-talk me so I'd obey. Maybe he was the kind of demon who liked to tenderize his meat before he barbecued it. The power forming at the center of my palms made my skin itch. One good blast and I could run like hell. Where I'd go, I still had no idea. "I use a lot of lavender moisturizer," I said as I unclenched my fingers, "so I probably don't taste good." He chuckled, a deep, throaty laugh, as a plume of smoke escaped from his mouth. I fanned my face as his breath washed over me like a heat wave. "I'm not going to eat you either," he said, waving to the bars behind us. "We need to go before Shadow gets back. You're not safe here." I arched a brow. "And you're telling me I'd be safe with you?" Why was this demon trying to help me? Surely there was something in it for him. Maybe he wasn't hungry at the moment. Maybe he was going to ransom me back to Shadow, or maybe he needed to make a virgin sacrifice to Satan. Scratch the virgin part. Maybe he just needed to make a sacrifice. He nodded. "You're Aiden's woman, right?" "Yeah," I answered hesitantly. Oh, great. He and my boyfriend were on a first-name basis. Why did I get the feeling I wouldn't like the reason? He slapped his broad, scaly chest. "It's me, Callum." Did he expect me to know who he was? I was fairly certain I'd never hung in the same social circles as dragons, and if I did, I would have known about it. Callum who? A look of shock crossed his demonic features. "Hasn't my brother spoken of me?" Brother? Does he mean Aiden? No. Surely if Aiden had a brother in hell, he would have told me, right? There was no mistaking the hurt in the demon's gaze as the embers in his eyes darkened to a dull glow. "Aiden's my twin." You guys don't look anything alike. Even as the words came out of my mouth, I somehow sensed he was telling the truth. Earlier today, when Aiden had caught me with Sarge, that angry look in his eyes reminded me of Dragon Demon. And looking at this demon now, I did spy some similarities. Although it was a stretch, could this demon be Aiden's twin? And if he was, What the heck was he doing in hell?
Look,
He groaned as steam poured out of his nose.
do you want to go back to my brother or not?
A hand flew to my heart. He would really take me back to Aiden? This had to be some sort of trick. You mean you'd help me get back to purgatory? He folded impossibly huge, scaly arms across his chest.
That's what I'm saying.
My jaw dropped. Why? There was a loud bang from somewhere beyond the dark recesses of the cavern. His eyes widened and he stepped back, casting a glance over his shoulder. His nostrils flared as he turned back to me.
Someone's coming. This is your one chance to escape.
I must have gone certifiably crazy, because I put not only my life but my soul in the demon's hands. I let him lead me past the bars and a pile of burnt fur and bones I assumed was Sasquatch demon, and toward a faint glow at the end of the cavern. Where we were going, I had no idea. I only hoped I wouldn't end up as the main course for a dragon's feast.
Aiden. It was a tight squeeze going down. Too tight, so I had to go with Jack first and then impatiently wait for the sergeant. I knew I was going to be spending too much time with the guy. We didn't need to start out with our balls pressed together. As soon as the elevator doors dinged open, he shot out and moved ahead of me. Bones crunched under my boots as I strived to catch up. Did he think this was a race? He had no idea where to go without me. He had a quick stride, considering the uneven terrain and his prosthetic leg. Human bones were littered everywhere. In some spots, their masses so deep I could not see beneath the dull gray of their crushed skulls. Remnants of the lives lost to the beast. I'd given up on Jack's leash at this point. There was no way I'd be able to scale bones and rein in a dog. I beckoned the soldier up a slope of gray toward the mouth of a cavern as wide as the length of 2 steamships. Beyond that, I knew were the burning embers of Hell's Gate. The infernal fire was what led the way, its flames so hot it burned in unnatural violet and fuchsia hues, lighting the mouth of the cave in a stunning and eerie display of color. The hike up was slow going, as the bones beneath us would slide and tumble with the slightest disturbance. Jack seemed to know where we were heading, scaling up the slope with dexterity while I struggled to keep my footing. By the time we reached the top, our chests were heaving and our hands and knees were cut and sore. I sat atop a crushed ribcage, shielding my eyes against the blinding light, squinting down at the mouth of fire that sprang up from the bottom of the cave. Great thunderous explosions burst from deep in the beast's belly, making ear-splitting crackles before shaking the ground with bone-jarring booms. The skulls farther along had turned to ash, making our descent far easier, though we roasted like 3 stuck hogs on the spit. My throat was already parched, so I grabbed 2 bottles of water out of my pack and handed one to the soldier. "Ration this," I said. "There won't be any potable water sources where we're going." Not that it mattered. From what I'd heard, I could survive hell without water, though the discomfort from an eternally parched throat would be enough to drive me mad. "Thanks," he said as he took the bottle. "I should have brought my pack." I shook my head as I poured a small amount of water into my hand and let Jack drink. "There isn't time. We need to get to Ash. I'm not sure why Shadow took her, but his plan must be foul indeed." I capped the water and slipped it in the satchel and then pulled out a spare scythe. The case wasn't much bigger than what modern people used for cell phones, one of Purgatory's rare and useful technological advances gifted from the big guy. All I had to do was press a button, and it expanded into a giant, gleaming arched blade with a long handle that doubled as a walking stick. Though Grimms didn't need walking sticks. We were all in prime shape, strong enough to take on the nastiest of demons. The cool object warmed in my hand, and I hesitated before handing it to Sarge. "Guard this well. It was issued to me and me only. I'm breaking code just letting you use it." "I appreciate it." He looked down at the object and frowned. "It's not a rifle, but it will do." Guns don't do any good in hell. All they do is piss off demons. If you want to slow a demon down, you chop off his head. Sarge narrowed his eyes. "What do I do if I want to kill one?" Good. We were definitely on the same page. I could try to summon an elevator with my scythe, but since I'd never been stuck in hell before, I wasn't sure if it would work. I took the scythe from him, pointing to the 2 red and blue buttons on the device. I aimed the weapon away from us and hit the red button. A bolt of flame shot out. The blast would have caused me to topple back had I not been prepared for the charge. "If you want to kill a demon, you burn it to a crisp," I said, handing it back to him. "It dies a second death and gets knocked down another level. It will take years for the demon to ascend again. Hopefully, we'll be long gone." He nodded and pocketed the weapon. "How do you know which level Ash is on?" "Good question, and I'd already given it some thought. Shadow would have brought her to the top." "Why?" "Because the farther down he goes," I said, "the more miserable his existence." I'd been thinking about the life of luxury Shadow had been living in purgatory. I wasn't sure how long he'd been there, but I knew he'd been a ghoster for at least 50 years. He was used to certain comforts, so I knew he'd want to stay on the highest level in hell, which led me to wonder why he would have given up his soul in the first place. Then I remembered how precariously the balance of power could shift in one's favor in the underworld. I knew it was power Shadow sought. He desired that more than luxury. I had no idea what he hoped to gain by stealing Ash, but I knew a power-hungry demon was dangerous indeed. Sarge let Jack drink some of his water before he capped it and handed it back to me. "So the top level isn't so bad." I slowly stood, eyeing the great mouth of fire with a heavy heart. "It's all bad, soldier." He made the sign of the cross and held a hand against his heart. "Lord have mercy."
Chapter 7. Ash. After escaping my cell, I followed the dragon through a tunnel. I didn't know why I was expecting my escape to be easy, end up at an elevator, and hitch a ride to purgatory. What I was not expecting was for the dragon to take me to the edge of a monster cliff overlooking the flaming basin of eternal damnation. For a moment, I imagined I was at the Grand Canyon, except instead of a placid canyon below, I was staring down at a lake of fire so hot it burned crimson and blue. Giant bursts escaped from the lake, creating thunderous explosions that rattled my insides, followed by a brilliant display of flaming fireworks that illuminated the top of a massive black cavern. Wow. Hell was a giant cave with a bubbling cauldron at the bottom. So not my ideal afterlife. The heat was all around me, burning me from within and radiating outward. Damn, it was hot, and I did not care to get any hotter, as in being pushed into a lake of fire by a sadistic dragon who claimed to be my boyfriend's long-lost brother. "What do we do now?" I yelled over the roar of the flames.
"We fly,"
he answered as he unfurled huge crimson wings. I'd had no idea they were tucked behind his back. They were magnificent, with brilliant blue membranes and skin so thin in places I could see the outlines of rock formations behind him. I don't think so." I took a hesitant step away from him and farther from the edge of the monster cliff. I stole a glance over my shoulder at the mouth of the cave we'd just fled and wondered if I wouldn't have been safer taking my chances with Shadow.
"Come on."
He held out a clawed hand.
"It won't be bad. I promise I'll help you if your wings don't hold up."
"Excuse me?" I jerked back. "Wings?" Before I could stop him, he grasped my shoulders and spun me around. "What are you doing?" I screamed and tried to elbow him as he tore open the back of my shirt and ran his claws down my spine. I nearly fainted as I heard a loud rip, like a zipper being opened, only I knew the zipper was the flesh on my back. Then I felt something poke through, the feeling of relief rushing through me as my wings stretched and flapped, easing sore tendons. Holy shit! I have wings! I spun around as he unfurled the 2 giant sticky flaps across my back. I bent one wing to my face, touching my nose with the wet golden tip, amazed I could move the extension as I would an arm. Then I touched a finger to my lightly feathered wing, shocked to see my hand was a bright yellow hue. What the heck had happened to me? Last I remembered, I hadn't fallen asleep in a tanning booth, but I was definitely yellow now, or else I'd caught a bad case of demonic jaundice. When I pulled my hand away, there was this gooey stuff stuck to my fingers. It was all over my wings, too, kinda like a mixture of blood and mucus. Gross.
The membrane seemed strong enough,
Dragon said as he stroked the outer edges. A shiver stole up my spine and shot straight to my girly parts. Yikes. My wings were super sensitive, maybe too sensitive, as in, holy heck, I might just have an orgasm if he continued stroking them. This was not good. What happened to my skin, and where the heck did these come from? I asked as I spun around, flapping with the movement. Nasty wet stuff sprayed everywhere. Oops.
You're in demon form.
He flicked a bit of my goo off his arm without making a face, as if slimy appendages sprouting out of one's back was no big deal. Then again, he was covered in scales. The throbbing in my skull returned, deep and sore, like the time I'd had an abscessed tooth, only the pain was on both sides of my head. I gasped when I touched my head above my temples. Twin spikes were growing out of my hairline. Holy heck! I have horns? What was I supposed to be? Some kind of big bird she-devil?
Hold still,
he said as he latched onto one wing.
Let me dry you off.
I flinched when his heat poured onto my backside, feeling vulnerable and exposed with him behind me, and then I coughed at the acidic smell of smoke that shrouded me like a cloak. Gag. Dragon steam was worse than dog breath. When he released me, my feathers were crisp and dry. I tried flapping again, amazed at how fast my wings moved. I felt like a hummingbird. I spun around, laughing and flapping, but then stopped when my feet lifted off the ground. Heck no, was I going to try flying. I wasn't a fan of heights, after all. I couldn't even get on an airplane without a barf bag. An ear-splitting howl erupted from the cavern behind us, and I instinctively shielded my ears with my wings, wrapping my body in a cocoon.
Shadow knows you're gone.
He latched onto my arm and steered me toward the edge of the cliff.
We need to jump.
Hang on, did he just say jump? I jerked out of his grasp, stumbling backward. I've never flown before. He rolled his eyes and flapped his arms like a crazy chicken.
It's just like flapping an extra set of arms.
My mouth had gone bone dry. Somehow, I didn't think it was due to the heat. Unable to speak, I took another step back and shook my head. He lunged forward, digging his claws into my arm as steam shot out of his nose.
You either jump with me or I push you. What's it going to be?
Well, shit. The second roar was much louder, and I knew we were running out of time. All I had to do was summon the nerve to, holy shit, help! The dragon latched his talons into my wrist and dragged me to the edge of the cliff. And then, he pushed me. The jackass actually pushed me. I screamed bloody murder as I spiraled toward the flaming pit, but instinct took over and I flapped my wings with all my might. Then I soared above the flames and smoke into a night sky as black as pitch, the wind ruffling my hair and tickling my skin. The sensation was so amazing, I couldn't help the squeal that escaped my throat. I'm flying. I'm actually flying. A plume of fire erupted beside me. I gasped and nearly lost my balance until I saw the dragon flapping his wings, his huge scaly chest heaving as he chuckled. I laughed alongside him. But then my heart nearly stopped when I looked into his eyes. He had Aiden's gaze. He also had Aiden's smile. This dragon had been telling the truth. He was my boyfriend's twin. The realization hit hard, causing my throat to tighten with emotion. How had they been separated? Had Aiden's twin deserved to go to hell? Or had he been tricked like me? If so, what chance of escape did I have if Aiden couldn't save his brother?
Aiden. Sweat poured down my back and brow as we neared the elevator to Hell's Gate. I knew once we got inside there was no turning back. I only hoped this soldier understood the risks, because there was nothing in it for him. The girl we were saving was mine. There would be no reward for him other than surviving the impossible and coming back to share the tale. After passing through a curtain of black smoke, I could barely make out the gleaming red doors of the portal to hell. The massive elevator sat precariously close to the edge of the flame, a lone beacon, a promise of hope and escape to all those poor souls below. To risk facing down the guard and reaching the elevator almost always resulted in death, and death for a demon meant being knocked down another layer. Like purgatory, hell was made up of many levels. Only between each layer was a huge flaming pit, a deterrent for those trying to escape. The only way around the fire was the elevator, and the only way onto the elevator was past the guard, a three-headed dog the Greeks had named Cerberus. He was as mean as he was ugly. Since hell had 13 levels, there were 13 of these dogs, each one more ferocious than the next. Hopefully Ash was on the top level of hell. We had a chance, though slim, of defeating that guardian. "Where are we?" Sarge asked. I let out a slow exhale. We are at Hell's Gate. When we came to a standstill in front of the gleaming doors wide enough to hold an elephant-sized demon, he cautiously examined our surroundings. "Why did we have to come here? I thought Grimms could summon elevators from anywhere." The guy was observant. I had to hand it to him. Now, if he was only this observant when it came to women, he'd know Ash had already pledged her heart to another. The portal to hell only appears when a demon is present. Otherwise, we have to come here. This is the portal demons used to cross over to Earth. The demons who passed through Hell's Gate and terrorized Earth had been given permission by a gatekeeper. Only gatekeepers could grant escape, but there was always a catch. Those demons sent to Earth were haunting on borrowed time, and if they did not return with captured souls, there was usually hell to pay. Literally. Sarge motioned to the skeletal formations. "Why aren't there demons everywhere?" "They require special permission from the gatekeeper to ascend." We stopped at the elevator. I swallowed hard as I turned and looked at the expanse of bones behind us, at my last look of freedom before I sacrificed my soul for the woman I loved. I thought about telling the soldier to go back, that this wasn't his battle. I looked down at Ash's dog as he scratched the elevator door and whined. He was anxious to get to his mistress in hell, though instinct had to have warned him he might not return. "Will we need permission to come back up?" I chuckled at that. The gatekeeper's mission was to keep souls in, not let them out. I doubt the gatekeeper will grant it. Then how do we escape hell? There was no mistaking the nervous tension in his voice. The soldier was finally scared. Good. I leveled him with a hard look, making sure he understood what we were in for. We fight our way out. He held up the scythe I'd lent him, lines of worry crinkling his dark eyes. "With ease?" With a shaky finger, I hit the down button, expelling a nervous breath when the door slid open. "We may have other powers as well. When we descend, we will take on demon form." "Demon form?" "Don't be surprised by my appearance, or yours for that matter." Before I lost my nerve, I stepped onto the platform. Jack followed eagerly behind me. Leave it to a dog to teach me a lesson in loyalty and bravery. Though I could read the dread in the wide pools of the soldier's eyes, he did not hesitate to step on either. The door slid shut with a heavy thud, and when the elevator lurched, the contents of my stomach burned the back of my throat. I held it back. I would not let fear rule me. I would not let Ash down.
Chapter 8. Ash. We did not have to fly far before Callum was leading me to the opening of another cave suspended over a cliff much like the one we'd just escaped. Jeez, hell dwellings had no character, and they certainly had no curb appeal. This cliff had a shorter ledge, so I was literally landing and tumbling into the mouth of the cave at the same time. As fun as my flight had been, I was relieved when I hit solid ground. There was just one major problem. I lost my shirt during the flight, so now my only top was a torpedo tit bra I'd borrowed from my grandma. Luckily, 1950s fashion covered my girls a bit better than the lacy things I'd left back on Earth. Still, to say I was embarrassed to have Aiden's brother see me like this was the understatement of the century. Pretend it's a bathing suit top, Ash. Where are we? I asked as I awkwardly covered my chest with my arms. Then I froze when I heard gruff voices inside the cavern.
My den,
he answered, his eyes bulging as he caught sight of my tit missiles. He quickly looked away, folding his wings back. I arched a brow as I flapped my wings, trying to get them to cooperate and fold into place. But since I sucked at origami and folding socks, the wing thing wasn't working out so well either. Finally, I gave up and groaned as I blew a wayward frizzy lock out of my eyes. Your den? He circled me and pushed my wings back. Again, every time he touched a sensitive spot, I felt my lustometer start to rise. So not good. Somehow I got the feeling this demon would be hot in the sack, although sleeping with him would have been wrong. No matter how right it would have felt.
I share a den with a dozen other demons. We are part of a pack, and I am their alpha,
he said. That was probably a good thing, right? That meant if any of them wanted to eat me, they had to obey him when he said to back off. The gruff voices were louder, and I was pretty sure I heard grunts and slams as if they were involved in a brawl. Are they nice? He spun me around, searching my eyes with a force that made my knees weaken.
They're demons. Most of them were criminals back on Earth. If you want to survive, you will have to go along with my plan.
He averted his gaze for just a moment, and I thought his pink cheeks colored even brighter. I swallowed. Somehow I got the feeling I wouldn't like his plan one bit. Which is? This time he did flush a bright shade of red.
You're my What's you got there?
I spun around at the sibilant voice behind me, so creepy it was like 1,000 tiny spiders burrowing into my skin. The green lizard man assessing me between two eye slits nearly made me wet my pants. Callum pushed me behind him and puffed up his chest.
Back off!
I felt the heat radiating off his body as the smell of smoke filled the air. I was tempted to step back, but I didn't want some other demon to catch me.
What's this?
A low growl snaked across my senses.
Dragon's got himself a bitch.
Callum's massive back shielded me from the other demons. I had nothing to stare at except the ridge going down his spine and well-formed muscles beneath glistening scales.
That's right,
Callum grumbled.
And if any of you cusses touch her, you're toast.
Wait a minute. I'm his bitch now? This was his plan? To pass me off as his woman? Correction, his bitch? If I had to be someone's bitch, I guess I'd rather belong to Aiden's twin than any of them. He reached back and wrapped a protective hand around my wrist. Instinctively, I struggled to break free, but he squeezed so tight I thought he'd snap me in two. Ouch! I screamed. Let me go! Before I could stop him, he spun me into his arms and growled into my ear. Play along. Then he threw me over his shoulder, slamming my gut onto his hard scales, causing me to gasp in pain.
This bitch is mine,
he roared, and then smacked me on the ass. Hard. I howled and the other demons laughed. Hey, asshole! I punched his armored back, which stung like hell. It was like hitting granite. I howled again, calling him every swear word in the book and then some. Feisty, the lizard demon hissed behind me. When you're finished with her, I'd like a go. I froze when I heard a chorus of ominous chuckles. Just how many freaking demons were there? Too bad I was draped over a massive back and couldn't see shit other than a really nice set of tight, rounded dragon buns. Bad Ash. What was I doing thinking about dragon ass when I already had a perfectly nice Grim Reaper ass waiting for me in purgatory? I felt his chest expand beneath me and then massive heat along my backside. I screamed when I heard the roar of flames, especially since my legs felt the burn. Thank goodness for rugged denim. Too bad he'd probably singed holes through my jeans.
Anyone else want to go?
He stomped forward, rattling my brain with each step. I heard a lot of shuffling feet, but not another word. As we descended into the cave, I caught a glimpse of the lizard demon, or what was left of him, a blackened and petrified carcass whose frozen features seemed to blend with the dark cave walls. Nice. Remind me to never cross a dragon.
Aiden. By the time the elevator dinged, we were already in demon form, and I understood why our portal needed to be so big. Jack had morphed into a black, two-headed beast twice the size of a buffalo. His shoulders came just above my head, and his massive jowls dripped saliva in a puddle beside me as both of his tongues lolled to one side. I was almost afraid to look up at him as I clutched my scythe in one hand, but when I saw a familiar spark behind those big brown eyes, I breathed a sigh of relief. At least he was the same Jack on the inside, Ash's lovable and loyal dog. I was glad to have a companion like him along for the journey. He'd come in handy when we were being attacked by hordes of demons. Sarge had grown too. He was a hulk of a man with bulging arms and two horns growing out of his skull. There was a spiky ridge down his spine, the points looking sharp enough to do some serious damage. Gone was his prosthetic leg, and in its place was a clawed foot with long talons. He gawked at Jack and me, a frightened look in his eyes as if we were more horrific than he was. I already knew what I looked like. I'd seen my image reflected back at me enough times in the shiny elevator door. I was the Grim Reaper from childhood nightmares, tall and skeletal with large glowing eyes concealed beneath a heavy cloak. I was meant to instill terror in those damned souls before they were delivered to hell. If they only knew how frightened I'd been during those rare occasions when they'd clung to me, trying to drag me with them through the elevator past the point of no return. Though I didn't want to, in those instances I had to use my scythe and either maim them or chop off their heads. Yeah, I had a hazardous occupation. I thought working for the ghosting squad would be safer. Oh, how wrong I'd been. Cerberus was waiting for us as soon as we got off, puffing up his massive chest and growling at us to move along. He was the ugliest dog I'd ever seen, the size of an elephant with 3 misshapen heads, matted gray fur, and large, yellowing fangs that oozed sizzling venom onto the crusted lava beneath him. He brought rabies to a whole new level. Sarge's jaw dropped as he pointed up at the beast. "What the fuck is that?" I warily gazed at his 3 heads while whistling for Jack. "Move, before he casts us down another level." "He can do that?" Sarge asked. "One snap of his jaws and it's all over." I clutched my scythe as I hurried past the snarling canine. Jack moved along more slowly than I would have preferred, stopping a few times to growl back at Cerberus. I didn't want Ash's dog getting killed out the gate. Ash would never forgive me. "Come on, buddy," I called, patting my leg. "Ash needs you." That seemed to do the trick. He whimpered as he fell in beside me, swiveling one head back at Cerberus. I was surprised they didn't break into a dogfight. The hairs on their spines were standing on end and their fanged jowls dripped slime. "Guess we won't be taking this way out," Sarge said as he thumbed toward Cerberus. "This is the only way out," I grumbled. Which was why I never got off the elevator when I delivered souls to hell. I usually bumped them off with my scythe, and if that didn't work, I applied a swift kick of my boot. Rule number 1 when Grimm's delivered souls to hell: never ever get off the elevator. Sure, I'd fallen off a few times, but luckily I'd jumped back onto the platform before Cerberus sank his teeth into me. This time would be different. I'd have 2 extra passengers and a dog. I had no idea how we were all going to get past him, but I decided to worry about the escape later. First, I had to find my woman. One captive soul among millions who weren't too amenable toward Grimm's. This trip would be interesting. We navigated through the bottom of the pit, caught in a sweltering maze of flaming pyres. I'd heard tale of a ghoster who'd survived a brief trip to hell, that the key was to move quickly toward the top, where the air was cooler and less stifling. "Hey everyone, it's a Grimm! A Grimm's in hell!" I spun around at the sound of the snarling demon. He was a little gray thing with a bald, flattened head and one eyeball, and that one eyeball was centered on me. I was certain if he had any venom, he was about to use it. Jack snarled down at the creature, but the demon was oblivious to my guard as he jumped up and down and pointed. "A Grimm! A Grimm!" I saw other shadows in the distance slinking toward us with claws raised. What do we do now? Sarge asked. I clasped my scythe tightly as I leveled him with a somber expression. We run. Ash. Callum brought me into a smaller cave and deposited me on a lumpy platform covered in strange furs. I rubbed my sore backside and glared up at him. You dick! He chuckled. Didn't think my brother was into mouthy girls. Guess you were wrong, I pouted when I thought of the real reason Aiden was with me. Maybe Callum was right. Maybe Aiden wasn't into bad girls, but I happened to look like Mar, so he'd made an exception. I wondered what Aiden would think if he saw me sitting on his brother's bed wearing nothing but my grandma's bra and jeans. I was certain Mar would have been mortified had she been caught in her corset, but I had worn bathing suits that covered less. Besides, Callum appeared to have already gotten over the shock of seeing my girlies, so I forced myself to put it out of my mind. I had bigger problems. Callum grabbed a jug off a weathered wooden table, tilted his head back, and took several gulps. Somehow, I got the feeling he wasn't drinking Gatorade. I licked my parched lips as I watched him. He didn't even offer me a sip, but I wasn't interested in whatever was in that dirty jug. After flying across the flaming embers of hell and choking on lots and lots of smoke, I wanted water. I scowled at my surroundings, hoping to spy an Evian bottle somewhere, or, at the very least, a sink with some decent tap. But this place looked like a throwback to the Stone Age. I'd be lucky to find a well. The stone floor was covered in grime, the walls were blackened with soot, and the only light source was a low flame from a fireplace at the back of the cave. The thing I sat on was some sort of bed covered in the hides of an orange and black striped creature. In short, the place was a dump. Okay, so I wasn't expecting the Ritz-Carlton in hell, but I thought dragon lairs were supposed to have caches of rubies and gold, not smelly furs and cobwebs. I had to get out of here. If I didn't get eaten by something, I'd end up with E. coli. Then I saw it, the small stream of water running down the side wall and into a crack in the floor. It was like Callum had his own mini waterfall. I jumped from my seat, grabbed a wooden goblet off the table, and held it under the stream. Just as I was about to tip the refreshing liquid into my mouth, Callum held out a hand. You don't want to drink it. I hesitated. Damn, I was so thirsty. Why not? Is it poisoned? Shrugging, he averted his gaze. Not exactly. What's wrong with the water? Didn't he realize getting kidnapped by a shadowy demon and flying through hell worked up a thirst? He pinched his fingers together and grimaced. Just a little. It changes hormones. Seriously? Like, will I grow a mustache or start my period early? I looked down at the swirling liquid. Could it have been something other than water? I hadn't realized until that moment how parched I was, but the inside of my mouth was so dry it felt like a dust bowl. I hesitantly took a sip. It was surprisingly cool and refreshing. I took a few more sips before he snatched the goblet from me. That's enough. I wanted to argue, but decided to save it for another time as I slumped back onto the bed. There was obviously something wrong with the water, and I didn't want to wake up with a dick, but sheesh, I was still thirsty. What's your name? He asked. Ashley, I said after I wiped my mouth with the back of my hand. Ashley Murphy. Then I slapped my hand over my mouth. Why had I said that? I'd shed that stupid last name a long time ago. Well, I'll be a Murphy. No wonder Aiden fell head over heels for you. I grimaced. Yeah, no wonder. He walked over to the wall and dumped the contents of the goblet down the stream. Aiden was engaged to a Marie Murphy once. You look like her. Oh boy, here we go. Yes, I know. So what's your escape plan? I asked, needing to change the subject, and not just because I was tired of talking about Mar. He averted his gaze. I don't have one yet. I rose on shaky legs and stiffened my spine. What do you mean you don't have one? He shrugged. I only just found out you were in hell. Give a dragon a break.
Which begged my next question. How did you know I was here? I asked with an accusatory note in my voice. This rescue seemed a little too convenient.
How did I not know you were here? Just about every demon in this dimension saw a shadow flying over the lake of fire with a glowing angel in his arms.
What little moisture I had in my stomach all went south as my hand flew to my chest. My stomach churned when I realized just how easy it would have been for him to drop me. That would have been an unpleasant surprise to wake up to, drowning in a sea of flame. You mean he carried me over a flaming pit?
Yeah.
He grabbed something off the table that looked like a handful of jerky strips, but as I squinted at the thing, I just about barfed up hormonal water. Those weren't jerky strips. They were legs, 8 of them, all attached to a bulbous, hairy, petrified body. Dragon-grilled spider. Gross.
You hungry?
He asked as he bit the head off the thing. Bile projected into my throat as I vehemently shook my head. No thanks.
Suit yourself, more for me,
he mumbled as he ripped off a leg, grinding it between sharp fangs. I tried to blot out the sound of crunching spider carcass as I searched the cave for an escape. Wringing my hands together, I batted my lashes, going for my best cute pouty face. Yeah, using my charms as a method of persuasion was pretty low, but I was in hell after all, and I didn't think I could sink any lower anyway. Is there maybe a nearby elevator you can direct me to? Callum screwed up his features and then laughed so hard smoke poured from his nostrils. I clenched my hands and shot to my feet. What's so funny?
If it was that easy, none of us would be here. There's only one elevator, and the dog guarding it isn't exactly friendly.
Hang on. I perked up at that. Dogs love me. He wiped spider residue on his loincloth and burped loudly into his fist.
Not Cerberus. He's got 3 heads and venomous fangs.
Cerberus? The monster from mythology? Lovely. I threw up my hands. So what am I supposed to do? He heaved a sigh as he leaned against the table.
Right now, the best option is to keep you safe until Aiden comes for you.
I rolled my eyes and plopped back down on the furs. Which will be never.
He will rescue you.
He came and sat beside me, but not close enough that our legs touched. No, he left a respectable few inches between us. So why did it still feel like he was hogging my space? How do you know? I asked. He grunted, shaking his head.
My brother told me if I ever stole your soul, he would find you, and when he did, he would spare me no mercy.
I turned to him, searching his gaze for any sign of deceit. He really said that? He nodded.
Last time I saw him.
I cringed as memories from my ghosting mishap came flooding back. Callum and his 2 demon friends had attacked me and tried to take me to hell. If it hadn't been for Aiden, they would have succeeded. Guess it didn't matter since I'd ended up in the fiery pit anyway. Oh yeah, I remember that night.
Sorry about that.
He pointed a clawed finger at my hand, which I realized was clenched in a ball by my side. I held it up, waving my fingers at him. There was only a faint scar across my palm. It's okay now. His eyes searched mine, the look in them so heartfelt I thought he was about to declare his undying love.
I was just doing my job, you know.
Just doing his job? Was this guy for real? They'd been trying to steal a child's soul. Banishing a child to hell? What a nice occupation you have. So much for his heartfelt expression. Maybe he was just blowing smoke up my ass with the nice guy persona. Maybe he was only trying to earn my trust before he started torturing me. This was hell, after all. He looked into my eyes, his gaze steady and unwavering.
Children can't go to hell. We were there for the sorceress.
And what about those rumors I heard of you? I asked as a shudder stole down my spine when I recalled the way he'd come after me the night I first encountered him. That you've burned Ghoster's eyes out.
Rumors, nothing more.
He chuckled.
I suspect my brother started them to keep the other Grimms from confronting me."
I wanted so badly to believe him. After all, he was my only friend in hell, the only person I could trust, although I knew I'd still have to be on my guard in case he turned out to be psycho like Shadow. "That's good to know," I said. And then my blood ran cold when I realized that evil and sadistic sorceress was in hell with me. What happened to her? Lucia, wasn't it? I stole a quick glance over my shoulder, wrapping my wings protectively around me. Is she around somewhere?
"Oh no," he chuckled. "She got knocked down several dimensions on the first day."
I assumed by dimensions he meant levels. All that mattered was Lucia wasn't here. I would not have wanted to meet up with a crazy, vengeful demon bitch. I had enough to worry about. After exhaling a sigh of relief, I forced myself to look into his eyes. Beneath the glowing red, I thought I saw specks of blue, bright blue, just like Aiden's. So Aiden is just going to march through hell and find me? He puffed up his scaly chest.
"If anyone can do it, he can. My brother is smart and resourceful, and he's been fighting demons for a century."
Great. I rolled my eyes. There's just one problem.
"What?"
He doesn't know I'm here. My shoulders fell. Nobody knew I'd left with Shadow. Aiden probably wasn't expecting me to come to his room tonight. He wouldn't even notice I'd gone missing until tomorrow. Callum stood, muscles bulging as he stretched his arms over his head.
"I'm sure he'll figure it out eventually."
Then he headed for a narrow doorway leading into the main part of the cave. I stood, apprehension settling in my gut. Twisting my hands together, I jutted a foot forward. "Where are you going?" He turned to me, his bright red eyes darkening to an ominous crimson.
"There is one soul who knows you're here, and he'll come to reclaim you soon enough."
"Shadow," I breathed. "What are you going to do?" Steam poured out of his nose as he laughed.
"What dragons do best." Chapter 9. Aiden. After leaving the flaming pit behind us, we came to a forest, gnarled, petrified trees the color of stone, some of which were 3 stories tall. They had died eons ago. Jack proved just how fragile they were when he bumped into one and it disintegrated in a puff of dust, raining debris down on our heads. Though we choked on soot in the stifling air, we had no time to stop for water. Shadows followed us too. Their hideous outlines played across the trees, illuminated by crimson light from the distant flames. I knew they were scorned souls, eager to seek revenge on the Grim Reaper who delivered them to hell. Whether I had been their Grim or not made no difference. We all looked alike to them, only now fear of their cloaked skeletal escorts had been replaced with resentment. They would not hesitate to turn my scythe against me and cast me down to the next level of hell. I considered myself lucky to have Jack and Sarge on my side. I only hoped we could reach Ash before the demons assembled their numbers. The first demon attacked sooner than expected, falling from above and landing behind me. I ducked and spun around, narrowly missing the creature's blade as it whooshed past my nose in a blur. Before I could react, snarling canine fangs snapped off the demon's head and tossed it into the forest. Its screams echoed through the trees as its headless body chased after it. I placed a hand to my throat, thankful my head was still intact. "Thanks, buddy," I said to Jack. He answered with whimpers as one of his heads nudged me forward while the other looked over his shoulder. Good idea to keep moving. I had a sinking feeling this attack wouldn't be the last.
Ash.
"I have come to claim what's mine." "Shadow," Callum chuckled as smoke poured out of his nose. "How nice of you to visit us lowly demons. We were starting to think you weren't coming back."
I clung to the cave wall, hanging back as other demons filed past me, circling Callum and Shadow as they faced down one another.
"I made a vow to my master, and I intend on keeping it."
Shadow held out a hand and the crowd parted as he pointed directly at me.
"Give me the girl."
A shiver coursed through me as I tried to sink farther into the darkness. His cold gaze upon me made my flesh crawl. Why hadn't I stayed behind in Callum's lair? Callum cast a disinterested glance over his shoulder.
Sorry, she's my bitch now.
I flinched at that. Yeah, supposedly this was all just Callum's act, but I didn't like the idea of being anyone's bitch, even if the demon claiming me had perfectly round buns. Great. Here I go, gawking at Dragonass again. I had no idea why I was so fascinated with his rear. Maybe it was the skimpy loincloth he wore that left little to the imagination, and his crimson scales didn't hide much either. Somehow I knew that beneath his rough exterior was the flesh of a man and the heart of one too. Maybe the real reason I was drawn to him was there was something else about this demon that was so very Aiden. Could have been that, like Aiden, he had this need to protect me. Could have been I sorely missed Aiden and was looking for anything with a heartbeat, and who was I kidding, a penis to take his place. God, what was wrong with me? Ever since that hairy demon had splashed me in the face with water, my hormones have been buzzing like a diesel-powered vibrator. Shadow's body lengthened before my eyes until he was towering over Callum.
She is a prize for my master. He will not be pleased to know you have her.
Callum scowled up at him, clenching his hands by his sides.
Then you were a fool to leave her in the care of a hungry demon. Please explain to your master that I thought she was too pretty to be eaten.
My face flushed. Did he really think me pretty? Or was this all part of his ruse? And why the heck did I care anyway? Shadow's features seemed to freeze, and I almost envisioned his hollow eyes a window into his soul, barren and devoid of life.
I can assure you she was not meant to be eaten. The demon will be punished severely.
Callum crossed his arms, chuckling.
Already took care of it.
I'm fairly certain the stifling air in the cave dropped about 20 degrees. Shadow held out a hand, waving his fingers.
Give her to me, and I will see she is kept safe.
Callum widened his stance and held his ground.
You had your chance. Like I said before, the bitch is mine.
Shadow's body lengthened again, so tall it stretched to the stalactites hanging from the ceiling, and then he disappeared, like a flame doused by fire. An uneasy feeling settled in my gut, as I knew the demon hadn't vanished. He'd disguised himself in the darkness. I heard a snap, like the cracking of a whip, then a curse before the entire cave lit up in flame. I ran back to Callum's den as other demons followed at my heels. I knew they were thinking what I'd been thinking. This fight was about to get real ugly, and no way in hell were they going to get near it. I only hoped Callum won the battle. If I had to be someone's bitch, I'd rather be his. I sat beside Callum on the bed, watching him guzzle more alcohol from the jug. Devil's whiskey was what he called it. It smelled foul, like fermented eggs and skunk. I scooted back every time he belched. His breath was rancid and hot, sometimes so hot that flame followed. Gross. Talk about indigestion. I wrung my hands together as he used a dirty rag to clean his wound, a 6-inch slash across his chest that had torn away scales and ripped open the flesh beneath. What happened? I asked, and then cringed, afraid to know the answer.
The bastard cut me,
he growled.
What does it look like?
I swallowed hard, wishing I had some water. My mouth was parched again, feeling more hot and dry than the stagnant air. Did you destroy him?
Hard to tell.
He flinched and swore as blood trickled from his wound.
I scorched every wall of the cave, but that doesn't mean he didn't slip out.
I bit my bottom lip, turning my gaze down. Callum was injured because of me, and if Shadow had escaped, there was no telling what other danger would follow. I'm sorry I caused so much trouble.
This is hell,
he chuckled.
I deal with trouble on an hourly basis.
I didn't like the way he refused to meet my eyes, and I especially didn't like how his hand shook when he tried to clean his injury. Frustrated, I snatched the rag from him and washed it in a wooden basin, wringing it out several times before cleaning it again under the stream of water dripping down the side wall of the cave. I also stole a few sips of water for myself. It was cool and refreshing, and hormone water or not, I was thirsty. I sat back down beside him with a groan and began washing the cut, trying my best to ignore the way he winced every time I touched him. Several scales had been ripped at the roots and were hanging by torn tendons. "Why are you protecting me?"
"You're my brother's woman."
My gaze shot to his. His dragon features had softened, rendering his face more human than anything. I realized the tough hide was just a mask, concealing the man within the beast, a man who had risked his soul to protect mine. I wondered, not for the first time, how such a person could have been banished to hell. "How did you end up here?" I asked, not caring that the question was too personal. If I was going to trust him with my soul, I needed to understand the man behind the demon. Wisps of steam snaked out of his nose as he heaved a sigh.
"It's a long story."
"I'm not going anywhere." I finished squeezing water on the wound, careful not to peel back his scales. Then I leaped back as he splashed whiskey on it. I could actually hear his flesh sizzling. Ouch! He tilted his head back and growled, squeezing his eyes shut. His entire body went rigid and his hands shook. He remained this way until the sizzling stopped, and then he let out a slow exhale. When he looked at me, it was as if the fire had drained from his eyes. He was exhausted, and I suspected it was more mental than physical.
"I slept with a married woman,"
he said, his chest falling with the admission. I recalled the night I'd died. Aiden had taken me to pick up another soul, a man named Stan who'd cheated on his wife and been accused of embezzlement and tax fraud. Stan had somehow still made it to the bottom level of purgatory. Callum couldn't have been as bad a person as Stan. On the evolutionary chain of lowlifes, Stan was on the bottom rung for sure. He'd tried to squeeze my tits moments after dying in a jacuzzi with an underage prostitute. That's it? I shook my head, clucking my tongue. Sorry, but I knew a guy who did a lot worse and made it to purgatory. He turned a bashful gaze to the floor.
"There's more to it than that,"
he said in a barely audible whisper. I took a chance and leaned in closer. The whiskey on his breath didn't smell as strong anymore. Either that or I'd become conditioned to the odor. "Well, if you ask me, I think you deserve to be in purgatory." I tried to pat his hand, but it ended up being a squeeze instead. "You're Aiden's brother, after all. How bad can you be?" He jerked out of my grasp as if he'd been scalded. He shot to his feet, looking down at me with a scowl.
"I'm far from perfect, Ashley."
Really? Because other than the fact that he'd made a name for himself terrorizing the living, I was starting to think this dragon was a good guy. I stood, tentatively searching his eyes for the softness I'd seen moments ago. I had no idea what had come over me, but a fog settled in my brain, obscuring all other thoughts but this overwhelming need to be near him. "Ash," I said as I stepped so close to him I could feel the heat radiating off his body. I reached up and settled a hand on his chest just below his scar. "That's what my friends call me." Narrowing his eyes, he pushed my hand off of him.
"It's the water."
"What?" I searched his eyes, the fog in my brain sending all my emotions into a spiral of despair and something else. Lust. Oh my God. I was lusting after my boyfriend's brother. This was so not good. He took a step back, waving toward the stream of water.
"That which thirst quenches leaves desire unsated."
I shook my head, trying to clear my mind. You're not making any sense.
"There's something in the water here. It makes you—"
He paused, a smile tugging at his lips.
"Horny."
My hand flew to my throat. Are you serious? Earlier, when he'd warned me about the hormone water, I figured my tits would grow an extra cup size or I'd need to start waxing my upper lip.
"That's why I drink devil's whiskey."
He picked up the jug and took another swallow.
Takes the edge off.
He held it out to me, but I waved him away. I got this sickening feeling in my gut when I realized I'd just come on to my boyfriend's brother. Holy shit! I'd never tried to cheat on my boyfriends, not even the jerkiest of the jerks, and certainly not with their brothers. So every time I drink water, I'm going to get horny? He grimaced.
Afraid so.
I looked at that refreshing stream in a new light. It was poison designed to make me betray the man I cared for. This place sucked. I'd thought hell was about physical anguish, but the mental torture was worse. I didn't think I could live with myself if I slept with Callum, even if he was a sexy dragon demon with a tight ass. I had to get my lust under control, but could I go without water in the hottest place in all of eternity? Even in Callum's damp cave, the place was unbearably humid. My jeans stuck to my legs and my hair dripped with sweat. I'll die of thirst.
You're already dead, Ashley.
He stumbled back as he spoke, and I realized the whiskey was starting to take hold.
You don't need to drink. You just have to get used to being thirsty.
I threw up my hands. Oh, this sucks. So I was left with two options: be thirsty and miserable or be horny and miserable. At the risk of sounding like a broken record, I really needed to get the hell out of here.
There you are. No surprise to find you in trouble, as usual.
I spun around at the familiar nasal whine of my ex-boyfriend. Travis? What are you doing here? Not that the asshole didn't deserve to burn for all eternity, but I'd had no idea Travis was dead. Last I'd seen him, he'd been hearty and healthy, sponging off our cougar college professor. Maybe he'd breathed in enough of her secondhand smoke. Maybe he'd pissed off her ex-husband or one of her 3 grown kids and they'd put a slug in him. Either way, I couldn't say I was happy to see him again. The man had always ridiculed me for the smallest things and strutted around like his 3-inch penis was God's gift to women. He looked like the same old Travis, dark hair and eyes, high cheekbones, and a confident smile. He was dressed preppy casual, looking as if he was about to sip a mocha cappuccino at his favorite coffee shop while listening to smooth jazz and feigning interest in a literary novel. What had I ever seen in that pretentious prick?
Never mind what I'm doing here.
He pointed at me with an accusatory finger.
What are you doing here?
I looked at Callum for help, but the asshole had actually kicked back in a wooden chair, feet propped up on the table, watching our exchange with a smile as if we were his own personal one-act play.
It's a long story,
I said with a sigh as I shot Callum a glare that could have melted lead.
Let me guess.
He turned up his chin, a familiar look of contempt in his eyes.
You were being stupid.
My wings involuntarily snapped open, buzzing as I jutted hands on my hips. Well, good to see death hasn't made you any less of an asshole. I was so very tempted to smack him upside the head.
Ash.
Callum chuckled as he joined me. What? I spat, lifting off the ground as my wings flapped angrily. He settled a hand on my shoulder, pushing me back down as he looked deep into my eyes.
Let me handle this.
He walked up to Travis and shoved him with a hand on his forehead. Surprisingly, Travis didn't acknowledge Callum as he continued his verbal assault.
You kill yourself with a blow dryer, get kicked out of heaven, and now you wind up in hell. Honestly, Ash, either you have the worst luck in the world or you're hiding your blonde roots.
Callum pushed Travis back until he was standing on the threshold of the cave entrance. Travis tried to duck around Callum as he continued to hurl insults at me. The guy was insatiable. He didn't even try to get Callum off him. Callum turned to me, a wicked gleam in his eyes.
You might want to stand back.
I sucked in a gasp when Callum puffed up his chest and unleashed a flaming assault on my ex-boyfriend. In a matter of seconds, Travis was toast, reduced to nothing more than a pile of ash at Callum's feet. Holy shit! I shrieked, my hands flying to my mouth. You killed Travis!
Don't worry.
Callum eased into his chair.
He'll be back.
I gasped. What do you mean?
That demon wasn't Travis. That was your nettle.
My what?
A nettle. Everyone in hell is assigned one. You know how in heaven they have valets.
Yeah? I flushed as I was struck with the memory of my first and only night in heaven. My valet had looked just like Aiden, and I guess Callum too. He'd been big and beautiful, with a sexy southern accent, and we fucked like rabbits all night long.
A nettle is like a valet, only instead of making your afterlife easier, they make it a living hell. No pun intended.
He took a swig of his jug and belched a puff of smoke.
I just knocked him down a level. It usually only takes nettles a day or two to work their way back up.
So you have a nettle too? I asked, and then my attention was drawn to a pile of ash by the table and 3 more by the bed. Holy heck! How many nettles had this dragon smoked? And didn't they have brooms in hell? His eyes darkened as a puff of steam escaped his nose.
Unfortunately.
Callum, darling. I spun around at the sound of the sweet, seductive voice, and then my jaw dropped at the naked beauty standing in the entrance. She looked like an angel, with a halo of blonde hair cascading down her back, full, firm breasts, a small waist that flared at the hips, and large green eyes framed by thick lashes. My heart thudded when I looked more closely at those eyes, which looked too familiar.
Speak of the devil,
Callum mumbled as he stood and pushed his chair back. Your brother is gone for the day. She tilted her chin and held out her hands, brazenly eyeing him while licking her lips. Come make love to me. Callum didn't even flinch before he unleashed a steady stream of fire, reducing her into a pile of dust. Then he sat down and took a long, deep drink of whiskey. She was pretending to be Aiden's wife, Catherine, wasn't she? I asked as I sat across from him. He stared blankly at the table.
Now you know why I was cast down to hell.
I shut my eyes against the onslaught of depression that washed over me. Callum had been cast to hell for sleeping with Aiden's wife. How awful. No wonder Aiden refused to speak of his wife and brother. But the man sitting before me didn't strike me as the sort to purposely betray his family. Of one thing I was certain, he was sorry for his sins. Not long ago, Aiden had told me that once a soul was cast to hell, there were no second chances. Too bad, because if anyone deserved one, it was Callum. I wasn't so sure about Catherine. I didn't know her, so I couldn't judge, but I secretly hoped she wasn't nearby. My encounter with Mar had been awkward enough. I didn't want to face another one of Aiden Murphy's women anytime soon. Aiden told me Catherine went to hell. Is she on the same level as us?
Unfortunately, yes.
He shot me a warning glare, wagging a finger at my chest.
She is a serpent demon, and you would do well to stay away from her.
The way Callum's shoulders slumped made him look defeated and tired, and every bit older than a century. I needed to change the subject, if for no other reason than to get Callum's mind off the past. When my nettle comes back, you'll get rid of him again, right? He nodded.
As long as I can.
What do you mean? He leveled me with a look so sinister fear solidified my veins, making it difficult to breathe and impossible to move.
Shadow's master will come for us, Ash, and when he does, things will get ugly.
I jumped to my feet, my wings snapping open with an angry buzz. That's it. I refuse to be a sitting duck any longer. I stomped out of the den and through the cave tunnel. Just as I'd hoped, Callum fell in behind me.
Where are you going?
I waved a hand toward the faint glowing fuchsia lights at the end of the tunnel. To the gate. I don't care how ugly and mean that dog is. It beats sitting around here waiting to get captured. Callum grabbed my elbow, spinning me to face him.
You don't know your way to the gate.
I jerked out of his grip. That's why you're taking me." Smoke poured out of his nose as his demon eyes narrowed.
"And if I refuse?"
I tilted my head, waving a hand at the creepy shadows that had slinked into the tunnel, observing us with glowing feral eyes. "Then I'll get one of your demon roomies to show me." I said this with a smile, pretending I wasn't about to shit my pants as the shadows hovered closer.
"Blast, woman!"
He crossed his arms over his scaly chest right before snarling at a demon who'd sidled up to his back.
"You are stubborn."
I shrugged, turned, and bolted for the exit without a backward glance, hoping my prayers for him to follow me weren't futile. I jumped off the ledge, flying toward the direction of the flaming pit, relieved to hear Callum's flapping wings as he caught up to me.
"Do you know where you're going?"
he grumbled. "No," I said with a wink. "But you do."
Chapter 10. Aiden. Jack had kept vigilant watch with one head while sniffing the ground with the other. I knew he was trying to track Ash, but so far he hadn't shown the slightest indication he'd found her trail. Despite Sarge's bulky frame, he moved with the stealth of a seasoned soldier. I still couldn't believe he'd agreed to come. He must have figured the reward would outweigh the risks. Though Ash had reassured me they were just friends, I wasn't convinced they didn't share a deeper connection, but I forced myself to put it out of my mind. There would be time to dwell on that after I'd retrieved Ash from hell, because I would find her. I didn't care if it took 100 years. I refused to lose another person I loved to eternal damnation. After trekking through the dead forest for several hours, we finally made our way to an abandoned cave at the edge of the trees. I had no idea what time it was, since the sky was always dark in hell. The only illumination was from the faint glow of the distant fire. From the ledge of the cave, I saw embers from the pit below sending bursts of iridescent light into the sky like backward shooting stars. It would have been a beautiful sight, had I not known we were in the belly of the beast. We made a fire out of tree limbs, not for warmth, but for light, as even inside the cave it was hot and humid. The cave floor was fortunately soft, made up of a slightly sticky clay that was cool to the touch. I hadn't packed sleeping bags, so the bare floor would have to do. We decided to rest long enough to gather our strength and to take shifts keeping watch. After a few hours, we'd resume our search. Once we were all seated around the fire, I pulled out 4 candy bars, handing one to Sarge and 2 to Jack. Then I passed around a bottle of water, reminding them again to ration it. Though we didn't need water to survive in hell, the sweltering heat left our mouths drier than a dust bowl, and the water was a welcome reprieve. "Were you planning a trip to hell?" Sarge asked as he handed back the bottle. I nodded. "Ever since Ash joined the ghosting squad." He shot me an accusatory glare. "You knew this would happen." Anger infused my skull at the judgment in his eyes. Did I know Shadow would steal her soul to hell? No, but she seems to court trouble wherever she goes. "Then why did you let her join?" he growled. I pulled back my shoulders, leveling him with a warning look. Had she been his woman, he wouldn't have been able to keep her on a leash either. I tried to dissuade her, but it was not my choice to make. The last woman I tried to control had not only rebelled but betrayed me as well. I still wasn't sure Ash's heart would be loyal to mine forever, but I wasn't about to let my jealousy get the best of me. Not yet, anyway. Ash. "Here, doggy. Nice boy. How about a yummy giant bone to chew on?" My knees wobbled and sweat dripped down my back as I walked up to 3 sets of drooling, snarling jowls, holding out what appeared to have been the leg bone of a saber-toothed tiger. How did I know this? Because of the giant fanged cat skull attached to the top of the bone structure. I suspected it was Cerberus who had killed the beast. I also realized if there had been a hell specifically for tormenting cats and mailmen, an eternity with Cerberus would have been it. My breaths came in shallow gasps as I was nearly overcome by rancid dog breath. May God strike me back down to the bottom level of hell if I ever made fun of my lovable lab's breath again.
He could have eaten an eternity's worth of crusted turd nuggets, used tampons, and recycled dog barf, and it still wouldn't have come close to the unholy stench radiating off Cerberus's 3 ugly heads. Even though I was a good 20 yards away from Freaky Fido, the smell hit me like a brick wall. I wished I could have shielded my nose, but I needed both hands to wield the bone. "Here, doggy, doggy," I cooed as I set the bone down and slowly backed away, keeping my eye on that gleaming red elevator right behind him. If I could just distract him long enough to get into that oversized door.
"Ash,"
Callum called to my back.
"this isn't going to work."
I mentally rolled my eyes at my Sir Galahad dragon hero, who was a respectable safe distance away, hiding behind a boulder while I did all the dirty work. As I watched the venom from one of Cerberus's fangs sizzle and smoke when it hit the ground, I started to believe Callum might have had a point. And just when I thought all hope was lost, Cerberus sniffed the bone before taking it in his jowls and wagging his long, snake-like tail in appreciation. His 2 outside heads fought with the middle head for control over the bone as they snapped at each other's lips and necks. Yikes. I reminded myself to never invite them to a dinner party and offer them the last croissant. Callum climbed out of his hidey hole, wiping grime off his legs. He let out a low, appreciative whistle. I planted my hands on my hips, turning up a satisfactory smile. "See? I told you dogs love me."
"Maybe so,"
Callum hissed as he ducked down.
"but that doesn't mean he's going to let you pass."
His eyes widened as he pointed beyond my shoulder.
"Watch out!"
I tumbled to the ground as a pair of fanged jowls narrowly missed snapping off my head. I rolled away as he came for another pass, and then I jumped into the air, flying just beyond his reach as he snapped at my feet. "Sheesh!" I wagged a finger at the dog. "What did I ever do to you?" He answered with a triple bark that nearly blew out my eardrums. "Bad doggy!" I scolded as he jumped up on his hind legs and sprang from the ground. I screeched and flapped away, putting a respectable amount of distance between me and his fangs. Then I flapped away a little farther, putting even more distance between me and his breath. Callum flew to my side.
"Don't take it personally. He doesn't like anyone."
I scowled down at the 3-headed demon dog who was happily munching on the bone I'd given him, his tail slapping the elevator door in a taunting staccato. Okay, new tactic.
"We leave and wait for Aiden,"
Callum said dryly. But no, I had a better idea. I had no idea if my wind powers had changed since falling into this stink hole, but they sure felt different. I looked down at my palms, willing my powers to surge, and was surprised when I saw a little spark jump off my skin. The memory of my death a few short weeks ago came flooding back. I'd been electrocuted by a faulty blow-dryer, and somehow that same electricity had found its way into my hands. I wondered just how strong my powers were, deciding there was only one way to find out. I flashed my best bad girl smile. How about we teach Fido a lesson? Callum's eyes widened and he reached for me, but I flew down fast, landing on the ground with a jarring thud that caused pain to shoot up my legs. Ouch. Okay, I'm not Superwoman. Lesson learned. Even though I was farther away from the beast than last time, when I looked into his 3 sets of glowing red eyes, I realized I hadn't really thought this plan through. Shit. Why am I always acting without thinking? One day, like maybe now, my carelessness is going to get me in trouble. But when the dog dropped his bone and came after me, I had no time to rethink my plan. I lifted my hands and fired off a charge, just enough to make him yelp 3 times and run harder. Oh, triple shit. I jumped into the sky, pumping my wings with all my might, and once again narrowly missed being Cerberus's chew toy. Okay, so that plan didn't work, but as I looked down at my aching palms, I knew I wasn't channeling all my energy. There had to be more than a little spark. All I had to do was figure out how to release it. I did my best to ignore the barking mutt below as I racked my brain for an answer. Maybe I had to get really angry, like those times I'd channeled my wind back on Earth. Maybe if Cerberus did something to piss me off, I'd be able to hit him with enough of a charge to power all of Seattle. I had no idea why, but at the moment, I wasn't feeling the anger. Yeah, I was frustrated and hot and sweaty and thirsty, and in bad need of a bath, pedicure, manicure, massage, and maybe a few orgasms, but I wasn't angry. I should have been. I'd been kidnapped and brought to hell after all. Hopelessness surged through me as I looked at Callum. He flew beside me, patting my back in a brotherly gesture. The pity reflecting in his eyes reminded me of the time my mom had tried to control my meltdown after my bratty sister popped the heads off all my dolls.
You ready to go back?
He asked, squeezing my shoulder. I shook my head as wet heat stung the back of my eyes. So plan A didn't work, but I'm sure we could figure out a plan B. I thought about what else we could use to distract the ugly canine, and for some reason, horny water came to mind. I wondered what would happen if I brought him a big bowl of water. Then I cringed when I realized what a 2-ton horny dog could do to us. Back on Earth, I'd had a hard enough time pulling Jack off my beanbag chair. Do you know where we can get any giant sofa cushions? I asked. Callum gave me a look like I'd gone certifiably batshit cray-cray. Maybe I had. But after enough time in this infernal sweaty stinkhole, it was bound to happen. Callum heaved a groan as he threw his arms into the sky.
Ash, you need to learn when to admit defeat.
No! I stomped the air with both feet. I will never admit defeat. I don't deserve to be in hell, Callum. I've never raped or killed anyone. His eyes widened and then narrowed, but not before I saw the flash of pain in his red orbs. Oops. That was a totally insensitive thing to say, Ash. He turned and flew back in the direction we'd come. I hastily went after him as I gnawed on my bottom lip. Not that you have raped or killed anyone, but you know?
Yeah,
he grumbled.
I know.
But wait, he was giving up already? We still hadn't figured out how to defeat the dog. Surely he had to have another weakness other than really bad gingivitis. Panic punctured my words. Where are you going? Callum tossed a glare over his shoulder.
Home. I'm tired of chasing my tail around.
After Callum dropped me off at his den, he went back out to talk to his demon roomies. He looked bone-tired when he returned. The cut on his chest was red and raw, and I hoped his devil's whiskey would be enough to ward off infection. I'd been wringing my hands in anticipation the entire time he was gone, worrying that he'd engaged in another battle with Shadow or his master.
I have 3 sentries on duty,
he said as he bent over the table, reaching for his whiskey jug.
They will sound the alarm when Scorpius comes. Until then, we will need our strength if we're going to zap that dog again.
He smirked and then took several swallows before setting down the jug with a clank.
We should get some rest.
When Callum nodded toward his bed, I just about had a heart attack. My eyes bugged and my wings drooped as my gaze lingered on the striped furs. Did he expect me to sleep next to his rock-hard, scaly body and not get turned on? Yeah, and never in a million years had I ever thought I'd use the words scaly and turned on in the same sentence. But this was hell, and I was still horny from all that hormone water.
You can sleep here,
he said as he stripped a fur off the bed and bundled it in his muscular arms.
I'll sleep by the fire.
I knew I should have been relieved to see him walk away, so why did I feel the keen stab of disappointment in my chest? Hot. Damn, his ass looked so good in that skimpy loincloth. If I hadn't already been in hell, I would surely have been banished to the fiery pit for wanting to jump the bones of my boyfriend's demon brother. I glanced over at the water trickling down the wall, licking my parched lips. It beckoned to me, told me to quench my thirst, and then go rip off Callum's loincloth and straddle his hard body. Just a quick screw. It wouldn't count as cheating. We could blame it on the water. I had to squeeze my legs together as desire shot through me and trickled into my panties. Oh God, this was going to be one hell of a torturous afterlife if all I ever did was think about sex. I looked at the water again. The sound of it splashing against the stones was enough to drive me mad. I was so damn thirsty. I wondered how much it would hurt if I just had a few swallows.
What are you doing here?
Huh? My hand flew to my throat and my wings jerked me to my knees when I realized I'd been sitting on Callum's makeshift bed. How had I gotten here? And what was I doing with a cup of water in my hands? 1 minute I'd been salivating over his tight ass, and the next I was getting cozy on the floor with him and drinking hormone water. This was so not like me. I'd always been loyal to my men, even the jerks. But in hell, it was like all of my morals had been turned inside out. He scowled at my goblet before prying it from my hands.
Go to bed, Ash. There's no telling when Shadow's master will arrive. But when he does, we will need our strength.
Okay, lust momentarily forgotten. Shadow's master was supposedly going to come for me because I was his prize. Why he wanted a frizzy-haired ghoster was beyond me. Not when I was certain there had to be plenty of nice, creepy demon girls he could kidnap instead. I shook my head to clear my thoughts. Who is Shadow's master? He frowned.
They call him Scorpius, and he's the gatekeeper, the most powerful demon in our dimension.
The gatekeeper? That sounded important. What's a gatekeeper? I asked. A shadow passed over his features before he reached for his whiskey jug on the floor.
The one who holds the key to your escape.
I blew a lock of frizzy hair out of my eyes. That sucks. Somehow I didn't get the feeling he'd be giving up the key anytime soon. I wondered if dimensions in hell were like levels in purgatory, and if so, we had to be on one of the lower levels because my current living situation certainly sucked. So is our dimension toward the bottom of hell? The jerk actually had the nerve to laugh, which wasn't good because his throaty chuckle sent a wave of lust straight to my girly parts.
We're on the first dimension, the top floor. This is paradise compared to the others.
I wondered just how shitty things became with each level, and I prayed I'd never have to find out firsthand. Callum? I asked, taking a chance and using his given name.
What?
He groaned, before tipping back his head and gulping from the jug. I scooted away from him, feeling uneasy at the amount he was drinking. Then again, I had no idea of a dragon's tolerance level. I'd always been a cheap drunk. 2 drinks and I was usually flirting with the nearest stud at the bar. 3 drinks and I would have probably slept with that stud. 4 drinks and I would have woken up thinking I was with a stud, only to realize he was a middle-aged high school janitor who still lived with his mom and had a bad case of eczema on his ass from playing too many online video games. How did we get our demon forms? I asked. He took another long drink as his eyes gleamed with distant memories.
Our demon forms mirror our deaths, and sometimes I think even our hearts. I was crushed for several hours beneath a printing press after a building collapsed on top of me. I'd been drinking whiskey, and I remember my lungs were on fire. I should have used that time to call out to God and beg forgiveness for my sins, but I cursed him instead for making me weak and selfish. I cursed Catherine for being a whore. Mostly, I cursed myself for betraying my brother, a damn good man and my best friend. By the time rescuers had lifted the rubble off me, I'd breathed my last living breath. And when I woke again, I'd been cursed to hell, a just punishment for my sins. The rage in my heart has made me this creature. Every waking moment my chest strains for breath and my lungs burn. Only now the flame is real.
Holy shitfire. Talk about a tortured soul. He'd been living this way for over 100 years, and I'd thought my life was rough. Seriously, what had I been tortured about in purgatory? PMS cramps? Gluten intolerance? Bad hair days? All of that paled in comparison to what Callum endured. I'm sorry, Callum. I fluttered forward, resting my hand on his. I wish there was something I could do to ease your suffering. He shook me off with a scowl.
There's nothing you can do.
Then he took another swig. My wings fell at my sides as my shoulders caved inward. Jeez, talk about rejection, and I wasn't even coming on to him. Well, I didn't think I was, but my girly parts still ached, so it was hard to tell. I worried about his drinking. He had to have finished the entire bottle by now. And then what? Did he have more demon moonshine locked up somewhere? Was he going to get too plastered to protect me? Shouldn't you slow down? I asked. He arched a brow as steam poured from his nose. You my mother now. I rolled my eyes. I wanted to say if I'd been his mother, I wouldn't have wanted to fuck him, but I decided to keep that snarky comment to myself. I'd like you to stay sober in case this Scorpius shows up. He shrugged. I fight better when I'm drunk. I threw up my hands, fluttering to my knees. You're impossible, you know that? He actually had the nerve to grin, a damn sexy grin at that. Hang on, I said, leaning over him as I wiped a drop of whiskey off his chin. The scales on his face were a lot smaller than the ones on his chest, nearly blending in with his skin. Beneath his tough hide, he looked very much like Aiden. This beast was more man than anything. My hand lingered on his mouth, tracing the line of his lips. They were soft, like Aiden's. I wondered if his kisses were as intoxicating. You shouldn't touch me like that. He grabbed my fingers, squeezing as he pushed me away, but the molten look in his eyes said he wanted me to keep touching him and then some. I sat back on my heels, pouting as I fought the urge to lean into him. I'm not hurting you, am I? I took Catherine without thought or care for anything but sating my desires. His features turned to stone. Her nettle is the bane of my existence, tempting me in her nude form knowing I'm not strong like my brother. I fisted my hands in my lap, squeezing until nails broke skin, desperately trying to tame my desire. You don't seem weak to me. His gaze roved the length of my body, lingering on my breasts before our eyes locked for several pulsating heartbeats. If I wasn't weak, I wouldn't be thinking about betting you now. A shudder coursed through me, sending a trill of desire and fear across my senses. Oh. He pulled a thick blade with a bone handle from the side of his loincloth and handed it to me. Sleep with this. If anyone tries to harm you tonight, don't hesitate to use it. What if you try to harm me? I breathed, and by harm I meant screwing my brains out all night long. Then strike hard and without mercy. He pulled back, eyeing me with an intensity hotter than damnation's deadly embers. Not in all of 13 hells would I ever wish to betray my brother again. Aiden. Since I'd drawn first watch, it was my duty to stare out into the blackness and watch for vengeful demons. So far I'd seen nothing, so I had time to brood over dark thoughts while Sarge slept with what appeared to be one eye open and Jack's two heads snored beside the campfire. My thoughts traveled to Ash. I'd hurt her today with my careless words, and now she was gone. Why had Shadow taken her, and for what foul purpose? Alone with my depression, my confidence had finally began to wane. I wondered if I'd be able to save her, or if she was lost to me forever. So far, Jack hadn't been able to pick up her scent, and I had no idea where to start looking. Were my companions and I alone on our mission, or would God extend his mercy down below? And then there was the question of my relationship with Ash if and when I found her. As my gaze flickered back to the sergeant, I recalled the moment I'd walked into Ash's room and caught them pulling out of an embrace. Ash had pretended she was merely friends with the soldier, but I'd seen the look of guilt in her eyes. Had she run into his arms so quickly after the incident with Mar? Was her heart truly that fickle? Having collected souls in the 60s and 70s, I'd gotten used to the immodest behavior of men and women. I'd seen the experimentation, the break from traditional marriage. I understood Ash came from a broken home. I'd known she was no maiden the first night we made love. I only hoped that from here on after there would be no others. Hey you! Over here! A voice called out. Startled, I jumped up, unsheathing my scythe, and looked for the demon. Sarge was beside me in an instant, scythe in hand and legs braced apart. Jack, get up, boy, I called over my shoulder.
Jack woke up with 2 grunts and immediately went to sniffing the perimeter of the cave. Whoever was calling was in the back, though I had no idea how he'd gotten there. We'd inspected the cave earlier and had discovered no hidden exits.
Over here,
the demon called again. Jack emerged from the shadows, one of his heads panting, tongue lolling to the side, while the other clutched a ball of sorts between his fangs. Sarge squinted, raising his scythe like a club. What the hell is that? Jack dropped the ball to the ground and it rolled right to my feet. Instinctively, I kicked it when I saw the rows of razor-sharp teeth and big bulging eyes.
Ouch!
The demon cried as its head went careening back to where it had come from. Go fetch, boy, I said to Jack. The dog happily went after it, bringing it back and dumping it at my feet again. This time, the demon's head was covered in Jack's saliva and sticky clay.
Gross,
it cried as it spit and rolled side to side. I've seen this demon before, I said to Sarge. I remembered dismembering it when it attacked Ash at her last ghosting assignment. Usually decapitated demons carried their heads around or tied them back on. I nudged it with my foot. Where's the rest of your body?
I don't know, he cried. Shadow threw my head down here and my body hasn't found me yet.
My breathing stilled. Shadow? When?
Earlier today.
The demon flashed a wide smile, revealing rows upon rows of sharp teeth.
He had the girl you were looking for. She was locked up in a cage.
Ah, so the demon had been listening to our conversation earlier, but had stayed silent. Why did you wait until now to tell us?
I don't know.
His bulging eyes blinked and then shifted.
I was scared.
He was lying. What do we do with him? Sarge asked. I nodded toward the mouth of the cave. Throw it down the cliff.
Wait!
He screeched as Sarge picked him up by the roots of his stringy hair.
Please help me.
I pulled back my hood, scowling at him with a hard, skeletal face. Why should we? His eyes shifted again, and I could tell he was formulating another lie.
I'll lead you to the girl if you help me find my body.
I leaned into his face, coming within inches of his sharp fangs. How do we know we can trust you?
You can't, but you'll never find her without me. There are thousands of caves in these mountains, and no other demon will help a Grimm.
He paused, then answered with a mocking tone.
You'll be searching for eternity.
Damn him to hell, he was right, and damn me for being foolish enough to bargain with a demon.
Chapter 11.
Ash.
I woke from my groggy slumber feeling a warm hand on my inner thigh and thick, clawed fingers tracing a lazy circle up to my super sweet girly spot. I gasped when smooth claws stroked my sensitive flesh. I hadn't even remembered shedding my clothes, but I was definitely naked now. Every cell of my bare flesh came alive as another hand pinched and pulled my pebbled nipple. I fumbled for the knife at my side, clutching the bone handle as I struggled to sit. That's when I looked into a pair of molten dragon eyes. Oh, damn. Callum's been drinking the water. Callum, what are you doing here?
Giving us what we both desire,
he answered with a chuckle that snaked around my senses and sent a jolt of lust straight to that bundle of nerves that electrified my whole body. Oh, this was so not good. My grip on the knife loosened. But I thought it was a sin. My protest was weak. I'd wanted to fuck this dragon ever since he'd first freed me from my cage. I knew it was wrong. I knew I'd regret it for all of eternity, but damn it all, at the moment I didn't care. I struggled to sit up as his body heat encompassed me, enveloping my senses in the scents of sulfur and spice. As I got lost in his mesmerizing eyes, I was vaguely aware he'd given me strict orders to use the knife on him if he came for me. I hesitantly squeezed the handle, but he grabbed my wrist with a growl, climbing up the length of my body and knocking the knife off the bed with his knee. What about Aiden? I asked as I lost myself in his liquid lava gaze.
He's not here, but I am.
He pulled my hand toward him, settling it on a very thick and hard erection. I looked down to see he was naked as well. His glorious, throbbing, human cock wasn't scaly like the rest of him, and he wanted to put that thing inside me. Dear God, the temptation was more than I could bear. Aiden doesn't love you anyway. He loves Mar. A taunting voice inside my head echoed. I could almost imagine a little demon on my shoulder telling me these things. And for the first time, I actually wanted to believe it so I could have an excuse to screw Aiden's brother. Maybe I did deserve to be in hell. I knew it was wrong to encourage Callum, but I wrapped my fingers around the width of his erection, stroking downward until I cupped his heavy sack. He hissed, blowing out steam as I stroked back up his length. With his cock still in my hand, he sat on his knees, smiling down at me as I stroked him a few more times. Then he grabbed my hand, pulling it to his lips and tenderly kissing my palm. My insides quivered with need.
We're already suffering for our sins. Might as well steal pleasure when we can, he said with a wicked gleam in his eyes. We can always blame it on the water. He leaned over the bed and grabbed a goblet off the floor. When he handed it to me, I didn't hesitate to drink. I took long gulps of the refreshing liquid, relishing the relief it brought to my parched throat as its effects spread through me like liquid desire. It was like someone had turned my horny volume up from 1 to 100. Water spilled down my chest as I finished off the drink. Chest heaving, I handed him the empty goblet. More, please. His eyes darkened as he produced another goblet from beside the bed. I leaned against a fur-covered wall and grasped the goblet with both hands, crying out as he began stroking my swollen sex while I drank. When he leaned down and nuzzled my pussy with his mouth, pleasure rippled through me as I dropped the goblet to the floor. He licked the pearl of my sex with long, languid strokes, stopping to lap up my dripping juices and then spearing deep inside me with his serpentine tongue. His fangs scraping the sides of my swollen folds only heightened my ecstasy. With my orgasm about to crest, I begged him to suckle me harder. And that's when he stopped. Damn you! My buzzing wings bucked me off the bed. He climbed up the length of my body, his wings unfurling with a snap. I'm already damned, my angel. Then he grabbed my ass and hauled me up with him, nearly knocking the air from my lungs as he flipped me on all fours. He grabbed my hair by the roots as he dug into my side with sharp claws, nearly piercing my flesh as he anchored his cock against my ass. Leaning over me, he growled into my ear, Prepare to scream for mercy. Then he bit down on my neck hard, laughing against my flesh as I whimpered for him to stop. He released me and I felt warm blood trickle down my collarbone. Is this what you wanted, baby? He teased as he dug his claws into my ass before spreading open my folds. I hope you like it rough. I sucked in a scream as he rammed his thick cock into my weeping flesh with one fluid thrust, jarring my swollen center as if he was trying to break through. He grabbed my hair again, pressing my face into the furs as I cried out. He rammed me over and over, digging into my ass so hard I knew he'd leave welts. This was not a gentle lovemaking like I'd been used to with his brother. This was a hard, relentless fucking, and damn me for loving every second. His dick was so huge I feared he was about to break me in two. The more he thrust into me, abusing my battered barrier, the more I wanted. I knew I was going to be sore as shit the next day, but I didn't give a damn. My orgasm was building. Any moment and I'd have the biggest climax in all eternity. He growled as he pumped into me, his claws raking up my rib cage and across my breasts. When his hands roved to my back, stroking the length of my pulsating wings, I nearly came undone. My pussy was swollen and hot, my juices gushing with each hard thrust. It hurt so damn bad, but I was so close to orgasm, so very, very close. And then he roared as he stilled. I felt his dick throb against my channel as his hot seed poured into me. I knew this was the moment I'd been waiting for. My body was on the precipice of a powerful orgasm threatening to send me spiraling into oblivion. Please, I begged.
I'm almost there. I bucked against him, expecting him to push back with that glorious head as it still throbbed inside me. I braced myself as he pulled back and then gasped when he slid out of me. I turned over to see him wiping his cock with a discarded rag. Hey! I slapped the fur beneath me.
Hey yourself.
He chuckled as he threw the wet rag on my chest.
Clean up. I left a hell of a mess inside you.
Then the asshole winked as he turned and strutted back toward his makeshift bed. I was struck somewhere between horror and amazement as he stretched out on the fur rug and turned his back to me. In the next moment, he was snoring loudly as if he'd fallen into a deep slumber. That dick! My brain went into attack mode. I clenched my hands tight, preparing to fly out of bed. I sat up, kicking my legs and screaming obscenities. It was then I noticed I was still wearing jeans. Wait a minute. What had just happened? I reached for the knife. It was still on the furs beside me, right where I'd left it. I ran my hands over my neck and collarbone. No blood. I sat up on my knees to see Callum was on the floor, but instead of sleeping on top of the fur, he was beneath it with his back to me. No way was that a dream. It felt too real. I reached between my legs, amazed when I found I'd soaked through my jeans. Well, my girly spot had obviously thought the dream was real. What the hell had happened? Had it been some sort of illusion? Was this all part of hell's torment? Have dream sex with a hot dragon stud only to wake up unfulfilled? Well, that sucked. That sucked major dragon dong. Speaking of dragon dong, I glared over at my tormentor. This was his fault for turning me on all evening long. I was horny and unfulfilled, and someone was going to pay for my suffering. I slid off the furs and marched across the stone floor. My wings popped open, their buzzing matching the throbbing between my legs. When I stomped up to him, he rolled over, the fur draped across his body, covering him from his waist to his feet. His laceration looked slightly swollen, and I wondered if it was infected. But as he looked up at me with blinking red eyes, I remembered I had a more pressing matter we needed to discuss. Good, you're awake, I said, and then kicked his thigh.
Ow!
He roared as he sat up rubbing his leg.
What was that for, woman?
I leaned over, wagging a finger in his face. For fucking up a perfectly good dream.
I can assure you, Ash,
he said through a groan.
I had nothing to do with it. I was having my own dream of unfulfilled desire.
I jerked back. What?
Do you think the torture ends when you go to sleep?
His mouth pulled back in a devilish grin.
Tell me, were we being intimate in your dream?
I looked away as heat inflamed my chest and face. Maybe.
And then you woke up unsated.
Yes, I hissed. How did he know? Had he been part of my dream too? Or was that how all dreams played out in hell? He chuckled.
Welcome to hell, Ash.
That sucks. I stomped a foot. How am I supposed to sleep like this?
Take matters into your own hands, as I do every night.
He nodded toward his crotch. For the first time, I realized his hands were underneath the furs. I scrunched my brows. Wait a minute. You mean you? I stumbled back. What were you doing under there? I pointed a shaky finger at the bulge beneath his furs. He shot me a look so devious I swear my jeans melted onto the floor.
What do you think?
He chuckled. Oh my God! I squealed, my wings beating hard as I flew back to bed. Holy heck! I just caught a dragon masturbating. His tormenting laughter echoed off the cave walls. I dove under the furs and prayed no other soul had to suffer through the same experience. Hey God, if you can hear me all the way up there, please get me the hell off this crazy train ASAP. Too bad, even after his laughter subsided, my desire did not. Maybe Callum was right. Maybe I should take matters into my own hands. I carefully and quietly slipped off my jeans and underwear. Since they were soaked through, I figured it would do them some good to air out. That's what I kept telling myself anyway. I spread my legs, stifling a groan as my fingers found the center of my aching desire. A few slick strokes was all I needed to achieve orgasm. I pressed a firm finger into my weeping flesh as it pulsated against me. With a satisfied sigh, I sank into the furs, holding my fingers steady until the pulses subsided. This so wasn't the orgasm I'd wanted, but it would have to do. At least until I got some real penis. I hoped Aiden found me soon. I didn't know how long his brother and I could remain in close contact without jumping each other's bones. And then what? I'd become the world's worst girlfriend, not to mention a lying cheat. I'd never been tempted to cheat during any of my relationships. Not like this. It was so hard saying no, and I feared it would only get harder. As I drifted off to sleep, I couldn't help feeling guilty over my desire for Aiden's brother. Hopefully, Aiden would forgive me. Hopefully, I'd forgive myself.
Aiden. Well, where is she? I rumbled as I stared into the empty cell. The demon had led us up the steep incline of a craggy cliff to a musty dark cavern that appeared to have been abandoned. To say I was unhappy would have been an understatement. Sarge held the demon's head up against the bars. She was here earlier, the demon whined. Sarge looked at me, snarling as the spines on his back stood on edge. I knew we shouldn't have trusted him. No, he whimpered. She was in that cage, I swear. Jack scoured the cavern, panting as he sniffed every inch of the place. The cage was locked, but Jack seemed determined to get inside, whimpering against the bars. Though Ash wasn't here at the moment, I was certain she had been. Where could they have taken her? I scanned the empty cave for any sign of her. The fire in the pit had died down, the sconces on the walls were barely flickering, and the stone floors were bare. There was nothing else other than a wooden stool and a table. Then Jack drew my attention to a pile of ash by the cage door. Sarge rattled the demon's head against the bars before nodding toward the fire pit in the heart of the cavern. Can I burn him now? No, please, the demon cried. Shadow was here with her, and so was Beast. I bent over, setting my scythe to glow as I tapped it on the floor, illuminating the pile. Bits of fur were mixed in with the debris as well as a horned blade. I motioned for Sarge to bring the head. Beast? I asked him. His eyes widened. That's Beast's fur. What happened to him? The demon frowned. Looks like he was burnt up. Obviously. How? I don't know. Not many demons have fire strong enough. But I knew of one demon whose breath was as hot as hell's flaming embers. He'd infused my skull as I realized who may have taken her. If he'd seduced her, so help me God, all the flames of hell would not keep me from exacting my revenge. What about dragon demons? Oh yeah. His eyes bugged, and he nodded emphatically. Those demons have powerful fire. I stood, squaring my shoulders while clenching my scythe in a death grip. Do you know where the red dragon named Callum lives? Yeah, I know. I can show you. I spun around at Jack's low growl. A headless body stumbled into the cavern, arms extended as it rubbed its hands up and down the walls. The demon's eyes bulged and he squealed. My body! Don't let it near his head, I said to Sarge. I'm on it. Sarge tossed the head to Jack and then wrestled the body to the ground. I handed him some rope from my satchel, and he bound the body's hands and feet before throwing it over his shoulders as if it were a sack of potatoes. I centered my gaze on the pouting demon head as it hung by its matted hair from Jack's dripping fangs. Take me to the red dragon and you can have your body. And I will have my revenge. I have saved his worthless head too many times to count, and for what? So he could betray me again? This time I will spare my backstabbing brother no mercy. Ash. No, no, no! Callum's screams woke me from a fitful sleep. I jolted upright, rubbing my eyes as I squinted in his direction. Even through the dim light, I could see his arms and legs flailing as his body tossed from side to side. I will not touch you! I will not! He hollered.
I climbed out of bed, slipping on my underwear and jeans before padding across the warm stone floor. Kneeling beside him, I carefully shook his shoulder. "Callum, wake up." His eyes shot open.
"Get your hands off me, woman."
He swatted my arm away with a menacing growl.
"I will not betray my brother again."
Oh boy. Didn't I feel like a 10-pound bucket of shit for my behavior earlier? My inability to keep my inner slut under control had led to Callum's nightmare. I licked my parched lips and made a vow right then and there to never drink another drop of hormone water again, no matter how hot and dry this stinkhole made my mouth. "Callum, it's okay. I'm not trying to have sex with you. Please wake up," I pleaded. His eyes glazed over, his jaw dropping in a dazed expression.
"Mar, is that you?"
Mar? Really? He had to have been dreaming. "It's me, Ash." I squeezed his hand and flashed my best sisterly smile. A single tear slid down his cheek as his lower lip quivered.
"She made me betray my brother. What do I do?"
Holy heck, my heart was breaking. Was this Callum's penance every night? To dream again and again he was betraying Aiden? If I had been in his shoes, I would have gone insane after the first few nights, let alone over 100 years. I squeezed his hand harder, hoping the pressure would force him to wake up. "Callum, you're dreaming."
"This is no dream. This is a nightmare. God has forsaken me,"
he cried as he tossed from side to side, twisting the furs off his body and exposing the raw wound from earlier that night. I looked at the swollen flesh around the laceration and at the pus oozing out of it. Crap. It was infected. Big time. I didn't know if he had enough devil's whiskey to treat that wound. I grabbed the jug off the floor and uncorked the top. "Callum, hold still," I pleaded, before carefully pouring it on the cut. He responded with a shout that rattled my eardrums. I leaned back as he blew out a raging inferno, singeing the hairs on my arms and causing me to break out in a sweat. "I'm sorry," I said as I leaned over him and examined the wound. More ooze bubbled from it as it puckered like a pus-filled volcano. Gross. "I think it's infected."
No.
He closed his eyes and fell back against the furs with a deflated sigh.
"Poison."
Poison? Who would poison him? There was no telling how many enemies Callum had made in hell. Who did this?
"I did,"
a low, dark voice hissed. I spun around, fluttering to my feet. Shadow was standing behind us, along with several other demons, some of whom I recognized as part of Callum's pack. So much for loyalty. No wonder I hadn't heard an alarm. But there was one demon in particular who stood out among the rest. He had to have been 7 feet tall, with ebony skin, a broad, muscular chest, strong jaw, and glowing orange eyes that reminded me of a hungry tiger. He would have been handsome if he hadn't looked so creepy. He also had 6 arms growing out of his sides and a long, rusty chain hanging around his neck. At the end of that chain was a shining silver key. Scorpius the Gatekeeper, Callum had called him, and this must be the key to my freedom. But the most imposing thing about this demon was his black skeletal tail, curling above his head and nearly scraping the ceiling of the cavern. It reminded me of a lobster appendage with a sharp point, only I didn't think he'd taste as good, even with a little warm butter. He looked like a badass venomous scorpion who had crossed paths with Satan himself. His tail rattled like a snake's as he strode forward with a confident swagger, the other demons falling in behind him, bowing their heads.
"Your lover was a fool to fight my blood slave."
He spoke with a thick Jamaican accent, motioning toward Shadow, who looked back at his master with a triumphant gleam in his eyes.
"A blade infected with my venom usually kills its victim within minutes. But dragon has a thick skin and are dead."
He approached, looking down at Callum as his full lips pulled back in a wide smile, revealing a face full of dagger-like teeth.
Still, I'm surprised he's lasted this long. His tone was much too jovial, reminding me of that television guy telling me to come to Jamaica, mon. But somehow I got the feeling a vacation with this demon wouldn't feel all right. Keeping a wary gaze on his tail, I fluttered back as fear twisted a knot in my gut. What's going to happen to him? He'll die a second death, and a third, and a fourth. He pointed a long finger toward the ground. Scorpion demon blood stays with its victims for several dimensions. I clenched my hands together as energy raced through my veins. I felt the magic balling up in my palms like twin fire explosions ready to knock the demon to the ground. Bastard! I cried. He leaned toward me, his gigantic tail rattling between us, venom dripping off the tip. What was that? He asked with a challenging gleam in his animalistic gaze. My confidence waned as the power drained from my hands. I tilted my chin, matching the wicked gleam in his eyes with a glare of my own, trying my best to ignore the poisonous blade that rattled in my face. You heard me. I would not give him the satisfaction of knowing how much he scared me, even though, on a scale of 1 to 10, his creep factor was an explosive shit-your-pants 11. His tail bobbed in front of me, coming within inches of my shoulder and nearly scraping my nose. You'll have to play nice if you want me to give him the antivenom. There's an antivenom? I rasped. My voice sounded small and scared. I'm sure the demon took satisfaction in my crumbling courage. His low, ominous chuckles snaked across my senses as he crossed all 6 arms in front of him. Of course. Where? It sounded as if someone else was talking for me, and I was just one scared shitless girl inside the shell of a woman who used to be mouthy and brave. He turned to Callum, who was now lying prone on the floor, his face as pale as a sheet. I gasped when I saw the lifelessness in his vacant eyes. Had he already died a second death? Was he somewhere in the bowels of level 2? I cringed as Scorpius hawked up a loogie, a long trail of spit dangling from his lip as it stretched toward Callum before dropping in a puddle on his infected flesh. My eyes widened as the spit crackled and popped, much like the cereal, only not as appetizing. That ought to be enough to hold him. For now. When he turned back to me, cupping my face in one of his leathery palms, an icy chill raced across my spine. I will give him more later, but only if my little fallen angel agrees to play nice. His warning was a sibilant hiss that crawled beneath my skin. I tried to push him away, but he wrapped all of his arms around me, grabbing the back of my neck and pulling me toward his massive chest. I swore I could feel venom from his touch infecting me. I didn't think a dozen scalding showers would be enough to erase his taint from my skin. The nausea that threatened to overwhelm me was worse than the time my first blind date took me to an Amway meeting and tried to cop a feel during a boring lecture about skincare products. Actually, sitting through a dozen Amway meetings sounded good right about then. I cast my gaze toward heaven and prayed God would somehow take pity on his fallen angel and bring me anywhere but here. Please let me go, I begged. I will never let you go, woman. You are mine for all eternity. His forever? Never to see Aiden or Jack? What about my family? Someone please wake me from this nightmare. My vision spun as he squeezed my neck harder. My legs gave way beneath me before my world went dark. Chapter 12. Hell's First Dimension. September 21, 1900. Catherine O'Connor. What would a solitary angel have to fear walking among giants? Nothing, lest they discover my ruse. For I was indeed no angel, but a blood slave to the most ruthless demon in all hell, sent by my master to deceive the Nephilim, walk among them as an emissary from God. If I succeeded, my master would reward me greatly. If I failed, I shuddered to think of the punishment. My bones still ached from the poison he'd injected into me, a reminder of the brutality he was capable of inflicting.
I fought to push back the rising tide of fear that bubbled in my throat. My master had sent me with a demon escort through the Valley of Fire, but once we'd reached the Stones of Souls, they'd abandoned me to my fate. Now I was all alone, an angel with a halo of blonde hair flowing from the hood of my white cloak. I trod lightly through the desolate cemetery of forsaken souls. Demons who had dared approach the giant's gate turned to stone by giant magic. Markings of their grotesque forms and faces were imprinted on the granite's smooth surface. What would it be like to be trapped inside such a tomb for all eternity? I shuddered at the thought. Even my master's brutal punishments would be a welcome reprieve to eternal monotony. Just beyond the stones, the Great Pyramid rose like a mountain from beneath hell's desolation, its tip hovering against an inky black sky, illuminated only by flaming pyres that marked the corners of the structure. A horn sounded in the distance, a deep wail too powerful to be that of an ordinary demon. The giants had to have seen me coming. Were they preparing to mount an attack or celebrating the return of their savior? I needed to convince them I was a fallen angel, mother of Nephilim predestined to free them from their oppressors. I only hoped they would fall for my ruse, and that they would not ask me to remove the hood of my cloak. I stopped to catch my breath, suddenly aware of my strained breathing as I pressed cracked lips together. Closing my eyes, I willed the serpent that slithered down my back to remain still. "Be calm, my baby," I begged, "or we shall both be turned to stone." Ash. Where am I? I rubbed my aching head as I sat up. I was lying on some sort of lumpy straw pallet. Squinting, I saw flame flickering on gray stone walls just outside the iron bars that held me prisoner. Prisoner? Wait! I sucked in a gasp as the memories of the scorpion demon came flooding back. He'd intruded in Callum's chamber. Why hadn't Callum fought him? Then I remembered his prone body and festering wound. Callum! I fluttered to my knees, relieved that this time my hands and feet weren't bound. A quick scan of my small cell and I found him on a straw pallet in a darkened corner. Tears streamed down my face as I crawled up to his body. Scorpius had spit anti-venom into Callum's wound, but he still looked sick. I smoothed a hand across his forehead. He was burning up. Then again, he did breathe flames, so I assumed his skin would be a little flushed. I hovered above him and examined his laceration. The oozing had subsided and the skin had begun to scab over. Was that a good sign? "Callum?" I whispered as I floated to my knees, stroking the soft scales on his face. "Wake up." I didn't like the way his eyes rolled into the back of his head when I called his name. I didn't like it at all. So much for the anti-venom. Scorpius had said his cure would hold him for now. Why hadn't he completely cured him? Was he only keeping Callum alive so he could torture him again later? I still had no idea what this demon wanted or why he'd captured me. Shadow had gone through an awful lot of trouble to bring me down to hell. Whatever his master had in store for me was definitely not good. I nearly squealed in delight when Callum's eyes shot open. "Callum!" I helped him sit up, propping a fur behind him as he leaned against the cell wall. He rubbed the sleep from his eyes, wincing as he looked down at his wound. He looked around the room, then at me, as if he was in a daze. "Where's my whiskey?" he asked. Jeez, what was it with him and his whiskey? I wondered if they had AA for demonic dragons because I was starting to think Aiden's twin had a drinking problem. I scanned the cell, but I didn't see anything other than our two pallets. I took his clawed hands in mine and squeezed. "I'm sorry, I don't see any whiskey." I didn't know if the look of pain that crossed his features was due to his injury or if he was having alcohol withdrawal. Maybe this lockup was what he needed to go sober. Not that I was saying being a captive to the sadistic, poisonous gatekeeper of Satan's prison was a good thing. When I heard the trickle of water nearby, I licked my parched lips, wishing I could have just a taste of the cool, refreshing beverage, but I reminded myself the water in hell was tainted. Too bad, because I was so very thirsty. Hell's hormone water made fluoridated tap seem like Evian. Callum blinked a few more times and then his eyes remained open. Good. He appeared more lucid. "Are you okay?" "I think so." A frown marred his brow. "Are you?" I'm fine. I tried my best to shake off his concern. He was so considerate, just like Aiden. I didn't care what mistakes he'd made in the past. He didn't deserve to be in hell. I followed his gaze as he scowled at something beyond our prison bars. I got a better look at our surroundings. This cell was different than the last one I'd been in. It was wider and the ceiling was much higher, so high they could have fit a giraffe inside, which was highly probable since I'd already met a dragon and scorpion demon, although I didn't think a giraffe ghoul would have been as badass. On the other side of the bars, I thought I saw a bedroom, but the furnishings were not sparse like Callum's den. This room actually had a bit of style for a cave dwelling. A 4-poster bed was centered against the back wall, layered in what appeared to be plum-colored satin sheets. Beside it were antique lamps on rich mahogany end tables. At the end of the bed was an embroidered wooden chest, and beyond that was a bistro table for 2 with a gleaming silver tea set in the center. Could this have been Scorpius's room? He didn't strike me as the kind of demon to have refined taste. "Where are we?" I asked. He scowled at our prison bars.
"I'm assuming we're at Kate's place."
A tick jumped in my jaw as my flesh began to crawl. Why did her name ring a bell? "Who's she?" I asked, squeezing my hands into fists, bracing myself for his answer. The despondent look in his eyes made my insides turn to butter.
"Catherine Murphy O'Connor, Aiden's wife."
Ah, shit. Why did I get the feeling dear old Aunt Kate would turn out to be the relative from hell? I suspected she wouldn't be bringing me homemade cookies and hand-sewn Raggedy Ann dolls like my great-aunt Lena used to make. Why would Scorpius bring us here? I asked, fearing Kate's role in my captivity. The ex-wife of my current boyfriend holding me hostage couldn't be a good thing.
"She's his most trusted demon, and his whore."
"I'm sure my stay at Aunt Kate's will be fun," I said wryly. I still wondered how Aiden's brother had gotten tied up with all these nasty demons. After my flight over the fiery pit, I realized hell was a fairly big place. Couldn't Callum have moved farther away from them and not left a forwarding address? Hell still didn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Crossing my legs, I wrapped my wings around me. The feathers had filled out more in the past day, making them feel downy and soft. Considering all the ugly demons I'd seen, I was lucky my demon form was Big Birdzilla. "Tell me something," I said. He raked his hand through his hair as a puff of smoke blew out his nose.
"What?"
I leaned forward, searching his eyes and praying he'd answer honestly something that had been weighing on my mind since last night. "Why do you terrorize level 1 with the other demons?" His wan face colored.
"You mean the mortal realm?"
"Yes." He let out a deep sigh and the smell of sulfur hit me square in the face.
"Because Scorpius would torture me if I didn't."
Oh. So he was forced to do it. That was understandable, but it only made me fear what Scorpius would try to make me do. I didn't want to go all exorcist on unsuspecting mortals. Not since my rebellious stage in junior high had I terrorized anyone. I still felt bad about causing my 8th grade Spanish teacher to have a nervous breakdown, even if she was loca de la cabeza. But I still didn't understand why demons went to Earth. Was it merely to steal black magic witches during rituals? Or did Scorpius have darker plans? Why does he send demons up there? He frowned.
"I'm not sure, but every full moon he sends 13 of us. Some say it's a test."
I could tell by the deep lines around his eyes he was tired. I almost felt bad asking him all these questions. Almost. I didn't know how much time we had together, and I had to glean as much information as possible about my nemesis. I knew I'd be preparing for the battle of my existence soon enough. For what? His eyes darkened as he dropped his voice.
"To prepare us for the apocalypse."
Eek! As in Revelations? As in all hell breaks loose on Earth? I was fairly certain my mom would ascend to heaven during the second coming, but I had at least a dozen friends who'd be joining me in the pit of doom, or, at the very best, on level 2 in purgatory. Do you think it will happen soon?
I hope not.
He cast his gaze to the stone ceiling.
Lord have mercy on the living if the day of judgment arrives. Scorpius will not hesitate to strike down those left behind.
Scorpius? Screw that demon. I was more concerned about the most evil of all. What about... I paused to catch my breath as my chest began to heave and sweat dripped down my brow. I spoke on in a rush of air. Satan.
Satan.
Callum waved away my suggestion with a dismissive flick of the wrist.
He's been banished to the 13th dimension. I don't think even the apocalypse could free him.
I exhaled a breath of relief. That's good to know.
On level 1, Scorpius is the closest thing to Satan.
He rolled his eyes as he motioned toward the bars of our cage.
And he does a pretty good job at it.
What exactly does a gatekeeper do again? I vaguely remembered Callum telling me he held the key to my escape, which kind of sucked, because I had the feeling Scorpius wasn't releasing that key anytime soon.
He holds the key to the elevator. We can't pass the guard without his permission. Once our 3 hours are up, he resets the elevator, and it will find us no matter where we are. If Scorpius has to come after us, there will be hell to pay.
Damn. Scorpius didn't just hold the key to the underworld. He had hell by the balls. Do you earn credits for your hauntings? He arched a brow, a ring of smoke escaping from his mouth.
What are those?
In Purgatory, credits are a point system so you can move up levels.
There is no point system here. In hell, you either keep your head or you don't.
He threw up his hands, waving to our dank dungeon.
You either die another death or you survive another day in this hellish nightmare.
Double damn. Hell was looking more dismal by the hour. And why exactly did Callum think Aiden could pull off a rescue? Judging by the way things were going for us, Aiden would probably find himself some demon's bitch or else a pile of soot shortly after setting foot in hell. This was exactly why Aiden said he couldn't save me if I ever landed in the basement. He was being realistic, while Callum was just blowing smoke. There was no way Aiden was coming for me. I dropped my head into my hands, doing my best to hold back tears, and though I didn't know if it would do any good, I prayed. I begged God to take pity on his wayward, fallen angel. I promised I'd live a good afterlife from now on. No more ghosting for me either. I'd take whatever crappy job I could find in Purgatory so I could go back to my friends and family. I missed my grandma and uncle. I missed my dog, and I really missed Aiden. I wondered how he'd manage without me. Would he go up to heaven and try to reconcile with Mar? And who would look after Jack? Would Boner keep him, or would Jack finally reincarnate as a human, forgetting all about his best friend? Looks like you've gotten yourself into a pickle, niece. I gasped as I looked up at the woman standing above me. Again, I was stunned by how much she looked like me, minus the frizzy hair, wings, and jaundice. How had she gotten in, and had she come to help me? She was an angel, after all. Maybe God had finally taken pity on me. Aunt Mar?
No, not Aunt Mar.
Callum groaned as heavy creases marred his damp brow.
Your nettle.
My nettle? As if my afterlife couldn't get any worse. I thought my nettle was Travis. He held up 2 fingers as color finally returned to his cheeks.
I have 2 nettles. Most demons do.
I spun around and looked up at her as she smoothed a hand through her perfectly flawless hair. Shit. Looks like I'm not going to get a word in edgewise, she said, rolling her eyes. My wings buzzed with agitation as I slowly stood, balling my hands into fists. There's nothing you have to say worth hearing. Of course not, she said in a perky voice as she smiled much too sweetly. Well, how's your foray into damnation going? I looked down at Callum, unable to restrain the whine in my voice. Callum, please. He nodded and held up a hand.
Help me up.
I grunted, flapping my wings as I struggled to help Callum to his feet. He was by no means a small demon. Is he your lover now that Aiden has spurned you? Keep your cool, Ash. She wants to piss you off. Aiden didn't spurn me. My tone was devoid of emotion, though my skull was a boiling steam cooker ready to explode.
Stay back.
Callum pushed me behind him. Calling you another woman's name in bed? Her laughter was a high-pitched siren rattling my eardrums. What is that of not spurning? We all know the only reason he's with you is because you look like... Her scream was short-lived as Callum unleashed his fire. In a matter of seconds, my nettle was a pile of dust on the floor. I pressed a hand against Callum's back. Thank you. His muscles stiffened beneath my touch.
So is it your goal to sleep with all my women?
My limbs froze at the familiar sound of my boyfriend's booming voice. Aiden! I stepped from behind Callum and held out my arms. But Aiden refused to look at me, his heated gaze centered on Callum.
No, Callum growled as he pushed me back. Not Aiden. I can hardly look at you, much less call you my brother.
My breath hitched when I saw Callum's back expand with air. No! I tried to push past him. Then I shielded my eyes as Callum's blinding white fire lit up the room. I fell to my knees when I saw Aiden's ashes scatter to the ground. Sobs racked me as I covered my face with my hands.
Ash.
Callum knelt beside me, his strong hand on my back.
That wasn't Aiden, I promise.
Somehow, in the recesses of my mind, I'd suspected Aiden had been Callum's nettle, but I wanted so badly to believe he'd come for me. I hate hell, I said through a sob as I rested my cheek against Callum. I hate it so much. Callum clutched my shoulder with one hand, cupping my chin in the other.
Look at me.
I looked up at him through watery eyes. The pain in his drawn features was enough to make me cry harder. This was no easy life for him either, and he'd had to endure it for over 100 years. He flashed a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes.
Aiden will come for you. I know it. You must stay strong for him.
I nodded, forcing my tears to subside. No, I didn't believe my boyfriend was coming, but I'd been through tough times before, and I knew I could get through this. Besides, if Callum could endure hell for over 100 years, I could too, until I figured a way out of here. I ran my tongue over my parched mouth. Crying had made me even thirstier. What is Scorpius going to do with us? I asked, though I was afraid to know the answer. I'd once thought Callum was the most menacing demon I'd ever seen, but watching him now, he seemed to shrink before my eyes. His broad, scaly chest deflated when he looked at me, hopelessness reflected in the creases of his mouth and weary eyes.
Torture us, no doubt.
Damn. I'd had a suspicion my imprisonment involved pain, and not the nails on a chalkboard, listening to smooth jazz kind of torture, but the sadistic kind that was like 20 blind dates and a lifetime of period cramps all rolled into one. Callum reached for me, dwarfing my hands in his own as he clasped tight.
No matter how bad it gets, I want you to promise me one thing.
What? I asked on a breathy whisper as I searched his gaze for any sign of hope.
Do not let Scorpius make you his blood slave.
I vehemently shook my head. I won't. No way did I want to be any demon's slave, especially as I was the type of girl who did whatever she wanted when she pleased, consequences be damned. I didn't quite think my strong-willed personality made me the ideal candidate for slavery.
You say that now, Ash. You have no idea the torture he has in store for us. No idea.
He squeezed my hands tighter, his skin warming them to the point of discomfort.
Do not relent, no matter how bad the pain. If you sign his contract, you'll belong to him forever, and neither Aiden nor I will be able to save you.
Well, that sucked. Okay. I answered hesitantly as I averted my gaze. I wondered just what this Scorpius had in store for me, and how much I'd be able to endure. I really didn't like being tortured. The main reason I avoided flu shots, the gym, and massage parlors. If it wasn't for the fact that I'd always feared getting cervical cancer more than the doctor, I would have avoided the GYN's sacrificial stirrups and tongs of torture too. He squeezed my hands so tight I thought my knuckles would break. Ow! I cried, struggling to break free. Case in point. I didn't like torture, not one bit.
Look at me, Ash.
His booming command ended on an ominous growl. The panic reflecting in his gaze made the blood solidify in my veins.
I want you to swear on your soul you will not become his blood slave.
Despite my parched throat, I swallowed hard. I swear. He released me, falling back against the wall as a shudder racked him. The pinkish hue had drained from his face. I knew it wouldn't be long before he succumbed to the poison again. I only hoped I could figure a way out of here and find another antidote before then.
Do you know Shadow's story?
He asked on an exhale. I shook my head, barely aware of the tears that streamed down my face. But I did wonder how a demon had been able to deceive the elevators and travel undetected to the 13th level of purgatory.
50 years ago, he was a ghoster like you. He was captured by a demon and brought to hell. Scorpius tortured him for weeks until he signed the blood oath. Then he sent him back to purgatory.
He stopped to wipe sweat from his brow, his breathing coming in gasps.
I assume the other ghosters thought he'd escaped hell. All this time he'd been living up above, but following Scorpius's orders.
He paused again, this time centering his sharp gaze on me.
I think Shadow has been waiting for you.
Why?
I don't know. What are your powers?
I paused. Even though I'd used my new electric powers only briefly in hell, they felt different somehow, but I wasn't quite sure why. When Scorpius invaded Callum's chamber, I'd felt the energy in the balls of my hands, but it felt more powerful than before. I still wasn't sure what that was all about. I can summon wind on Earth, and you saw those sparks I made, I answered hesitantly. A look of shock crossed his features.
That's it.
I balled my hands into fists, barely channeling my energy, and then I jumped when I felt the spark. Then I remembered Shadow's warning to Delta House that I was too powerful for their team. Did he know something I didn't? Perhaps I had only scratched the surface of my abilities. Had he seen something the day I'd projected my aura from the 13th level of purgatory all the way down to Earth? The thought of my increasing abilities thrilled and frightened me at the same time. Wrapping my wings around me, I formed a cocoon as I leaned into him. I don't know, Callum, I whispered. I think my powers are growing stronger. Callum released a string of obscenities that would have made a sailor blush before breathing out a steaming gush of air.
Scorpius plans to use you. I don't know what for, but it can't be good.
Hell's First Dimension, September 24, 1900. Catherine O'Connor. I traveled through the Valley of Fire with my 3 unsuspecting companions. This part of the journey was the most hazardous. The ground was crusted and cracked and made black with soot. The heat from it burned holes through my flimsy soles, blistering my feet. All around were bubbling pools of lava. One misstep and a demon would be boiled alive, dying a second death and cast down to the next dimension, which I'd been told was more dismal than this one. Even more treacherous were the geysers of fire that would manifest without warning, shooting 20 feet into the air and burning any unfortunate demon in its path. And these foolish Nephilim followed me through this wasteland without question. We were far enough away from their pyramid fortress now that their cries for help would go unanswered. They had been so gullible, so eager to believe my lies, so very much like my husband. I found it fascinating how these giants shared a common weakness with mortal men, a yearning for beautiful women. Just as my husband had learned before them, that yearning would be their undoing. Too bad, for I did like the Nephilim, grotesque though they were. They'd been kinder to me than any of the other monsters I'd encountered in hell. I could have stayed there forever, dwelling among gentle giants, drinking their holy water and eating their nirvana. I could have lived with them and been safe among their numbers despite my hellish fate. I would have stayed, if the pull of my blood bond hadn't forced me to leave. But the invisible tether which bound me to that monster boiled my insides and bubbled my flesh at the slightest thought of betraying him. So I had to deceive those who had been kind to me and taken me into their fold. I had to sink so low as to steal 3 among their numbers, falsifying promises of eternal salvation. Though I was not the Nephilim's fallen angel, the one prophesied to deliver them from their oppressors, they believed me to be an angel sent from God to make peace. I thought of bringing more giants, perhaps 10 or 20, but I knew my master's demons would not be able to restrain them all. He had expected thousands to blindly follow me. Had they fallen for his plan, I could have led them back to Earth, where they had been cast out by humans centuries ago. Master would be most disappointed with me. I shuddered to think of my punishment. Aidan would have been disappointed in me too had he seen what I'd become. But my husband was not with me now. He had failed to save me from death, leaving me to fend for myself in this cursed afterlife. My blood ran hot, and the serpent curled down my neck hissed when I thought of the fool I'd married. I should have wed his twin, who had been far more competent. Callum had been wild in bed and unrestrained in life just as I had. He would have kept me safe. When the demons surrounded us, the giants let out mournful wails and stomped their feet, shaking the ground with thunderous booms. I cried out as the tremors knocked me back and I nearly tumbled into a pool of lava. A whip caught me, stinging my wrist like fire as it yanked me into the arms of a demon. I could barely make out his grotesque features beneath a wide-brimmed hat before he flipped me around, pressing my backside into his groin. He was my master's favourite blood slave, a hoofed creature with hollow dark eyes and a smile that made my skin crawl. He had been an outlaw back on Earth, and he was an outlaw still, serving a master whose rule of law was chaos. The demon pressed me closer into him, his gloved hand cupping my breast as he thrust his hips against me. I knew he wanted to use me. I'd seen it in his wicked smile the first day we'd met. I only hoped our master was not inclined to share. My master stood on the outskirts of the attack, observing from the top of a boulder with an animalistic gleam in his eyes, his ebony skin shining like onyx beneath the unnatural glow of the crimson fires. All 6 of his hands were clenched at his sides, his massive scorpion tail stretching far above his head, poised for attack should the giants escape. That silver key of his glistened against his dark skin like a shining star amid a lonely night sky, beckoning me to snatch it away and escape to freedom. But I knew I didn't have the courage or the will to try it. My first and only attempt at escape had resulted in cruel and painful torture. The outlaw's hand roved down my waist, pressing hard into my pelvis while he panted in my ear. I struggled to break free, but I was trapped by the whip which dug into my wrist as he forced me to watch the brutality. I gasped as 3 more booms rent the air. My master's demons had restrained the 3 giants, slicing open the tendons in their wings and legs with poisoned blades, bringing them to their knees. "Angel!" they cried, as they held out their hands to me, their broken wings falling limply at their sides. Sadly, I felt not the slightest inclination toward pity, for my heart had turned to dust the night I was cast down to my fate. My master turned to me, beckoning me toward him with a crook of his tail. The outlaw pushed me forward with a hard shove. My hood fell down as I spun out of his grip, exposing not only my halo of blonde hair, but the serpent that was connected to the base of my skull. My pet rattled and hissed as she slithered up my neck and coiled into a ball at the top of my head. She had not been pleased with her entrapment, and the noise from the attack had set her on edge. I reached up and stroked her smooth, scaly skin. "Be calm, my baby." I did not want her angering my master. I heard the giant Garf cry out, "Devil woman!" before the noose around his neck was tightened and the demons threw a large sack over his head. "What have you brought me?" my master asked as he jumped down from his perch and circled the giants at a respectable distance. 3 Nephilim, master. My limbs shook as I bowed my head low. "3?" There was no mistaking the venom in his tone. "I needed an army of Nephilim to start an apocalypse, not a mere 3 giants." "Forgive me, master," I begged, the sharp blade of fear slicing through my voice as I took a step away from him. They knew I was not their savior, for the prophecy foretold of another, a fallen angel with golden wings and wild hair. He yanked me into his arms, crushing me with 6 bruising hands. The tip of his poisonous tail bobbed above us as he cupped my chin, forcing me to meet his demonic gaze. "I knew you would fail me. I shall take pleasure in meting out your punishment." My serpent recoiled, hissing as she rose from her perch. Though I'd pledged my blood to my master, my pet had not, and I was still learning how to control her. His tail straightened and rattled as he growled into my ear, "Dim your best." My insides churned and my legs weakened. Had my master not been holding me against him, I would have succumbed to my fear and fallen at his feet. I needed to explain myself before it was too late. I forced myself to turn up my chin. Too afraid to make eye contact, I focused my gaze just below his glowing eyes. Though they did not believe I was their savior, I was able to convince them I was an angel of God. They gave me their 3 most virtuous Nephilim to be taken to the Holy Realm.
You know my blood magic is useless against Nephilim. What do you expect me to do with them?
They are my gifts to you. Do with them as you wish. He tenderly stroked my neck before raking sharp nails down my flesh.
I always do as I wish, fair one. Never forget that.
Chapter 13. Ash. Callum? Are you awake? I was curled on the straw pallet we shared. I covered my ears as a thunderous sound rattled my brain. What was that? Thunder? Did they have storms in hell? My hands flew to my mouth when I saw the giant stomp into the cave. He had to be at least 15 feet tall with a frightening gray pallor, an elongated neck, and wings that hung limply at his sides. He walked with a stoop, almost like an ape, his thick knuckles nearly scraping the ground. Like Callum, he wore no clothing other than a loincloth. What was it with the loincloths? Had Demon Gap had a loincloth sale last week? Either they shopped at the same clothing store or hell had a shortage of boxer shorts. It was hard to unsee that awkward giant with skinny legs and a slight paunch wearing something that looked like a half-dozen potato sacks sewn together. What was most disturbing about the creature were the heavy chains strapped to his arms and ankles and the spiked collar encircling his neck, indicating that, like me, he was a prisoner. What chance did I have of escaping if a giant couldn't overpower Scorpius? I looked down at Callum, but he was still sleeping soundly. I placed a palm on his forehead and jerked back with a hiss. He was on fire. Scorpius's venom had taken hold again. Shit! A woman breezed into the room behind the giant in a blur of white robes. I laid my head on Callum's shoulder, pretending to be asleep while I observed her through slitted lids. "Hurry, Garf," she said as she prodded the backs of his legs with a stick. She walked past my cage and a lump caught in my throat as I noted how very much her fair face looked like Callum's first nettle. Same porcelain skin, lush lips, pert nose, and high cheekbones. Damn, she was beautiful. I thought of my frizzy hair and yellow skin, and I knew my beauty paled in comparison to hers. I looked like a chia pet who'd fallen asleep in a tanning bed. But as I admired her flowing blonde locks, I stifled a scream. What had first appeared to be a heavy braid was actually a pale snake slithering across her back. It slid over her shoulder before curling up on top of her head. That's when I saw its tail was somehow connected to the base of her skull. Ew. I could think of a dozen other things I'd rather have attached to my head, like cheap hair extensions, a festering pimple, or a hairy wart. But a snake? The snake woman pointed to a corner of the cave, and the giant stomped over there. Falling to his butt with a boom, he pulled his long legs up against his chest, huddling like a frightened mouse. A ginormous frightened mouse. The woman walked over to the table and poured a drink into the china cup, slowly sipping the beverage before daintily dabbing the corners of her mouth with a cloth. I licked my lips as she set down the cup and let out a satisfied sigh. What I wouldn't have given for something refreshing to drink. But so far, the only 2 beverages in hell I knew of were horny water and whiskey, neither of which would quench my thirst in the long run. A shadow crossed in front of the bars. I shot up in bed when I recognized Aiden's profile. Could it have really been him or just an illusion?
"Why, Catherine?" he bellowed as he stormed up to her. "Why would you betray me with my own brother?"
A nettle, my conscience told me. If he was Aiden, he would have been more concerned with freeing me than lecturing his long-dead wife. The snake reared up from Catherine's head and began striking Aiden's neck over and over. He swatted at the serpent as he would a buzzing fly while continuing to nag her, calling her a whore and a fool. Yeah, my shoulders slumped. A nettle. I cradled myself in my wings, trying my best to hold back tears as he fell to his knees, clutching the welts on his neck. With no regard for his own suffering, he continued to hurl insults. I screamed when she kicked his chest and he toppled to the ground before burning up in a pile of ash. I wiped tears off my cheeks with the back of my hand. I knew it hadn't been Aiden, but still, Watching him suffer like that was more than I could bear. I scooted back against the wall when her gaze met mine. I should have pretended to be asleep, but it was too late now. She strode purposely toward the bars, grasping them with small, pale hands. Hands that, like her piercing green eyes, reminded me of mine. So, I finally get to meet dear Aunt Kate, minus the dear part. What a joyous family reunion this will be. She sneered as she looked me over from head to toe. You look like my sister. I know, I said, keeping my tone as even as I could. Her demonic little laugh made me cringe. No wonder Aiden keeps you. She pulled a key out of her belt and unlocked my cage. Come, sit a spell. She beckoned me forward with a crook of the finger while the snake coiled on her head hissed at me. I'm good right here, thanks. Her eyes narrowed. Do as I say before I send Garf after you. I gave Callum a long look, hoping it wouldn't be the last, before heaving myself off the floor and padding to the exit. She sat down at the bistro table, which, like the chairs, appeared to have been made of iron. As I neared her, I squinted at the little shapes carved into the chair. What I'd thought were some sort of Victorian floral motif were actually coiled snakes, just like that thing perched on her head. When she motioned for me to take the seat across from her, I eyed her and her serpent warily and slowly lowered myself into the chair. You look parched. She turned to the giant with a snarl. Garf, pour my guest some refreshment. He heaved himself out of his corner and stomped toward us, his chains clanking loudly as vibrations rattled my chair and my brain. He grabbed the delicate porcelain teapot with 2 beefy fingers and, surprisingly, poured liquid into my cup without breaking or spilling anything. When he set the cup in front of me, I frowned at the clear liquid. Hormone water, no doubt. I carefully pushed the cup away, hoping not to offend the giant as I looked up at him with a placating smile. No thanks. To my amazement, the giant smiled back, revealing 2 uneven rows of chipped yellow teeth, along with 2 gigantic fangs that curled up from his jaw. Drink! Aunt Kate bellowed before fisting her hands on the table. She plastered a smile on her face. It's cool and refreshing, she said in a tone laced with sugar and dripping with deceit. All the while, the friend on her head hissed and rattled, its demonic red eyes centered on me as its body swayed back and forth. I vehemently shook my head before flashing a fake smile of my own. I'm not thirsty. Well, of course you are, she said with a snort. This is hell. We're all thirsty. The giant made a sniffling sound as he hovered precariously close to me. I heard a splash and glanced down at a pile of wet stuff by my feet. I looked back up past his elongated neck to see a long trail of drool hanging off his fanged lip. Gross. I'm going to pretend that didn't just happen. Don't be afraid of him, she said with an unnatural lilt to her voice. He's my pet. Oddly, I wasn't scared of Garf. He seemed to be nothing more than a gentle giant with a spiked collar I now saw had dug holes into his scarred neck. Ouch. And yet he did as she commanded without complaint. The snake rattled, sliding off her head and hissing in her ear. She cooed and stroked the serpent, wrapping its head and neck in her arms as if it were a newborn puppy. You're my favorite pet, dearest, she said while licking its forked tongue. My mom always said I had an expressive face, and at that moment, I was sure at least a half-dozen emotions, primarily horror and repulsion, were reflected in my gaping mouth as I recoiled from them. Kate was the snake bitch from hell. Literally. Who else would make out with a venomous serpent and imprison a gentle beast with barbed chains? I looked at her with hatred in my eyes as I nodded toward Garf. Those chains look painful. He's just a stupid lummox. Why do you care? She snarled at the beast. Garf, go to your corner. Do not disturb me until I summon you. He bobbed his head. Ya mistress. Move your ass, she screamed, producing a whip from inside her robe and snapping it at his leg. He whimpered as he scuffled away but said nothing. Damn. This demon brought Crazy Bitch to a whole new level. She turned to me with a smile, folding her hands demurely in front of her, while her serpent slithered down the back of her robe and thankfully out of sight. Now, where were we, niece? I nodded toward my cage. I was about to go to sleep. Nonsense. She waved me off with a flick of the wrist. You've been sleeping for hours. My eyes bulged when her robe fell down around her elbow, revealing what appeared to be a pimple volcano at least 3 inches in diameter with a deep, painful crater. Do not be alarmed. She smoothed a hand over the infestation, flashing a wicked smile. It is only the remnants from last night's foreplay with my master. And here I'd thought kinky sex was limited to edible undies, dildos, and body butter. She pushed aside her teacup, leaning forward and eyeing me intently. Tell me, is Aiden blinded by your beauty, or does he know you're a whore? I snapped my head back, offended by the lash of her verbal slap. I'm not a whore. She arched a brow, a smug smirk tugging the corner of her mouth. Have you lain with Callum? No. I did my best to keep a straight face. He is my boyfriend's brother. Disregard the fact that I tried to jump his dragon bones after drinking a prodigious amount of hormone water, or the fact that I'd had an erotic dragon sex dream only to wake up unfulfilled and masturbate with Callum's image in my mind. Those 2 instances hardly counted. So? She laughed. Why should that stop you? I folded my arms across my chest, refusing to answer her question. She's baiting me, trying to get me to admit I was a whore like her, which I wasn't. She'd cheated on Aiden back when they were still alive, back before hellish H2O. She had no excuse for her betrayal. None. How many men have you lain with? She asked. None of your business, I almost answered, but I didn't want to risk her pulling out her snake again. Less than 10? 9, to be exact, but they'd all been boyfriends, or aspiring boyfriends, except for the Swede, but what woman could resist tall, blonde, and beefy? Then you're a whore. Damn. She didn't even bat an eye when she said it. Has Aiden bedded you? Flame fanned my cheeks as I looked away. Aiden had been number 9, my new favorite number, and our lovemaking had been more than perfect until the day he'd called me Mar. Ah, of course he has. She wagged a finger, clucking her tongue. Modern girls are fools. They give away their favor so easily without recompense. Her snake hissed from somewhere behind her as she leveled me with a knowing look. He must have known after that first time you didn't die a virgin. Well, duh. I hadn't exactly cried about my popped cherry as I was digging my nails into his ass, now had I? Okay, I'd officially had enough of her shit. Time to break out my inner diva. So? I rolled my head with exaggerated movements. He didn't make a big deal out of it. Of course not. She leaned back, her smug smile so wide it appeared to be painted on. Aiden is a gentleman, but I can assure you, he was disappointed. Okay. The heavy chair made a loud screech as I stood and pushed it back. I didn't care. I was ready to get the hell off this crazy train. I've had enough girl time. I'll see myself to my cage now, thank you. Even as I was backing up, she was on her feet, advancing quickly until she was practically on top of me. And then my blood ran so cold my heartbeat ground to a halt. Her snake jutted out and wrapped itself around my waist, spinning me around and pulling me up against the she-devil until my tits were flush with hers. She reached a hand around the other side, pressing our bodies closer until our tits were smashing each other like some sort of lesbian mammogram. I felt the pounding of her heart against my chest and was surprised she had a heart at all. She stroked the side of my face. You have the Murphy eyes. They're so pretty. I shrieked, struggling out of her embrace. Don't touch me. Why? She smiled. I'm not hurting you. Her green eyes were devoid of emotion. They reminded me of her snake's eyes, serpentine and watchful, waiting for the right moment to strike. The more I tried to push away, the harder her snake squeezed me, wrapping completely around my waist like a constrictor. My poor kidneys felt like they were going to implode. This is incest, I cried. I gasped for breath and pounded against her, relieved when the snake loosened its grip, unsmashing my boobs. "Oh, dearest," she cooed, trailing a hand down my face to my collarbone. "There is no right or wrong in hell. When pleasure is presented to you, you seize it with both hands." She grabbed my tits, squeezing until I screamed. "Your breasts are like 2 honey pots." She rolled my nipples between her fingers. "So full and sweet." "Please don't," I begged, turning my face to the side as she nibbled my ear with sharp teeth. "Why?" She eased up the pressure on my breasts, massaging them with firm yet gentle strokes. "Don't you like a woman touching you?" She breathed into my ear. "Because unlike you," I growled, "I'm not a cheater." I knew it was coming, but still I wasn't prepared for the force of Kate's slap, the sting of it burning my cheek like it had been lit on fire. "I do what I must to survive," she hissed like a spitting cobra. When her snake loosened its hold even more, I jerked free, nearly falling on my ass as I stumbled backward. "You do whatever you want to do. You are a spoiled, selfish bitch who stops at nothing to get what she wants." "Now would be a good time to shut up, Ash," I said to myself. Okay, little fun fact about me. Whenever I got pissed, my mouth started spewing like a geyser, which usually ended up getting me in a whole lot of trouble. As her porcelain complexion turned a bright shade of red, I had the feeling I was about to discover the real meaning of pain. Balling her hands by her sides, she stormed up to me. "You're right. And right now I want to see you suffer."
Aiden. I cast a furtive gaze to my travel companions. Jack's head lolled to the sides, and he hobbled on 3 legs after severely burning a paw on a flaming geyser. Sarge was exhausted from hauling the piranha demon's body through treacherous terrain, and I was nothing more than a pile of tired bones with a scythe. We'd been forced to dispose of 3 pestering demons in the Valley of Fire. The piranha demon had called them nettles, and though he assured me they were created by our subconscious, remnants of bad relationships we'd left back on Earth, it was still hard for me to kill a woman. In the end, I had been left with no choice. Catherine had dogged my heels through the flaming pyres, reminding me what a worthless husband I'd been. I'd finally ended her incessant nagging by slicing off her pretty head and tossing it into the lava. Sarge had done the same with a soldier who haunted him and some skinny fisherman who hounded the piranha. Jack's nettle had caught me off guard. I recognized her as Ash's mom, and she said not a word as she followed Jack, weeping into a tissue. Nobody wanted to kill Ash's mom, so we allowed her to follow us, a decision I came to regret. Her mournful wails were like a knife twisting inside my heart. Poor Jack had not stopped whimpering since she found us. I finally had to end all our misery and chop off her head. It was the hardest thing I've ever done, but in the end I knew it was the right choice. If I'd waited until we'd found Ash, she might not have let me. Having escaped the Valley of Fire, lucky to have all of our limbs intact, we made our way through a forest of sorts, a copse of stones as tall as men with macabre demon faces etched into their smooth surfaces. The night was black as pitch, save for the light cast by the lakes of lava behind us and 3 pinpricks of flame just beyond the stones.
"Almost there, masters, almost there."
The demon's head bobbed, suspended by his stringy hair and Jack's teeth. The fish-faced freak's high-pitched whine grated on my last nerve. I was tired, sore, hungry, and damn thirsty, growing ever sicker of listening to that hideous ball of teeth ramble on. "If you are leading us to trouble," I growled, "so help me God."
"God can't help you here, masters, and I do lead you to trouble."
His laughter reminded me of a squealing pig at slaughter.
"All hell is trouble."
You know what I mean. If I discover you're tricking us, I'll find a bubbling pool of lava and toss your head in, but I'll leave your body here. Try getting it back after that. Sarge added an amen to my threat, and Jack confirmed it with a snarl. The demon's fishy eyes bulged.
"I'm not tricking you, master. Seen the tip of that pyramid beyond those stones?"
I cast my gaze upward, nearly stumbling when my eyes beheld the towering peak. I see it. God Almighty. I had no idea such a monolith existed in hell.
That is where you'll find your dragon brother, I swear it.
I let out a slow breath before trudging forward. The demon had given his word, which meant exactly nothing. The only way to discover what was beneath that pyramid was to go inside. I stilled when a horn sounded in the distance, a low, deep wail as powerful as a blaring cargo ship siren. They knew we were coming. Hopefully, whatever awaited us beyond that fortress wasn't more powerful than a three-legged dog and some road-weary hunters, or we were all damned for good.
Ash. Note to self: torture sucks. Torture sucks big fat demon balls. Catherine's whip across my back sent me tumbling to my knees. Little fun fact about me: I might have had a big mouth and a bad attitude, but I was no fighter. Damn. I should have listened to my mom and stayed in Taekwondo, though I didn't know if my weak ninja skills would have done any good. It was kind of hard to defend myself while I was writhing in pain from the venom that shot up my limbs. Her snake had bitten my collarbone, the poison coursing through my veins at an alarming rate. The pain was more intense than I'd ever known, like fibromyalgia times infinity. I lay immobile on the floor, my face pressed against the warm stone as my drool pooled around me. I grunted when I felt her foot on my back, and then cried out when I felt her full weight on me. She might have looked like a petite demon, but what she lacked in size she made up for in weight. She walked up my spine, which was still tender from the gash caused by my new wings. Was she going to break my spine and leave me paralyzed? Or was she going to kill me and cast me to the second dimension of hell? At this point, the second dimension was looking like paradise compared to my captivity.
Leave her be!
Callum clenched the bars with whitened knuckles, pressing his wan face against the iron as steam poured from his nose. How had he managed to stand? I could tell by the way his limbs shook he was not well. "Oh, Callum," I whimpered, though I knew he couldn't hear me. "Please lie down." When he reached a hand through the bars, I saw tears streaming down his snout.
"Torture me instead," he pleaded.
She jumped off me, walking toward him with a slutty swagger. "What do you think I've been doing?" His nostrils flared.
"Catherine, don't do this."
"Very well, then," she said with a girlish giggle. "If you insist." She slipped out of her robe, exposing her bare ass to me as she pressed against the cage. That snake of hers was writhing down her back, its serpentine tongue darting across her skin. Gross. Luckily, her slut session was cut short after she began coughing on Callum's smoke. She stepped back, fanning her face. "I would force you to make love to me in exchange for leniency, but I can tell by the way you tremble you'd be a useless lover." Her snake lashed out at him, wrapping his neck in a noose. His face reddened as he fought against the serpent. I had no idea where I found the energy to get up, but I pumped my wings hard until I was standing on shaky legs. Despite the pain which coursed through me like liquid concrete, I lifted my heavy arms, channeling balls of energy into my palms. She still had her back to me, her laughter echoing off the cave walls as she squeezed the life out of Callum. I had one chance to strike, and then I knew she'd be on me.
"Mistress, stop!"
The giant's booming voice echoed behind me. He stomped past me in a few heavy strides, shaking the ground beneath my feet and causing me to tumble to the floor. Releasing Callum, she spun around with a snarl, not even intimidated by the hulking giant bearing down on her. "Did I tell you to come out of your corner? How dare you disobey my orders?" She threw open the cage door and pointed. "Get the bitch and you can sit inside with them." Then she walked up to me and sneered before spitting on my neck. When the antivenom trickled down my collarbone and pooled around my wound, I squeezed my eyes shut and involuntarily arched my back as liquid ice seized my veins. Dear God, it hurt. But at the same time, the rush was amazing, like demon heroin. I was still held captive by the antidote when Garf hoisted me into his arms and carried me inside the cell. He nearly knocked the wind out of me when he laid me on a straw pallet before placing Callum next to me. Thank you, Garf. I barely rasped the words, but he'd already escaped to a pallet in the corner, flattening the straw beneath him like a flat iron on a pancake. Thankfully, I heard the bitch storm out of the cave, the hiss of her snake fading as her footsteps echoed down the chamber. Despite the fact that every inch of my body ached as if I had the flu, I lifted my head and snuggled against Callum's chest. I laid my hand on his heart, relieved to feel the rise and fall of his chest. Please don't die, I begged on a sob, and then an idea struck me. I wiped some of Catherine's saliva off my neck and rubbed it across Callum's wound. I had no idea if snake antivenom would work on a scorpion sting, but it was worth a shot.
Ash,
he mumbled. I'm here, Callum. I stroked his forehead before tucking a strand of thick dark hair behind his ear. Weird how his skin and eyes had morphed into dragon form, but he retained his bushy hair just like Aiden's.
I've been thinking about your nettle,
he said on a wheeze.
Something she said to you earlier. Did my brother really call you Mar in bed?
Of all the things to think about when you're writhing in pain, yes?
That fool,
he chuckled.
He'll regret it for all eternity.
I leaned up on my elbow, placing a finger to his lips as I looked down into his molten eyes. Please don't speak. I know it hurts you. He smiled, not one of joy, but the kind that masked a deep sorrow.
It's only pain, Ash. I've been dealing with it for over 100 years.
He reached up, tapping my nose.
For the record, you're a far better woman than Mar ever was.
My face warmed. Thanks. You're not so bad yourself. I stroked his temple until I heard the deep and even breathing of his slumber. When I was certain I wouldn't wake him, I leaned up and kissed his scaly cheek. He wasn't all bad, that dragon friend of mine. Considering my current fate, I was lucky I had a friend at all. Chapter 14. Hell's First Dimension. October 2, 1905. Catherine O'Connor. You're letting him go? Why? I flew out of bed as my master dressed. I had pleasured him long into the night, and this was how he rewarded me, by releasing the bane of my existence?
Because I've grown tired of torturing him,
he said with a sigh as he buttoned his trousers. But this was not to be. Didn't he care that I took satisfaction in tormenting Callum as well? A few more years and I was sure his resistance would crack. But he has not signed the blood oath.
I know, but he is a powerful demon, and I could use his hunting skills in the mortal realm.
He said this without care that my heart was breaking. Callum wasn't just another demon plaything for my enjoyment. He was my last tie to my mortal life, a reminder to my carefree days and freedom, a time when all I'd had to do was bat my lashes and men of my choosing would fall over their fate to win my favors. My charms had even worked on Callum once. Though it hadn't been too long ago, it felt like ages. But I could not let my master know the real reason I needed Callum, though it pained me to hide the truth from him. Over the years, I'd found weaknesses in the blood bond, and learned how to secretly defy him while adapting to the discomfort. Do you think it wise to release him, master? I asked, a bold move to challenge his authority. My servitude had turned into one of testing boundaries, for which I quickly learned he enjoyed my defiance, especially as it prompted him to come up with new forms of punishment. He turned on me with a snarl, unsheathing his fangs as his tail rattled and curved above him.
Do you think it wise to question me?
6 hands hauled me out of bed, pulling my nude body up against his hard chest, dangling his venomous tail precariously close to my face. I knew he wouldn't strike there. My beauty was like a prize to him, a symbol of his status. My baby hissed as she slithered up my neck. I silently beckoned her to lie still. Though her venom was strong, she was no match for Scorpius. Forgive me, master, I begged, as I forced my limbs to shake. He cupped my cheek in his hand.
You've grown too brash, fair one. Perhaps I should bid you more often.
He must have seen the excitement in my expression, for his eyes lit up with a demonic glow as he chuckled.
Ah, but you'd enjoy it too much, wouldn't you? I've forgotten what I owe you all."
I blushed as I thought of the instruments of torture Master had used on me the previous night, and how I'd come to enjoy the sting of the cracking whip and the crushing grip of his tail wrapped around my throat, while all 6 of his hands squeezed and prodded my tender flesh. "Pleasure must be meted with pain," I answered demurely, casting my gaze to the floor, knowing he took satisfaction in my subservience. He cupped my breast in a strong grip, squeezing until I cried out.
"My demons tell me my prisoner has not succumbed to your charms, though you appeared naked in his cell and tempted him with water. Why would he refuse such a fair angel?"
My lower lip quivered as I shook off the sting of Callum's rejection. "I don't know." He leaned into me, menace in his gaze.
"Tell me the real reason you don't want me to release him. Is it because he's resistant to my torture or immune to your advances?"
I tried to pull away. "I simply do not want him causing trouble for you, Master." He knew I was lying. I could sense it in his erratic pulse as he crushed me in his embrace.
"He won't,"
he answered on a low growl. Batting my lashes, I looked at him with wide eyes, eyes that I knew drove him mad with desire. "How can you be sure?"
"Because he promised me he would not."
I heard the rattle of his tail and then cried out when he struck my shoulder. The pain was so intense I would have crumbled to the floor if he hadn't held me in place. The poison instantly took hold, causing my head to spin and my breaths to come in shallow gasps, and still I defied him. "And you believe his promise?"
"No, but he believes mine,"
he said as he scraped a path down my neck and shoulder with sharp teeth. He suckled the poison from my wound, moments before the agony consumed me.
"That if he ever were to cross me, I would bring him back to my dungeon and torture him for all eternity."
Ash. I woke up with a splitting headache and a throbbing backside, shuddering as memories of my torture washed over me. Fucking bitch. She brought crazy ex-wife to a whole new level. I sat up and looked at Callum, wondering how long I'd slept in the crook of his arm. His face was still pale, though there was a touch of color in his cheeks. He was sleeping soundly, the even rise and fall of his chest making me sigh with relief. Had the snake antivenom worked? I spun around at the booming commotion coming from the other end of the cell. That's when I saw 2 bulging gray eyes staring back at me. The giant. Catherine had locked him in the cage with us. I looked around the cell to see it was otherwise bare. Nobody had brought us food or beverage. I sure hoped this monster wasn't hungry, and if he was, I sure hoped he was a vegetarian.
"Eat?"
he asked as he held something out to me, the chains around his wrists clanking with the movement. For a moment, I thought it was a corn dog, before I realized it was the headless body of a rat. I ignored the rumbling in my stomach and waved it away. "No thanks," I lied. "I'm not hungry." Truthfully, I was hungry enough to eat almost anything, even gluten, though I knew it would run right through me. But I had to draw the line at cave rat. My idea of eating almost anything was more along the lines of a hot dog without mustard or an overcooked chicken sandwich with no mayo. Yeah, roughing it, I know. Garf commenced to eating the rat without me, curling it up in his long tongue and rolling it into his wide mouth, swallowing it whole. I briefly wondered if Garf was related to a frog, because he had the mannerisms of one. I almost wanted to tell him to chew his food or he'd get indigestion, but I left it alone. If he didn't get an upset stomach from dirty raw rat, he had a gut of iron. "Do those chains hurt you?" I asked as I pointed to the scars on his wrists and neck. He frowned.
"Yeah."
He got up and stomped over to me, falling to his knees with a thud that made me bounce off my pallet. "I'm sorry, Garf." I scooted back and smoothed a hand through my frizzy hair, trying my best to keep my composure. I held out a hand, praying he wouldn't crush it. "I'm Ash. Nice to meet you." Fortunately, he only held out one grimy finger. I tried not to think about where that finger had been when I shook it. He pouted and scratched his head.
You not act like demon.
I'm not a demon, I shrugged. I'm not supposed to be, anyway. He pointed at my feathers.
You have wings, like angel.
I wish. I rolled my eyes, thinking of the night I'd died. The sex, the party, the cheesecake. Did I mention the sex? I'd fallen a long way down since that night. Getting kicked out of heaven and winding up in this shithole had to be the worst demotion of the century. Not even close to the time my old boss, Mr. Schwartz, had cut my hours after I called him a dickwad. I heaved a sigh as I crossed my legs. If God would have let me stay in heaven, I wouldn't be in this mess now. His eyes widened as he angled back his long neck.
A fallen angel.
Sort of. His bottom lip trembled for a moment, and then he straightened his shoulders. Ooh, for a minute there, I'd thought he was going to lose it. And then he buried his face in his hands and bawled so loud he sounded like a dying elephant. Just great. Please don't cry, I begged. He pulled his hands from his eyes and sat up, smiling ear to ear.
Okay, Garf no cry.
I couldn't help but smile back. You're not like a demon either. He was more like a ginormous toddler than anything. An ugly, ginormous toddler, poor guy. His grin tilted to one side.
Garf not demon. Garf Nephilim.
Nephilim? I briefly remembered hearing about them in Sunday school during one of those rare times I'd been paying attention. I thought they were the children of a forbidden love affair between fallen angels and mortals. I couldn't understand why he had been cast down to hell, and I certainly didn't get why he'd been chained up like a dog. You're too nice to be her slave. His bottom lip hung off his face like a deflated tire.
Garf not like being Mistress's slave. Mistress trick Nephilim. She come to Nephilim den and say she angel come to take Garf to heaven.
He wiped a tear off his face with the back of his hand.
She no angel. She no take Garf to heaven.
My heart broke at the sorrow reflected in his watery eyes. Forget the torture Catherine had put me through. What she'd done to this gentle giant was far worse. She deserved to be cast down to the lowest level of this rat-infested shithole. I'm sorry. When was this? He frowned as his shoulders slumped.
Garf no remember. Long time.
I fluttered up to him and placed both hands on his grimy knuckles, squeezing. The look of appreciation in those big gray eyes almost made my trip to hell worth it. Almost. I wish there was a way we could all get out of here, I said as I squeezed harder, but I knew there was no way out, not when we were at the mercy of such powerful demons. Unless God decided to take pity on a frizzy-haired fallen angel, a scorned son of sin, and a damned undesirable dragon, our future looked pretty hopeless. Chapter 15. Present Day. Catherine O'Connor. I rode on top of my demon master, careful not to disturb his venomous tail which hovered above us. Sliding up and down the slick length of his massive shaft, I cried out as my orgasm crested. I paused, holding my breath, grinding his thick head deep into my channel as my juices flooded around him. Heaving a sigh of contentment, I fell against his chest. I always took my pleasure first, for I knew if I did not, he would leave me unsated. His tail rattled as he yanked the chain around my neck and flipped me over, digging his claws into the globes of my ass while stretching my anus open with another set of strong hands. I hissed when he jammed his head into my puckered hole without having prepared me for his girth. My delicate skin ripped open when he slid in with one forceful thrust. Screaming, I tried to pull away, but he dug another set of claws into my sides, anchoring himself inside me, thrusting once, twice, 3 times more before he roared and stilled. His warm seeds spurted in deep pulses, causing another orgasm to rip through me with painful pleasure. I groaned my delight. The agony had been so worth it. When he was entirely spent, he slid out, saying not a word as I mopped up blood and sperm. Frowning, I looked at his broad backside, which would have been magnificent had it not been shrouded by that skeletal tail. It clacked like a sack full of marbles as he flexed all 6 muscular arms and admired his form in the chipped full-length mirror. He truly was a specimen to behold, tall and muscular with skin the color of polished onyx, an immortal demon king, and I, as his lover, was his queen. But something about our lovemaking troubled me. Though Master's passion was rarely tender, he tempered his brutality with soothing words. Not today. I suspected he was upset by Callum's betrayal, or perhaps he'd heard the rumor that a grim reaper had been spotted wandering the caves with a 2-headed beast. I could only wonder if that grim was my former husband searching for his bitch, impossible as it seemed. Why would he save her when he never bothered to come looking for me? I turned down my lip, pretending I was a petulant child. You did not call me your fair one today. He turned to me slowly, orange eyes glowing against dark, smooth skin. Maybe I do not find you as fair as you once were. My breath hitched and I was momentarily stunned into silence. Surely you don't mean it. He gestured to the cage beyond our bed. My demons tell me you abused my prisoner, though I did not give you leave to torture her. She was asking for it, I spat. How could he care more for the hide of some worthless whore than for my tender heart? You fool! He stormed up to the bed, leaning over me with a menacing snarl. I need her spirit all. I fell back, my baby slithering beside me as she hissed at my lover. She will recover in time? I answered weakly, hoping my master was playing a game, though I did not detect the familiar spark of desire beneath the thunderous look in his eyes. His gaze raked my nude body as if the sight of me somehow left a sour taste in his mouth. Do you not know who she is? Though it pained me to become angry with my master, the embers of fury stoked a flame deep within my bosom. Had he forgotten I was his favorite blood slave, his main source of pleasure in this hellish existence? I got up on my knees, eyeing him with disdain as my baby coiled above me. She is my husband's whore. His lip curled in a snarl. Ironic, coming from the biggest slut in 13 Hells. Instinctively, I raised my hand to strike, despite the pain from my bubbling skin and boiling blood. His tail lashed out, its spikes stabbing through the center of my palm. I wailed and hissed as I tried to pull back. Please, master, please! My baby slithered down my back, trembling against my skin as my master's tail rattled. His spike slid out of me, leaving a gaping wound in my hand. Sobbing, I spit into the hole, sighing in relief as the antivenom soothed the burn. I screamed when he grabbed my damaged hand, yanking me off the bed. You know this girl is not just AO. His tone rose as he squeezed my hand harder. She is the fallen angel, predestined to lead the Nephilim army that will spur the second coming. With her as my blood slave, I will rule the apocalypse. He released me with a shove, and I sank onto the sheets where we'd just made love, cradling my injured hand as tears streamed down my face. The pain was like 1,000 tiny needles burrowing into my skin. He slid into his trousers before storming toward the tunnel. Master? My voice shook as I reached for him. Where are you going? He turned, gazing at me one last time with a cold glare. I've grown tired of looking at you. Ash. Callum snored softly beside me on the pallet while I pressed my eyes shut and pretended to sleep, despite the banging of my heart. Its pulses echoed loudly in my ears. I'd woken from a fitful dream and landed smack in the middle of a nightmare. I had no idea which was more horrifying, listening to 2 crazy demons mate like rabid dogs, or Scorpius's admission I was somehow supposed to end up his blood slave and start an apocalypse. An apocalypse? Well, fuck. And here I thought my eternity couldn't get any worse. Aiden. How did I know not to trust the word of a demon? The giants had us surrounded, and there were thousands of them. Jack whimpered as he backed up against a stone structure, and Sarge stood by my side, scythe at the ready. Though what good were our scythes now, considering these monsters had clubs nearly as tall as us? Never fear, masters.
the demon hissed.
They are Nephilim and friend to mankind. The giant who wears the bright star is King Og.
I remembered reading about Og in the Bible. The king was almost 18 feet tall, with a wingspan at least double that. He had an elongated neck, a gray pallor, and big, bulging eyes. It had been a few thousand years since man had usurped his rule and he'd been cast down to hell. Judging by the way he held that club poised to lob off our heads, he still held a grudge against mankind. The demon probably knew this as well, hence the reason he'd led us here. Sarge held up the demon's head, growling, "What do they want?"
Don't worry.
The demon flashed a devious grin.
Let me speak to them.
Sarge shot me a weary look before turning the demon's head toward the giants.
Fellow scorned friends, the demon called. I have brought you gifts, bones for broth and meat for stew. In return, all I ask is that you rescue my body and let me partake of your holy water so that I might be healed.
I gaped at the demon. Considering Sarge still held his head, he was a fool to think the giants would save him. Sarge swung around and threw the head into the air, and to my surprise, a Nephilim raised his club and batted that thing way beyond center field toward the flaming lakes of lava. I let out a low whistle. Home run. Og stomped up to us, rattling our bones with each step. "Grim no welcome to Nephilim Den." I held up my palm, slowly backing away. "My humble apologies. We're not here to harm your kind. We have come from purgatory to save our friend. She was captured by a demon and brought to hell." Og scowled. "What this friend look like?" I made a face as I thought about the last time I'd seen Ash. There'd been tears in her eyes because I upset her. I had no idea what she looked like now, but in my mind she was always my beautiful, free-spirited girl. I'm not sure now that she's been demonized. Sarge puffed up his chest and stepped forward. "Last I saw her, she had wild hair, bright green eyes, and the most beautiful smile you've ever seen." I shot him a sideways glare. Bastard. Og's massive jowls dropped open. "Is she angel?" "No, she's a ghoster," I answered before Sarge could say anything else he'd regret later. "She was kidnapped by another ghoster named Shadow." "No angel?" The folds of skin on Og's thick brow drew down, nearly obscuring his eyes. "No from heaven?" I shook my head. "No, from purgatory." Sarge turned to me. "What about the night she spent in heaven?" "That hardly counted," I said. "She was cast out the next day." A wave of murmurs rose from the crowd. Og silenced them with a wave of his club. He bent down, looking under my hood until we were nearly eye to eye. "She fallen angel?" "Of sorts." "We believe she is with the dragon Callum," Sarge said as he shrugged the headless body off his shoulders and waved in the direction its head had flown. "That demon told us this was Callum's den." Og straightened and pounded the tip of his club into the ground. "No dragon den, Nephilim den." Now the pyramid made sense, for I had heard from older Grimms that Nephilim had built the pyramids on Earth. Og jutted his club into the air. "We must say fallen angel." The other Nephilim roared their approval. The vibrations from their collective shouts felt as if a steam train was tunneling through my eardrums. "That's what we're trying to do," I shouted above the din. A wide smile split Og's ugly face in two. "Nephilim help you."
Chapter 16. Ash. Time seemed to pass in a blur as I slept beside Callum in our cage. I must have woken up every half hour to check on him. His face and hands had gone clammy, and he was muttering strange things like telling Aiden to accept Mr. Ball's offer and repeating that Catherine was a bitch whore. I had no idea who this Mr. Ball person was, but I had to concur with his opinion of Catherine. The description fit her perfectly. My breathing stilled when I heard the sound of boots filing into the cave. Whoever had come to visit us had brought along several friends. Garf's whimper wasn't reassuring either. He must have known our company was no good. I kept my head on Callum's chest, pretending to be asleep while desperately trying to focus on the steady beating of his heart, instead of the blood-curdling fear which coursed through my veins. But when I heard the clank of the keys in the lock, I knew my time had run out.
Time to get up, fair one.
I pried open one eye to see Scorpius staring down at me, his silver key taunting me as it dangled between us and his creepy tail threatening me as it hung over his head. "What?" I asked, but Shadow was by my side, forcing me to drink water. I quickly spit it out, though some of it managed to find its way down my throat.
Drink, my angel.
Merriment danced in Scorpius's eyes.
It's cool and refreshing.
I flew to my knees, knocking the cup out of Shadow's hands. "I'm not your angel," I growled, "and I don't want your water." Shadow clucked his tongue, but I was focused on the curve of Scorpius's tail, which stretched until it was dangling above me. His face appeared impassive, like smooth black marble, but his eyes were glowing orange flames. I almost thought I saw embers flickering beneath his eyes as his tail rattled menacingly.
The least you could do is show gratitude for my hospitality.
I waved a hand at my dungeon. "You call this hospitality?"
Come.
He held one of his lower hands out.
I have prepared a feast for us. I know you must be famished.
I shrieked away from him, not famished enough to eat poison.
The food is not poisoned. I give you my word.
He subtly smiled, though the flames of aggression still burned in his eyes. "How can I trust you?" I motioned to my friend, who still lay motionless and mumbling on the cot. "Look at what you've done to Callum." He arched a dark brow.
Do you wish me to ease his suffering?
I folded my arms and blew out a huff of air. Of course. But I knew he wouldn't, and if he did, I was sure he'd expect me to repay him for the favor. He stepped forward, jutting his hand out again.
Then come with me.
I cast a weary glance at Callum as a strange sense of déjà vu overcame me. The last time a demon led me from this cage, I'd had the sickening feeling I'd never see Callum again. I'd allowed that demon bitch to abuse and defeat me, and now there was no telling what Scorpius was capable of doing. Callum was too sick to help me now. It had become clear Aiden wouldn't be coming for me either. This left me with only one choice. I clenched my hands together, feeling the energy ball in them. My palms crackled as my chest heaved. I slowly stood, refusing to take his hand, as I left the cell with stiff shoulders and let him lead me to the table. I did my best to ignore the cluster of demons around us, thankful I didn't see Catherine among their number. I sat when he motioned to the chair, allowing him to think he had control of the situation. But he didn't. When the moment came, I would strike, and I would strike hard. The stakes couldn't have been any higher. I wasn't just fighting for my soul anymore. I was fighting for the souls of all mankind. I scowled at the table. There were no steaming plates of grilled spider or headless rats, just a long blade with an ivory handle and a rolled piece of parchment. I don't see a feast.
The feast is here.
He laughed as he picked up the blade and slit open his top wrist, holding it out to me as blood spurted from the slash like a geyser.
Drink, he said.
I jumped up from the chair. I'm not a cannibal.
Of course not, my angel.
He stepped around the table, all 6 of his hands beckoning to me as the blood from his gash splattered my jeans.
Drink and I promise you will be sated.
I pushed the chair between us before rushing to the other side of the table. I'm not a vampire either. This demon was certifiably psycho if he thought I was going to drink his blood. The flame in his eyes brightened as he turned to Shadow with a scowl.
Bring the dragon to me.
Well, fuckity fuck. I knew this wasn't going to end well. After Shadow and another demon dragged Callum out of the cage, the other demons formed a circle around us. Garf whimpered as he pressed his face against the bars. I clenched my hands together, assessing the situation. I was somewhere in the bowels of hell, surrounded by a dozen demons who were about to torture me and or my friend, and the nastiest demon of them all wanted me to drink his blood. Most likely so I'd become his blood slave and start an apocalypse. Yup, that about summed up my situation. Time to get the fuck out of Dodge. I just needed to figure out how. Callum's head lolled to one side, smoke streaming out of his snout in weak tendrils as Shadow and another demon held him up. Scorpius eyed Callum's festering wound. "It doesn't look so bad. I must not have struck him hard enough." In the blink of an eye, Scorpius struck Callum's other shoulder, causing him to jerk up and scream before his head lolled to the other side. "What are you doing?" I yelled as I balled my fists. He turned to me with a smirk. "Easing his suffering. Isn't that what you wanted? Soon he will fall down to the second dimension, then the third, and finally the fourth, and the pain of my venom will be just a memory." He turned back to Callum, tail poised to strike again. I jutted a foot forward. "Please don't! Please!" Garf wailed as he rattled the bars of the cage. The other demons began to get restless too, pacing and growling like wild animals. Yet with all of those distractions, I kept my eyes on Scorpius. He was the one I needed to take down first if I had any chance of escaping. He strode up to me, holding out his bloody vein. "If you wish me to give him the antivenom, you must drink, and then you must sign the oath declaring yourself my blood slave for all eternity." Oh, geez, seems like a simple request. As if. "All right, I'll do it," I cried, my shoulders slumping in defeat. "But not until you give Callum the antivenom." His tail rattled as a wide smile split his face. The demons held Callum while Scorpius spit into both of his stings. I watched with a mixture of dread and amazement as the bubbling boils began to heal. "Ash, don't drink," Callum whimpered before his eyes rolled to the back of his head. I felt the energy racing through my veins now, and the hairs on my arms stood on end. If the antivenom worked a little faster, Callum would be strong enough to help me. "I won't let him cast you to the fourth dimension," I said between gritted teeth. That part was true. I wouldn't, but I wasn't about to drink scorpion blood either. Scorpius walked up to me holding out his arm. "Now you must drink." "No!" Garf rattled the cage behind me so hard the walls of our cave began to shake and dust rained down on our heads. Scorpius turned to his demons with a snarl. "Stop him!" They picked up spears and sticks and began poking Garf through the bars. "No drink! No drink!" he cried as he shook the cage. With a roar, Scorpius stormed toward the giant, blood spurting along the floor in his wake. "Open the cage," he commanded. That's when I saw Callum fighting the demons who held him. The color had returned to his face and steam poured from his snout. "Strike now," my conscience told me, "and strike hard." I raised my hands and poured all my energy into my palms, amazed as twin thunderbolts lit up the cave and zapped Scorpius right in the tail. He flew through the open door of the cage and slammed into the back wall. The smell of burned flesh permeated the musty chamber. Holy shit! Did lightning just come out of my hands? That wasn't anything like the little zap I'd used on Cerberus. Callum burned demons left and right, filling our cave with more heat as I zapped the demons who tried to flee. Garf did the smart thing and huddled in the corner of his cell, hands shielding his face. Good thing, because I didn't want him getting hurt. I had no idea if this lightning thing was part of my demon powers or what, but I wasn't complaining. The hair on my head stood on end as I zapped another and another. A few were stupid enough to come after me with fangs unsheathed and claws raised. They didn't stand a chance. It was like watching insects fly into a porch light. Ha-ha! Eat my electricity, demons! And just when I thought we'd burned and zapped every evil creature in the place, a shadow fell over the room, blurring my vision and sending my mind spiraling into a pit of confusion. I heard a roar, and then I choked on smoke as fire filled the air. A strong hand on my back gave me a push. I turned and looked into a pair of glowing dragon eyes. "Run!" Callum screamed. But I was too confused to do anything. A series of booms shook the floor beneath me before I was tossed into the air, thrown over a thick shoulder, and bounced out of the cave. Chapter 17.
Ash, wake up.
Callum stood over me, lines of concern on his brow as he shook me. "Callum, you're okay!" I squealed as I sat up and threw my arms around his neck. His steamy breath scorched my shoulders as he hugged me back, but I didn't care. I was just so happy to see him well again. And then I remembered my last waking moment, and the darkness that had fallen over me in the cave. "Shadow!" I screamed as I lurched out of Callum's embrace.
Don't worry.
Callum's low baritone was full of menace.
I think I burned him good on the way out.
He angled his head, looking up.
After Garf cleared a path for us.
"Garf, you helped us?" I looked up at the giant's smiling face. Garf jutted a thumb in his chest as the chains rattled on his wrists.
Angel save Garf, and Garf save Angel.
My face flushed. This giant obviously had low heavenly standards if he thought I was an angel, but I appreciated the compliment. I'm no angel, but thanks. Callum stood and held a hand down to me.
That was a pretty spectacular light display.
Thanks. You didn't do so badly yourself. I took his hand, amazed at the little spark that lit between us.
Ouch!
He laughed, hoisting me to my feet. Though it was dark outside, I could tell we were on yet another cliff somewhere, overlooking the great flaming pit below. Garf walked over to the ledge and sat down, his heavy feet dangling precariously over the side, as if hovering over a flaming pit of doom was no big deal. "I think we make an amazing demon-ass-kicking team." I tried to keep my voice chipper, even as I was wiping sweat off my brow and backing away from the face of the cliff. "What do you think, Garf?" He frowned down at his dirty palms.
Garf no like demons. Demons beat and sting Garf every day.
I knew after years of captivity it took a powerful act of courage for Garf to stand up to his oppressors. I was so grateful he'd done it now. I had no idea what crazy, compelling force dared me to sit beside Garf on the ledge. Maybe I'd gotten a little too cocky after kicking a horde of demon butt, or maybe I remembered if I did fall, I could always fly back up. Shadow would have overpowered us if it hadn't been for you. Thanks. I placed my hand on his, which was weird, because his hand was about the size of my rear minus the squeezable part. I was rewarded with an uneven smile.
Garf save Angel because Angel save Nephilim.
There he goes calling me an angel again.
We need to get going,
Callum said at our backs. You're right, I answered. I had no idea how long those electrocuted demons would be incapacitated before they assembled their numbers and came after us. I was about to back away from the ledge, but I did something stupid and took a good look at our surroundings. Holy shit, we were high up, as in higher than the Space Needle high. As in, if I slipped and fell, I'd be demon splat on a rock high. Yeah, we were that freaking high. Now, the only question was, how in the heck were we supposed to get down? Beneath us was a crumbling stairway carved into the face of the mountain. I stole a glance at Garf, worried the stairs wouldn't be able to handle his weight. The wings that sagged across his back didn't appear to be of any use either. Sure, Callum and I could fly our way out, but there was no way I was leaving Garf behind to be captured and chained up again. I stood, cautiously backing up from the ledge. Okay, now what?
We keep moving before they catch us,
Callum answered. Garf, can you fly? I asked the giant.
No can fly,
he frowned.
Demon cut Garf's wings.
I jutted my chin forward, eyeing the stairs as if they were no big deal. Then we walk. I ignored Callum's grumbling behind me as I ushered Garf forward. He turned and went down backward as if he was climbing down a ladder, moving so quickly Callum and I had to fly to keep up with him. Maybe this escape would work after all. Beads of sweat dripped down my brow and between my shoulder blades as we neared the bottom of the cliff in record time. It seemed the farther we descended into the pit, the heavier the dark thoughts that weighed on my mind. Where would we go now that Callum's den was no longer safe? Would he make good on his word and help me find a way out? Even if Callum somehow found a way to help me escape, what would happen to him? If my thunderbolt hadn't been enough to kill Scorpius, he'd wake up one pissed-off demon and go after Callum, probably imprisoning and torturing him all over again. I couldn't leave him to face that alone. "Callum, do you have any idea where we're going?" I asked as I hovered near Garf's shoulder.
"To the gate,"
he said as he flapped his wings beside me.
"We're getting you on that damned elevator."
I should have been overjoyed, but I wasn't, knowing I couldn't take him with me. Then I thought about Shadow. He'd somehow made it to purgatory even though he'd been turned into a demon. Maybe I could sneak Callum up there. But what about Garf? He was too big to sneak into purgatory. Would Garf wander hell alone only to be captured by demons again? Or was there a den of other Nephilim somewhere who could keep him safe? After Garf descended the last stair, Callum and I floated to the ground and we waited for the giant to catch his breath, though it was hard for any of us to breathe in the thick, smoky air. I paused to reassess my troubling thoughts. How would I make my grand escape past Cerberus? Sure, my powers had strengthened, but would my lightning be enough to defeat a three-headed beast? I wrapped my wings around me, nervously toying with a feather. "What about the dog?" I asked Callum as my wings fell to my sides. Callum clutched my shoulders in a strong grip, his eyes searching mine.
"Ash, I've never met another demon with the power to shoot thunderbolts. If you can take down Scorpius, you can take down Cerberus. Besides, we'll help you."
I heaved a frustrated breath. Why did the guy feel the need to comfort me when I was the one going to purgatory and he'd be stuck behind in this miserable existence? A tear slipped down my cheek as my lower lip trembled. I felt like the worst kind of friend imaginable for abandoning Callum. "What about you?" A look of annoyance crossed his features.
"What about me?"
More tears began to flow. My chest felt so heavy the words came out on a wheeze. "I can't leave you here." His eyes darkened as steam poured out of his nose.
"The hell you can't."
Turning his back on me, he shot into the air, hovering above the smoke as he surveyed the landscape. From my vantage point, I saw gray, cracked earth surrounding smoking pools of lava. I shrieked as a thunderous sound erupted, and the ground split open in front of us. Garf pulled me back just before a streaming geyser of fire shot into the air. "Thanks, Garf," I said as I mopped sweat off my brow. Was this the only way out? How were we supposed to navigate through steaming lakes and fiery pyres? Callum whistled as he waved us forward. I glared up at him. He was so like his brother to lash out at me and then storm off, not just from further confrontation, but from facing his feelings. Callum was scared, though he did a good job masking it with lots of smoke and scowls. I shot into the air, the beating of my wings matching the thudding of my heart. "What will Scorpius do to you if you help me escape?" His nostrils flared and his eyes burned, his wings pumping wildly.
"What do you think Scorpius will do to you if you become his prisoner again? You have to go, Ash."
The flapping of his wings slowed to nearly a standstill as something in his gaze softened.
"Besides, I owe it to my brother."
He flew forward as Garf hopped over lava pools and quickly navigated around the geysers like a child playing a game of hopscotch. With heavy wings, I flew after Callum. A protest died in my throat, and it felt as if my chest had broken wide open, exposing a raw and scarred heart. A plume of smoke rose from the ground, shrouding Callum in a charcoal haze, reminding me that soon he'd be nothing more than a memory, a casualty of his sins, lost in the underworld for eternity. Death was so unfair. My wings felt weighted down with 100 years of regret and an eternity of sorrow. "You're too good to be in hell." Though the smoke had dried up every last drop of moisture in my eyes, I blinked back the wave of anguish that washed over me. I wanted so badly to fly into Callum's arms and tell him everything would be all right, but I knew it wouldn't. Not for him and not for me either. Even if I found my way back to purgatory, how could I go on knowing my friend suffered? Suddenly, Aiden's dark moods and depression made sense. He mourned the loss of his brother. Callum averted his gaze, looking out across the volatile landscape.
There's an old adage we have in hell. In life unchained, in death unjust.
I remembered hearing that same saying up above. I wondered if it was more than a coincidence that it was true for both dimensions. They say that in purgatory too, I said. Then I bolted straight up into the night sky as an idea struck me. I flew back down just as fast, pumping my wings hard as I faced Callum. You know what? When I get to heaven, I'm going to appeal to God and put in a good word for you. For I certainly had to have earned enough credits to get to heaven by now, right? Thwarting an apocalypse had to count for something. And if for some reason I still hadn't earned my way into heaven, I'd demand Aiden go up there and appeal his brother's sentence. God couldn't let Callum rot in hell forever. I refused to believe it. Callum's smile didn't mask the wells of sorrow in his eyes.
Thanks, Ash, but I doubt he'll listen.
I thought to argue, but then my attention was drawn to the thousands of winged creatures flying in our direction. From a distance, they appeared to be bats, but no, they didn't move like bats. They moved more like birds. Big, gray, ugly birds that looked surprisingly like Garf. Callum had seen them too, because he let out a string of curses that would have made the devil blush. My wings shook as I hovered above Garf. Callum, what the hell are those? Garf jumped up and down as he pointed to the sky, causing the pools around him to ripple and bubble.
Those Nephilimkin! We saved!
I sure in hell hoped Garf was right. They flew so fast it took only a few more minutes for them to reach us, and when they were just a few breaths away, I panicked, wondering where all of those Nephilim were going to land. The thunderous flap of their heavy wings rattled my eardrums and shook me to the marrow of my bones. My wings faltered beneath their heavy draft, and I fell to the ground next to Garf. Callum landed right beside me. We looked up at the Nephilim as their wings beat down on us, wondering how they were going to land in lakes of lava, but only a few of them descended. Before Callum or I had a chance to protest, they swept us into their arms and carried us back in the direction they'd come. I screamed, fighting against the hairy knuckles of the ape holding my waist in his grip.
Be still, angel.
His deep rumble in my ear was like a train driving straight through my skull.
Nephilim no hurt you. Nephilim keep angels safe.
We flew so fast the wind whipped my hair and my eyes and battered my face, making it hard to see anything. All I knew was I was being escorted by about 1,000 flying giants, and somewhere to the left of me, I kept hearing dogs barking. What were flying dogs doing in hell? And I sure as heck hoped it wasn't that guard dog Callum had told me about. I would have been scared shitless during the flight if it hadn't been for the sound of Garf's audible laughter. He laughed when 2 huge Nephilim lifted him off the ground, and he'd been laughing ever since. The childlike sound was a balm to my soul. Garf was happy to be back among his own people. Hopefully, they'd never let him get captured again. He'd already endured too much. When we landed, I had to cover my ears and lean into the arms of my escort, fighting back a wave of dizziness as the booms of the other landing giants made it sound like the earth was splitting open. I opened my eyes when the buzzing of their wings died down and watched with a tightness in my chest as many of them took turns hugging Garf. Thankfully, my escort hovered near me, for I feared I'd be crushed by the throng. I searched the crowd for Callum, but it was hard to see much among the sea of giants. One thing I couldn't help but notice, though, was the massive pyramid in front of us. My jaw dropped as I stared up at that thing. It had to have been taller than the Space Needle and wider than the Seahawks Stadium. Where had a pyramid come from? I thought the bowels of the underworld were all caves and fire, but I'd encountered a lot of strange things since dying. I should have learned to expect the impossible and believe the improbable. We stood on what appeared to be a dried lake of lava. A horn sounded from somewhere inside the bowels of the pyramid, and then a drawbridge lowered over a moat of fire. I shrieked when a skeletal demon with red glowing eyes and a heavy black robe slipped between the legs of a giant and bounded toward me. "Ash, you're safe." Oh dear God, that demon sounds like Aiden. Could it be him? I turned away, craning my neck at my giant guardian. He nodded toward the skeleton with a smile. "Aiden?" I spun back around, looking up at the bony creature in front of me. He had to have been 7 feet tall. "Is that you?" The hood of his robe fell back, revealing what looked like a charred corpse, leathery tendons hugging a skeletal frame. Ew. He was the most repulsive demon I'd met in this hellhole, and that was saying a lot. Talk about a major mood killer. He nodded as a wide grin split his bones in two. "In the flesh." Well, not exactly, I thought wryly, but I kept that opinion to myself. It took a moment for the shock to wear off and for me to step into his outstretched arms. Not that I didn't believe Skeletor was my boyfriend, but I had to work up the nerve to let him hug me. "I can't believe you came for me," I said, as he wrapped his bones around me and pulled me to his chest. His ribcage pressed against my cheek, which would have completely repulsed me if I hadn't been so overwhelmed with gratitude that he'd actually come. If he had only wanted to be with me because I looked like Mar, he wouldn't have risked his soul to save me, right? I pulled away, distracted by a giant who nearly knocked us over as he stomped past us. "You're my woman." Aiden puffed up his skeletal frame. "I would travel all 13 hells to save you." Weird, because I distinctly remembered him telling me he wouldn't. Then he frowned down at my chest. "What happened to your shirt?" Oh, heat flooded my cheeks as I glanced down at my mistletoe bra, once a creamy pearl, now a crusty brown. It fell off when my wings sprouted. Aiden's hollow eye sockets narrowed. When his ugly features contorted, I wasn't quite sure if he was admiring my girls or scowling at them. My jaw dropped when this other beast bumped into Aiden and held out his arms to me. He looked like the Hulk on steroids, with glowing green skin and eyes, a spiny ridge down his back, and one clawed leg. "Sarge? Is that you?" "Affirmative." He hugged me so hard I gasped as the wind was knocked from my lungs. Aiden swore and grumbled behind us, which only made Sarge hug me harder. A mixture of shock and gratitude overwhelmed me when I realized what my friends had gone through to rescue me. Then I screeched when a black two-headed beast thundered up and barked. I had no time to react before both of his slobbery tongues licked my face, and by licked I meant bathed my entire head in dog spit. Ew. I shielded my face against the assault before ducking behind Aiden. "Easy boy," Aiden said, holding up a hand. Though the dog's barks were deeper and more bone-jarring than I remembered, if I didn't know any better, I would have thought that demon dog was Jack. But that had to be impossible. No way would my friends risk the safety of my best buddy by bringing him to hell. Then I noticed that the dog favored one of its legs, its paw looking mauled and bloody. Poor thing. What had happened? "Aiden?" I pounded his back. "Please don't tell me that's Jack." He turned to me, his charcoal lips frowning as he grasped his neck with skeletal fingers. "He's already saved my skin a few times." "But look at his foot, Aiden!" I cried. Callum appeared behind Jack, admiring my dog with a low whistle. "He's almost as big as Cerberus. You'll definitely be able to escape now." Time seemed to stand still as Aiden stiffened beside me. The Nephilim's joyous cries as they hugged Gar faded, the imposing pyramid blurred until it was merely a background, and even the ground shaking beneath my feet was hardly noticeable. The only thing that mattered were those two brothers locked in a stare-down. Aiden looked ready to knock out his brother, and Callum issued him a challenging glare that said, "I'd like to see you try it." And before I could think to stop them, they were on each other like two snarling dogs. Aiden got in the first punch, a solid hit for a skeleton that knocked Callum back several paces.
"That's for stealing my woman," he roared. "What are you talking about?"
Callum snarled as steam poured out of his snout.
"I saved your woman."
Oh, great. Just what I needed. Two Neanderthals fighting over me as if I was a piece of meat. I wasn't Ash to either of them, just a woman. Next, they were going to break out the clubs, whack me over the head, and fight over who got to drag me away.
"Did you bed her?"
Aiden's fists made cracking sounds as he balled them up in front of him. "Oh my God, Aiden!" I threw up my hands, stomping between them. Nothing happened. Well, not nothing, but I'll keep my hormone water dream to myself. I was so angry I was seeing stars. What gave him the right to cause a scene and accuse us of sleeping together? And so much for any semblance of trust he had in our relationship. Again, disregard the fact that I came on to Callum more than once. It was the water's fault. Aiden didn't even acknowledge my presence as he pushed past me, stomping up to Callum.
"Don't lie to me, brother,"
he said with a sneer.
"I know about the water."
Uh-oh. Black smoke poured from Callum's mouth as he scraped the charred soil with his foot, looking like a raging bull ready to charge.
"I didn't sleep with her, but if I had..."
His smoky gaze shot to me as he flashed a devilish grin.
"You'd know about it."
Oh, this was so not good. Jack whimpered beside me, a long trail of drool hanging off his fanged jowls. I leaned up and scratched one of his necks. "It's okay, buddy. They're just being idiots." I shot Sarge an imploring look, but he was no help. He eyed the exchange with a triumphant gleam in his eyes. I watched with bated breath as Aiden and Callum prepared to charge each other like two runaway trains set on a collision course. A deafening boom rent the air. I stumbled, nearly falling over as if a bolt of lightning had struck at my feet. I spun around to see the big giant who'd carried me bearing down on Callum and Aiden with a scowl.
"Enough bickering!"
he bellowed as spittle flew off his lips and, unfortunately, all over my hair. Oh well, guess I could use a conditioning treatment. A hush fell over the gathering as we all gaped at the giant.
"Nephilim seek answers."
He turned and waved his club at Garf's back.
"What you do here? What happened to Wings?"
Garf's lower lip trembled as he bowed before the other giant.
"Great King Og, Nephilim tricked by fair angel. She no angel. She Scorpia's whore demon. She make Garf slave."
The crowd broke into grumbles and gasps, and my body shook when dozens of clubs struck the ground. Holy shit! The giant who'd carried me was their king. I searched the giant for anything to indicate he was indeed the Nephilim king, but he was dressed in a simple shirt and what appeared to be a rudimentary kilt made of coarse brown yarn, as were the rest of the giants. The only difference between him and the others was a shiny star medallion he wore around his neck. Garf pointed to me with a crooked smile.
"She real angel. She saved me with powerful magic."
I wrapped my wings around me, pressing into Jack as all Nephilim turned to me. The look of awe in their big gray eyes made me feel more than uncomfortable. Why were these giants hell-bent on making me holy? I had been an angel for one freaking day before I was given the boot. I hardly thought that counted. Og looked down at me, his fanged mouth pulling back in either a grimace or a smile.
"We thank you, angel, for saving our kin."
"No problem," I shrugged, averting my eyes. He saved me too. Which was the truth. I wouldn't have made it past Shadow if it hadn't been for Garf. Og turned back to Garf, his thick brow pulling together in a deep V and hanging off his forehead.
"Where are Zam and Horfat?"
Garf frowned and shook his head.
"Garf no see them for many years."
Ogg's heavy gaze bore down on me, making me feel so uncomfortable I wanted to crawl out of my own skin.
Did you see other Nephilim?
He asked. I shook my head, but I was in a cage the whole time. Callum stepped forward.
I remember them. One was small for a giant, and the other was a female nearly twice his size.
Ogg frowned.
Yes, those are kin. I shared a cell with them,
Callum added.
We were Scorpius's prisoners over 100 years ago. That was when I last saw them.
The Nephilim began to grumble, more of them beating their clubs on the ground. Ogg silenced them with a wave of his hand.
Does Scorpius hold them somewhere?
Callum's face fell.
I doubt it.
What do you think happened to them? I asked, though I feared I already knew Callum's answer.
Most likely, Scorpius cast them to the fourth dimension,
he said. I cringed at that, covering my ears as the giant's uproar was deafening. Ogg didn't turn around as he held up his hand again, silencing the crowd. I looked up at Ogg before scanning the crowd. Hulking giants gaped at him with slack jaws, as if they were hanging on the outcome of his decision.
Well, now what?
Callum asked, which was rather brave of him, considering I already feared the answer wouldn't be to our liking. Ogg didn't acknowledge Callum as he looked down at me with a glint of determination in his eyes. My knees weakened at that look. Pulling back his beefy chest, Ogg banged his club on the ground.
Now we make war.
Then the giant pointed his club at me.
You will lead us.
My legs gave way before skeletal hands caught me. My world spun and then darkened. Chapter 18. Aiden? Relief swept over me as I looked into my boyfriend's familiar bright blue eyes. You're you! His eyes dulled, their edges framed by lines I hadn't remembered seeing until now. He looked like he'd aged 10 years.
How are you feeling?
He asked, holding my hand. Nervous laughter erupted from my throat. I tried to lift my head, but this fogginess settled in my brain, forcing me to sink into the soft pillows beneath me. Oh, like I've been to hell and back, I grumbled. What had happened? Why was Aiden no longer a Grimm? Had he freed me and taken me back to purgatory? Despite the dizziness, I forced myself to sit up and survey my surroundings, disappointed to see we weren't in my familiar bedroom. Aiden and I were laying side by side on a bed so soft it felt like a cloud, and it was big, too, the largest bed I'd ever been in, with huge posts and velvety pink drapes. The walls had fancy crown molding with gold inlay, and little laughing cherubs were painted on the ceiling. Somewhere in the distance, I heard the soothing sound of water splashing, and as I inhaled deeply, my senses were accosted by the most divine smell, like tangy lemons and jasmine, or maybe it was spiced vanilla. It was hard to tell, but it made me so hungry. That's when I realized Aiden had to have taken me to heaven. It was the only logical explanation, because hell certainly couldn't have been this nice. What is this place? I asked, as I lay my head down and closed my eyes, taking another deep breath and smiling as the fruity aroma soothed my senses. He settled both hands over mine, squeezing hard.
We're in a guest chamber in the Nephilim pyramid.
My eyes shot open and I bolted upright, shaking loose from his grip. The Nephilim? I gasped. You mean we're still in hell? He grimaced.
Unfortunately.
I pointed a shaky finger at his face. But you're not an ugly skeleton. He shot me a stern look.
I know. Once we stepped into the pyramid, we changed back to our mortal forms. The Nephilim said it's holy magic.
He frowned.
Not sure how they did it.
I kicked the covers off as images from my confrontation with King Og came racing back. We can't be here. They want me to start a war. Aiden knelt beside me, pressing on my shoulders.
Calm down, Ash. It will do you no good to get worked up again. I am to have a private meeting with the Nephilim King shortly. I will explain there's been a mistake.
He scooted off the bed and literally fell to the floor. I let out a low whistle as I peered over the side. It had to have been an 8-foot drop. A big mistake, I called down to him, my voice rising an octave. I don't know anything about war. My eyes bulged as I got a good look at what my boyfriend was wearing. An ivory toga with a braided silver belt, his golden arms looking far more muscular than should be legal. It was a vast improvement over loincloths, the chosen attire of the locals. All I had to do was hike up that skirt to get a good look at and maybe even a taste of his forbidden fruits. My girlgasm sonar screamed, "Hail Caesar!" I looked down at what I was wearing, surprised to see I was also clad in a toga of deep gold. Had we been transported to Roman times, or was Demon Gap running a toga special?
Don't worry, sweetheart. I'll take care of it,
he said in a condescending tone, as if he was soothing a pouting child. Lust momentarily forgotten, I jerked back as if I'd been scalded by hot lava. Like hell he will! I'm not letting some giant decide my fate while I lie around in bed. I threw my legs over the sides, wishing I still had my wings as I prepared to jump. Aiden looked up at me with a scowl.
What are you doing?
I'm going with you to this meeting, I said, scanning the area for a ladder or set of stairs, or at the very least something soft for me to land on.
Ash, you should rest.
But even as he said the words, he was holding up his hands to me. To hell with rest. I'll have plenty of time to rest when I'm back in purgatory. I squealed as I slid into his arms. He caught me with little effort, squeezing me to his chest as I clung to him. That's when I realized he'd journeyed all the way to hell to save me, and I still hadn't given him a thank you kiss. Cupping his face in my hands, I gently brushed my lips across his. I didn't think you'd come for me, I said with a smile as I breathed into him. He was all warmth and masculine spice, just as I remembered. Maybe he radiated sweat and sulfur too, but this was hell after all, and I was sure I didn't smell like spring daisies after sleeping on a dungeon floor.
I would travel all 13 hells for you, Ash. I love you so much.
I lost myself in his liquid blue gaze. You do? He pulled my hand to his lips, gently kissing the tips of each finger.
Enough to sacrifice my very soul for you.
My throat tightened with emotion as I searched his face for the truth. I don't want your soul. I just want your heart.
You've got it,
he said solemnly without batting an eye. Could it be true? He loved me and not the memory of his dead fiancée? My hands trembled as I brushed my fingers through his thick hair. All to myself?
You and only you.
His gaze never wavered, and he enunciated each word as if he meant them, as if he truly loved me. Oh, Aiden, I cried before he kissed me, not urgently and passionately as I'd been expecting, but his lips melting into mine in the most soulful, exquisite sensation imaginable. My body went soft in his strong embrace as his gentle lips coaxed moans and groans from deep within me. My hands fell to his shoulders, grasping his hard muscles as he trailed feather-soft, scorching kisses down my neck. His hands roved my backside before gently cupping my ass and pressing me against his erection.
I should haul you back up to bed and make love to you,
he growled against my mouth before diving in for another kiss. I pulled back, nipping his lower lip. Yes, please. Forget the meeting with the king. Pleading for my immortal soul could wait. I had some other begging I'd rather be doing at the moment. We pulled apart in a flurry of pants and moans, like two caged animals begging for release. I ground my pelvis against his erection while his gaze traveled up to the bed.
Where's a damn ladder when you need one?
I lifted the hem of his toga, slipping my hand underneath the soft fabric, cradling his balls and stroking up the length of his erection while panting like a rabid dog. He groaned as moisture from his glistening head coated my palm. "Make love to me on the floor, Aiden," I begged. "I don't care, just take me." A thunderous bang shook the room, and I tumbled into Aiden with a gasp. He held me against him, cursing under his breath as he looked in the direction of the noise. A huge wooden door had been thrown open, and my black lab, Jack, came racing toward us at an amazingly rapid pace, considering he only had 3 good legs. A heartbeat later, I was being mowed down with wet, sloppy kisses. "Easy, boy," I laughed, falling to my knees as his tongue darted into my eyeball. I tried to get a good look at his injured foot, but he danced around too quickly for me to steady him. It must not have been hurting too much. "Sorry." A toga-clad Sarge appeared behind him, flashing a sheepish grin. "He heard you yelling and couldn't wait." But I could tell by the devilish gleam in his eyes he wasn't sorry at all. Nothing pops a girl's libido faster than being coated in dog breath. As I was being muzzled by my dog, I stole a glance at Aiden, thankful his erection was no longer showing beneath the toga. His face was about as ripe as a forbidden fruit, though. I knew Sarge was on the bottom of his shit list at the moment. The room shook as a hulk of a man stomped up to us. He looked a lot like Garf, only wingless and not so gray. His shoulders were pulled back, not stooped, and he seemed to have this permanent smile etched into his face. I looked up at him. "Garf?" "Yeah." He vigorously nodded. I smiled even as Jack continued to lick me and step all over me with clumsy paws. "You clean up good." He tilted his chin. "Thank you, Angel." I refrained from rolling my eyes at the angel reference as I slowly stood, patting Jack on the head. "Calm down, boy." Then I turned to Aiden with a scowl. "Why is my dog in hell?" He shrugged, not even having the decency to look sorry. "He insisted." "He's a dog, Aiden." Sure, I remember Jack's hulking demonic form, and I realized having a 2-headed fanged beast accompany you through hell had its advantages. But what if something had happened to my dog down here? I would have never forgiven myself. I would have never forgiven Aiden either. Look at his foot! Did a demon bite off his toes? Aiden waved a hand at Jack as if his injury was no big deal. "He stepped in lava." My eyes bulged. "Lava? My dog stepped in lava?" "He'll be fine," Aiden chuckled. "Besides, he's not just a dog," he said as he leaned down and peered into Jack's eyes. "He's your guardian angel." Strange, because Jack stared right back at Aiden, and I almost thought I saw a flash of recognition in his big brown eyes. I gaped at both of them as if they'd been smoking demonic crack. "My what?" Aiden stood, fixing me with a no-bullshit stare. "He's the spirit of one of your ancestors resurrected as an animal. It's why he's been waiting for you in purgatory." Whoa. For the first time in a long while, I was actually tongue-tied. I looked down at my dog. His tongue lolled to one side and his tail slapped the ground in a constant rhythm. "How do you know he's got one of my ancestors in him?" "He knew when you were taken," Aiden said. "He's got a sixth sense, typical of guardians." I scrunched my nose, peering down at Jack again. Still looking goofy and slapping that tail. "Well, who is he?" Aiden shrugged. "I don't know, and I doubt he knows. He just knows he needs to protect you at all costs. He had to come, Ash." I scratched my head while squinting at Sarge, but he just threw up his hands and smiled. "That's nuts," I said. Aiden laughed. "Crazier than anything else you've seen since you died." He had me there, because I sure as heck had seen some crazy shit. I guess not. Good. Aiden pointed in the direction of the door. "Now we've got to convince the King of Giants you're not going to lead them in a war against a horde of demons." Garf brought us through a maze of halls with so many lefts and rights I would have gotten lost if he hadn't led the way. This place was massive, with shimmery stone walls illuminated by wall sconces the size of sofas and shiny slate floors that echoed with each of Garf's heavy steps. I didn't make a sound, being that I was still shoeless. Good thing the floors weren't hot, because we'd been walking forever. As we neared the sound of thunderous bangs and booming voices, my stomach churned. Wherever we were heading didn't seem like a private meeting. It sounded as if the whole Nephilim army would be there. I squeezed Aiden's hand tight as I looked up at him. "Where exactly are we going?" I asked, my voice waning along with my nerve. His brow furrowed. "I'm not sure." "Garf take you to King now," Garf said with a smile as he stomped toward a pair of oak doors nearly twice his height. "Nephilim prepare feast in honor of Angel." I tugged Aiden toward me, hissing in his ear. "I thought you said this meeting was private." "That's what I thought," he said right before Garf threw open the doors. We were standing at the threshold of the biggest cafeteria I'd ever seen, with a huge arched ceiling and wood beams that had to have been as wide as redwood pines crisscrossing the diameter. More gigantic wall sconces flanked the walls, which easily spanned the length of 2 football fields. I stared down rows of at least 1,000 rowdy Nephilim clanking their hands and mugs on long wooden tables. "Angel!" they chimed in unison as they lifted their drinks in a toast, pointing them directly at me. Oh, so not good. So not good. Behind us, Sarge swore, and Jack's low whine seemed to be stuck on autopilot as we walked down a long row of seats toward the king's table. Good thing Aiden had a protective arm around my shoulders, or I would have fainted from fright. Those Goliaths were 3 times as tall as me and 4 times as wide. Why the heck did they want little old me to lead their army when my whole body weighed less than one of their arms? The hall fell silent, and huge faces turned, gawking down at me as if I was some kind of deity. They all wore togas similar to Aiden's, with lace-up sandals that seemed to go with their Roman motif. I nearly stumbled as I peered down at my bare feet, feeling slightly underdressed and hoping I appeared up to their standards. I thought back to my college kegger days, how I'd always worried about being underdressed at parties, eager to impress a few cute guys, and I tried to pretend these giants were just another group of drunk and stoned frat boys. It almost worked, except for the part that if a frat boy came on to me and I didn't like him, I could blow him off and not worry about him eating me or smashing me into an ash pancake with one swing of his club. Other than that, yeah, these giants were just like frat boys. Really, really big frat boys. A few of them might have been sorority girls, but since everyone was in togas and kind of scary looking, it was hard to tell. The king's table was elevated and made out of gnarled wood like the rest of them. The only difference was the rich gold drapery behind it, embroidered in silver and burgundy threads with what appeared to be a scene of Nephilim in battle. I saw a few headless demons, their bodies bleeding out onto the tapestry. Ew. Nice visual while partaking of the evening meal. Aiden pulled me along at a brisk pace, and as we neared the king, I saw a tiny man sitting beside him, looking like the head of a pin poking up from behind the dais. I smiled when I realized that Pinhead was Callum. He looked too much like his brother, with muscular tanned arms, dark wavy hair, and eyes so blue they made my heart go pitter-patter. My gaze tunneled on Callum the rest of the way to the dais. He looked nothing like his old demon self, which made the fact that he was stuck in hell for eternity all the more heartbreaking. There had to be a way to get him out of here. Aiden released me as we approached the table. "King Og, if you would be so kind, we wish to speak with you alone." The king's golden star glistened on his neck as he waved to the hushed crowd of giants. "Speak in front of kin. Nephilim have no secrets." Aiden worked a knot in his throat as he lifted his chin. "We believe there's been a mistake.
Ash knows nothing of how to fight a war.
I summoned the courage to speak even though my throat had gone bone dry. I never got past yellow belt in Taekwondo. The king's wrinkled brow fell, nearly obscuring his eyes as he bore down on us with a scowl.
They're no mistake. Prophecy said golden fallen angel, free Nephilim from damnation.
I can't even get myself out of hell, I squeaked, feeling smaller beneath the weight of his stare. Og stood, pushing back his chair with a loud clatter.
Look, we show you.
He motioned to the tapestry behind him like he was some fat, ugly Vanna White, and I was supposed to decipher the meaning behind a few demons getting their heads chopped off. But my knees weakened when he pointed to a winged woman in the center of the mural. She had golden feathers and wild hair fanned out in a halo around her head. Thunderbolts were shooting out of her hands, striking down creatures with twisted faces. But what got me were the woman's eyes. The only threads of green on the tapestry. The Murphy eyes. Aiden circled his arm under my waist as my legs felt ready to buckle beneath me. I could see why the Nephilim believed me to be their angel, because this woman looked exactly like me in demon form. My gaze traveled along the line of one of the thunderbolts to a black creature with 6 arms and a tail that curled over his head. Holy smoke! I was at the heart of this battle between Nephilim and demons. And oh yeah, when I'd hit Scorpius with my thunderbolt today, I obviously hadn't killed him.
Who designed this?
Aiden demanded, his voice as hard as steel.
Tapestry is Nephilim made. Design comes from scrolls holy ones gave Nephilim before they called to heaven,
Og said with a note of reverence in his voice.
Holy ones come to Nephilimkin centuries ago. They say we must defeat demons. Then we be led into heaven.
He stood to the side, pointing at a cluster of demons behind my image. Look. I recognized a few familiar faces. That's you, Aiden, and that's you, Sarge. They were flanking my left and right with scythes drawn.
So it is,
Aiden grumbled. Sarge's mouth hung open as he gawked at the tapestry.
We're all here.
I frowned when I noted one demon was not among us. I didn't see Callum anywhere. What had happened to him? Had he refused to fight? Would he abandon us during our time of need?
Now you see you must lead us.
Og struck the center of the tapestry with his meaty fist.
We defeat demons, and God forgive all 2,000 Nephilim and let us go to heaven.
2,000 giants? Tremors racked me when I realized just how many Nephilim surrounded me. That was a whole lot of frat boys. My shoulders stiffened as I gulped back the knot of fear that wedged itself in my throat. It shouldn't be that hard, I reasoned. I think we smoked most of Scorpius's demons when we escaped. Callum stood on his chair, planting his knuckles on the table and frowning down at me.
Ash, Scorpius has an army of blood slaves.
I shot Aiden a wary gaze before looking back at Callum. An army? Callum's eyes darkened.
At least 20,000 last I counted.
A wave of murmurs rose up among the crowd, and I heard words like never and too many before Og silenced them with a pounding of his fist. As I gazed at the image of the scorpion demon I had somehow brought to his knees, I realized he'd been a busy demon. 20,000 blood slaves? Where was he hiding them all? I just hoped this portrait of us defeating their army was accurate, because if not, we were all fucked. I'm fairly certain last time I sat in a booster seat I was 3 years old, but the Giants had fashioned us some sort of high chair made up of an animal hide sling, the same striped fur Callum had in his cave. I blushed when I thought of Callum's bed. I had no idea why. It's not like I had anything to blush about since we technically never had sex. Dream sex hardly counted.
even though it had felt real, really real, and really damn good. "You're not a cheater, Ash," I reminded myself for like the 10th time since Callum's bare leg had accidentally brushed mine. He looked so much like Aiden I actually found myself getting confused by them. I tried to blame it on the half-goblet of wine I'd downed, and not that I was attracted to Callum. Speaking of Callum, the king had sat me next to him, and my boyfriend was none too happy. I had no idea why Aiden was complaining since he got to sit on my other side. I felt much better inside a stud sandwich than next to a giant. If anyone had a right to complain, it was Sarge, who'd been obscured by two giants at the far end of the table with Jack whimpering behind him. Callum leaned into me. "Ash, you should eat something." His breath reeked of the sweet wine. Not that I'd been purposely counting, but I'd seen him down 4 goblets full already, and dinner wasn't even half finished. Good thing the giants had found smaller cups for us, although I doubted Callum would have complained if they'd given him a fishbowl full of booze. How could I possibly eat when my gut was twisted in knots? Scorpius had expected me to start an apocalypse, and Og wanted me to wage a war against a demon army. Somehow I got the feeling the war and the apocalypse were related. Sheesh. I didn't think my life could get any more complicated. "I'm not that hungry," I lied. Truthfully, I was famished, but it was kind of hard eating while trying not to barf at the same time. "Yes, you are," he said before picking a piece of fruit off my tray. "Eat. You'll feel better." I frowned down at what appeared to be chunks of purple and pink kiwi fruit swimming in some sort of creamy sauce. What is this stuff? "Ambrosia," he said as he popped a large bite in my mouth. "Food of the gods." I held the fruit on my tongue, afraid to swallow even though my mouth practically burst with fireworks of flavor. "Is there gluten in it?" I asked with my mouth full. Guess it was too late if there was, since I felt some of the sauce slide down the back of my throat. I hoped they had porta-potties on the battlefield. "Gluten?" He winked, flashing a dimpled smile. "Not sure what that is, but ambrosia is made of fruit." I chewed my food, and then my taste buds were transported to another dimension, one of goodness and light and ripe, tangy perfection. Flavors assailed my senses unlike anything I'd ever known, like fudgy chocolate, spicy cinnamon, and roasted almonds all rolled into one, plus some other sweet flavor I didn't recognize. This stuff was as amazing, as divine as heavenly cheesecake. My taste buds were practically having a foodgasm. I said as I swallowed. "This sure beats roasted spider." Callum laughed. I hadn't noticed Aiden had stiffened beside me until he threw down his fork. I jumped in my sling, looking over at him with wide eyes. The fork was like 10 pounds of silver, and it was lying in the middle of his ambrosia stew. My shoulders fell when I caught his sideways glare. Okay, letting Callum feed me was not such a good idea. Duly noted. I only hoped Aiden would keep the rest of his mantram to himself, because the giants in the Great Hall had all gone silent, giving Aiden cold glares. I would hate for my boyfriend to end up in their sorbet because he was pissed off at their little angel. Og leaned forward and flashed a lopsided grin, breaking the tension Aiden's outburst had created. "You like Nephilim food?" I nodded. I love it. I shoveled another bite into my mouth, hoping he wouldn't be offended I'd used my fingers, but there was no way I was wielding my silverware without a crane. "Humankind call it forbidden fruit," Og said. I arched a brow. "Like the kind Adam and Eve ate?" "Yeah," he said as a bit of cream spewed from his lips and thankfully missing my plate by a few inches. Honestly, this stuff was so good and I was so famished, I would have probably eaten it anyway. Gross, I know, but I'd already passed up petrified spider and headless rat, so I deserved a pass. I don't remember seeing this on Earth.
I took another huge bite, amazed to see my plate was already half empty. Where the heck had my ambrosia gone?
Forbidden fruit banned from Earth,
Og answered before downing several gulps of wine.
Only Nephilim grow it now.
It's amazing. I relished the soft, spongy texture on my tongue. It was more fun than cotton candy. I could eat this all day. Aiden had finally come around and started eating again, wielding that huge fork as if he was a pro. I was glad to see his appetite had returned, hoping he'd get over his jealousy. I made a mental note to get him alone tonight and explain everything, even the strange sex dream and how Callum had refused my advances. Yeah, it was crazy stupid of me, but I didn't want there to be any secrets between us. Besides, I had to get it off my chest. Hopefully Aiden would be understanding when I explained the deal with the water. Hopefully. Either way, he had to understand that Callum had not tried to seduce me at all, and Callum's loyalty to his brother was the reason I had survived my first few nights in hell. I only hoped Aiden could find it in his heart to forgive me for flirting with his brother and then dreaming about him. Stupid hormone water. At some point during the dinner, I was fairly certain someone farted. The stench was so inhumanly bad it was enough to clear out the table in front of us. The giants were laughing and pointing at their rather rosy-cheeked friend, who apologized to Og and the rest of us before hobbling away with his hand shielding his wide ass. Callum leaned into me, fanning his face.
The only thing more deadly than a silent fart is a silent fart from a 1-ton giant.
I slapped my hand over my nose, laughing so hard my eyes watered, although the noxious fumes probably had something to do with my tears. When dinner was over, Og stood clanking his goblet with a knife. I had finished 3 goblets of wine by this point, so my head was swimming as I smiled up at him.
A toast to fallen angel,
he bellowed as he raised his drink to the ceiling.
Who will help us defeat demon army?
A giant came by and refilled my wine, and I happily toasted my demise alongside them. Callum raised his cup too, sloshing the contents all over his plate. I had lost count of how many times he'd asked for his cup to be refilled, but judging by the way he slurred and rocked in his high chair, he should have stopped at least 7 drinks ago. I barely noticed Aiden was the one person who refused to join in the toast. He sat as still as a statue with his hands fisted on the table. I suspected his concern over my immortal soul probably had something to do with his mood, but at the moment I was too drunk to care. Besides, the more wine I drank, the more I actually believed I was the Nephilim's chosen one. It was official. I'd gone certifiably crazy. Catherine O'Connor. Dragging my injured leg behind me, I slowly made my way to the pit where Master kept his lesser blood slaves, over 20,000 damned souls. The pit was a giant chasm deep inside a cavern the size of Galveston Island. It was dark, musty, and miserable. It was also in the very center of hell. And at the bottom of this pit was a narrow, fleshy tunnel where souls from lower dimensions were fortunate or unfortunate enough to claw their way back up to the top. Master did not give his slaves in the pit any food or water, and those souls did not need nourishment to survive in hell. The constant hollow ache in their guts was enough to drive them to cannibalism. They ate each other quite often, discarding the remains of their victims into the hole, casting them down another level to regenerate anew. Only those poor souls usually found themselves some other gatekeeper's blood slave, and the vicious cycle repeated itself again. The fate of a demon was a dire one, though as Master's favorite, mine had been far less so, until the day Shadow had returned from purgatory with my husband's bitch whore. The mighty tigers circling the deep chasm snarled as I stepped up to the rim. No doubt they'd barely recognized the creature I'd become. I feared I'd never recover from the injuries I'd sustained. I was my master's fair one no longer. My blood boiled and my skin crackled when I thought about the many forms of revenge I could enact on him, though I knew it would result in my undoing. I already knew the torture he was capable of inflicting. My neck ached as if it had been broken. Blood and pus oozed through the stump hanging from the base of my skull, the pain a grim reminder that my baby was no more. After Master and a few surviving demons had crawled from the tunnel with their faces covered in burns and blisters, he'd taken out his anger on me, making me suffer for that bitch's crimes. Master had sliced off my loyal serpent and tossed her to the others. He'd pressed his boot into my skull as I watched, helpless as my baby writhed in pain while they chewed the scales off her flesh. He'd beaten me many times during my sentence in hell, but never before had he gone this far. I would have cried for my baby if I'd had any tears left to spill, but my compassion had dried up along with my heart many years ago, leaving me soulless and devoid of emotion, though I was capable of enjoying a few sensations: pleasure and revenge. Nothing would bring me more pleasure than enacting revenge on Aiden's bitch. When we captured her again, I would find a way to make her pay. Even if Master cast me down another 4 dimensions, it would be worth it. Standing at the edge of the rim, I peered down at the souls crying out for mercy, their arms extended as they clawed at the walls and each other to get to me. "Please release us," they begged. "Have mercy," they cried. I turned, nodding to the demons who waited in the shadows, watching with a smile as they lowered 24 rope ladders into the pit. I lifted my uninjured arm, beckoning them forward. "Come, slaves. Your master needs you."
Chapter 19. Aiden. Ash wrapped her arm around my neck, alternating between nibbling on my ear and giggling like a schoolgirl as I carried her to bed. I hadn't seen her this happy in a long while. Why, I had no idea. Og was still determined to endanger her soul by making her lead their army in a war against the demons. That should have been enough reason to dampen her mood. I wondered if her change in attitude had anything to do with Callum. They had been chummy the entire evening. He'd even had the nerve to feed her with his bare hands. My brother's betrayal was like a knife through my chest, and Ash's familiarity with Callum was her twisting that knife, digging deeper until she'd chipped away the rest of my heart. Did they have any idea what their flirtations did to me, or didn't they care? Between the two of them, they'd drunk an entire jug of wine, but neither was concerned as they downed goblet after goblet, laughing at each other's jokes as if they were old friends. And then she'd been too drunk to stand, which was why I'd had to carry her. I thought about forcing her to walk the distance to our suite, hoping it would sober her up, but I knew my traitorous brother would offer to carry her instead. After Garf dropped off the others, he'd led us to our room and set Ash on the bed while I scooted a table to the edge of the thick mattress, standing on it to hoist myself up the rest of the way. Jack had followed right behind me, curling up at the foot of the bed. He'd already made his business several times on the way, once on a statue of King Og and twice on a potted plant. Garf assured me it would be okay. I certainly hoped so, because sending Ash's dog outside was out of the question. All but one of the wall sconces had been extinguished, leaving our room mostly dark with the exception of a low flame whose light illuminated the bed in a dull glow, just enough so I could make out Ash's long legs and the swell of her breasts. If it was possible, her descent into hell had only heightened her beauty. Her cheeks had been flushed all night, and her green eyes dazzled. Hopefully, her glow had come from the wine, and not the blush of new love. After I tucked her beneath the sheets, I laid beside her staring up at the canopy and wondering what the hell I was going to do to get us out of our current situation, because Og was insane if he thought I was going to let my girlfriend wage a war against a demon army. Ash rolled over, slapping my chest. "Make love to me," she slurred. I didn't give pause to contemplate her proposal as I pushed her hand off me. No. She was not deterred, crawling at my body until her face was flush with mine. "Why?" She reached down between us, her hand resting on my abdomen before sliding lower. I shoved her off of me. "You're drunk, that's why." Truthfully, that wasn't why. I was too busy worrying over Ash's eternal fate to think about sex. Besides, her guardian angel was sleeping at the foot of our bed. Sex would have been awkward with Jack nearby. And there was one more reason I didn't want to make love. I wasn't entirely sure it was me she wanted. I couldn't take that chance again. The last time a woman betrayed me for my brother, my heart had been scarred for over 100 years. Her lips turned down as she stared at me with glossy eyes.
I'm not that drunk.
Ash, I groaned. You're about to lead an army of giants against an army of demons, and if you lose, you will be cast farther into the bowels of hell. Her eyes widened before she pointed at my chest and burst into laughter.
You said bowels.
I rolled my eyes before turning my back on her. Good night. She huffed and punched the pillow a few times, but she settled down after a few minutes. Just when I thought the coast was clear, she wrapped her arm around my waist, pressing her full breasts into my backside.
This time don't leave me hanging,
she mumbled. I turned over, searching her expression, but her eyes were shut. What? She sighed as she snuggled against me.
Pulling out before I finish my orgasm.
Had she been referring to earlier today? Because we'd only kissed and fondled each other before Jack interrupted us. I've never done that.
Yes, you did,
she pouted.
I had to finish by myself, you selfish dragon.
Fucking bastard. I threw the covers off and scrambled from the bed, marching out of our room in long strides. My backstabbing brother would pay for betraying me a second time. Burning in eternal damnation would look like child's play compared to what I planned to do to him. I found the cheat in the suite he and Sarge had been assigned to. I paused, momentarily forgetting my anger when I saw their comical appearance. Garf and his two giant friends were sitting at a table that was twice my height. Garf was dealing cards while one of his friends counted chips. Callum and Sarge sat on top of the table, each looking awkward, trying to keep oversized cards steady. Callum mumbled something unintelligible before he threw down his cards and picked up his drink. No surprise there. I stomped up to the table, banging on the chair leg closest to Callum. Get down and face me. Callum didn't even bother turning around. What did I do now? My jaw stiffened as I pointed a finger at the stone floor. Get down here, you worthless drunk. Sarge threw down his cards and stood, peering down at me from atop the table. Grim, ease up. Steam was practically shooting out of my ears as I waved my fist at him. Stay out of this or by God, I swear you're next. I'd known from the start the real reason Sarge had come with me to hell. He didn't just want to save Ash. He wanted to be the hero. Her hero. Well, he was going to have to get in line, and then I'd have to whoop his ass too. What sin have I committed now, brother? Callum said in a disinterested voice. Other than risk my soul to save your woman. Ouch. That stung, partially because I knew it to be true. If it hadn't been for him, I might not have found Ash in one piece. He knew that, and he was going to continue to hold it over my head. But if he thought that was a justification for betting her, he had another thing coming. I clenched my fists as tension rolled across my shoulders and down my back. I was tired of playing this game with him. You know damn well what you did, I bellowed. Garf leaned over, looking down at me with a scowl. Brothers no fight. I ignored the giant. This wasn't his battle. I glared at Callum. It was bad enough when you betted my wife, but then you seduced my girlfriend too? Rage swelled in my chest and threatened to crack my skull. If he didn't come down, I'd climb up and get him. I didn't have sex with Ash, he slurred, right before stumbling onto a chair and falling to the floor with the grace of a wobbly ox cart. He winced as he landed on his knee, but I didn't give a damn if he'd been injured. The drunk deserved it. Liar! I spat and charged him. I don't have to take this. He stumbled back, pointing a finger. I've been listening to your accusations for the past 100 years, and I'm damn sick of them. I jutted a foot and my fist forward. Callum didn't shield himself as I struck. My knuckles cracked his nose and he crumbled to the ground in a lifeless heap. That was low. Sarge jumped down from the table. The guy can barely stand. It took me a moment to register what Sarge was saying as I noticed his 2 human legs. Ignoring his scowl, I pointed at him. Where'd you get the leg? Don't change the subject, he snapped as he bent over my brother and helped him sit up. Callum mumbled something unintelligible as he slumped against a chair. Sarge turned on me, his tanned skin flushing as he bunched his shoulders. This guy saved Ash. You should be thanking him, not cracking his skull open. Back off, I growled, aiming my fist at him. I don't have any qualms hitting you either. The bastard swung hard and fast before I had a chance to block. I stumbled, feeling the blood gush from my nose. "Friends, no fight!" Garf jumped up, hoisting me over his shoulder. "Fight will make angels sad." "Put me down, damn you!" I yelled as I punched his back. The giant didn't flinch. "Garf already damned," he said with a pitiful sniffle that nearly made my heart break. I fell limply against him, realizing what an ass I'd made of myself. It wasn't in my nature to lose my temper, but I'd let my jealousy get the better of me. Still, the thought of Ash's sleep-induced confession sent my rage spiraling all over again. She'd said they'd had sex, but that he'd pulled out before she could find release. I'd heard her loud and clear, and I wouldn't have put it past my demonic brother to have used her that way. So why had they both told me nothing happened? Had they been lying to protect my feelings or to protect each other? Either way, I'd get to the bottom of this. As much as it would pain me to learn the truth, I had to know if the woman I risked my soul to save, the woman I loved with all my heart, loved me back.
Chapter 20. Ash. I stretched my arms to the ceiling as I slowly opened my eyes. Last night in the Nephilim's pyramid had been my first night in hell with no nightmares. In fact, I'd slept so soundly I barely remembered much after I downed several goblets of wine. I thought Aiden carried me to bed, but everything was still fuzzy. I heard a commotion somewhere at my feet, and then Jack was bounding on top of me, showering me in kisses. "Good morning, buddy," I said as I stroked his neck. "Did you sleep well too?" He answered with a resounding bark, and I laughed. A series of thuds shook the mattress beneath me, and I struggled to sit up, smiling as Garf sat beside me. "Morning, Angel," he said with a goofy grin. "Morning, Garf." I peered beyond the bed at my lavish, oversized furnishings. "Have you seen Aiden?" He frowned, shaking his head. "Brother no here." Huh? I wondered where my boyfriend had gone to. Probably to try to talk Og out of making me fight that war. Jack wagged his tail at Garf, jumped onto his lap, and licked him as if they were old friends. Garf laughed so loud he snorted like an injured pig as he patted Jack's head. I was amazed by Jack's affection and wondered, not for the first time, who my dog was. I was also amazed at how well he got around on 3 legs. He made me feel like a baby considering all the times I'd cried after stubbing my toe or chipping a nail. Jack jumped to the floor, his nails clicking unevenly across the slick tiles as he raced across the room. I wondered where he was going, but didn't worry. It was clear Jack was smarter than the average dog. How hadn't I noticed before? "Eat," the giant said to me as he held out his hands. "Then Garf take you to training." Training? Garf nodded solemnly. "Warriors preparing for battle. Maybe brother there." I let him hoist me to the floor, grateful I wouldn't have to climb down the table that had been pushed up against the bed. Funny, but when I looked at that table, I thought of Aiden jumping off the bed last night, and an uneasy feeling settled in the pit of my stomach. Why had he left me this morning without telling me where he was going? I didn't know how I knew, but I suspected he was mad at me for something. Maybe Callum had told him about my hormone water horniness. I cringed at that. I'd been hoping I could tell him first. My worries were forgotten when Garf brought me through a massive door to a buffet fit for a queen spread out along a blanket. There were goblets full of pink liquid and a few different types of ambrosia, each swimming in brightly colored sauces. There was meat, too, something that looked like honeyed ham. At least I hoped it was ham and not some Nephilim form of headless rat spam. We were in an atrium garden off my room, and the scenery was breathtaking. I felt as if I'd stepped into my own fairy forest. I could hear Jack running through the trees, barking happily as birds squawked and flew to higher branches. I tried to call him back, but Garf reassured me Jack couldn't harm them, explaining the birds were much like valets or nettles. Garf and I sat on the blanket and helped ourselves to platters of food. I took a bite of ambrosia, relishing the sweet, nutty flavor as a colorful bird landed on a tree branch blooming with bright red flowers. I wondered how the Nephilim managed to grow such a lovely garden in hell. Actually, I wondered a lot of things, starting with why I was back in my human form. Garf, I twirled a piece of fruit between my fingers. How come I'm not a demon anymore? Garf waved toward the foliage around us.
Heavenly magic inside pyramid,
he said with a note of awe in his voice. Heavenly magic?
Yeah, God take pity on Nephilim.
He shoved a big piece of meat into his mouth, groaning as he closed his eyes. Okay, I didn't care if it was rat, spider, or some other beast. I had to try it. I took a tentative bite and, it did taste like ham, like the kind my grandma made for Easter, only 10 times better. Must have been the unusual spices. Jeez. The Nephilim had their own little slice of heaven in hell. Why did they want to leave? But the fact that God had taken pity on the giants was reassuring. If God rewarded those in hell, that meant Callum had a chance at redemption. And if the Nephilim were right and I was some sort of fallen angel meant to help them escape, surely God wouldn't mind if Callum came along too. Somewhere in the distance, I heard Jack's happy barks followed by a loud splash. I jumped to my feet, scanning the trees. I knew he loved to swim, but I hoped he wouldn't get into too much trouble. I wrung my hands together when I spotted the waterfall emptying into a luminous pool at the far end of the atrium. Jack climbed out of the pool, shaking off the water. His tail danced around wildly as he skirted the edge of the pool, sniffing underneath every plant and bush. Where had the water come from? We had to have been at the top of the pyramid, for the walls came to a point far above us, the tip appearing to be illuminated in light. Garf stood too, his gaze traveling past mine.
Angel, no worry. Doggy having fun.
He motioned toward the blanket.
Eat. Angel needs strength.
I took a tentative sip of the dark pink liquid swirling in the goblet. I moaned my delight. It tasted like strawberry lemonade, only 10 times better. I could so get used to the food here. Jack raced back toward us, and surprisingly, he was no longer limping. My eyes widened as I saw his foot was once again whole. Your paw! I squealed as Jack barreled into my arms. He licked the food off my face before helping himself to a platter of his own. Garf nodded toward the waterfall.
Magic water heal doggy.
That's amazing, I breathed. Then I thought of Sarge, who'd lost his leg on Earth. We should bring Sarge here.
Magic water flow through pyramid into many wells.
He waved a hand around him.
All Nephilim bathe in water. Sarge friend took bath last night.
What? You mean his leg grew back? Garf nodded.
Yeah.
Wonderful, I thought. I was sure Sarge was thrilled, although I would miss his prosthetic. It had given him a sexy badass look. Oh well, I was sure he'd still be sexy without it. Not that his degree of sexiness mattered to me. There was only one man whose sex appeal I cared about, and I couldn't wait to get him alone for real so I could finish exploring beneath that toga. A bright yellow bird fluttered by, chirping a sweet melody as it disappeared beneath some foliage. This place truly was like heaven. Why did the Nephilim want to leave? Then I remembered the time my mom had moved us out of her dream house and into a dump across town. She'd said it was because of the neighbors. They were always having domestic disputes, and the police had to be called to their house at least once a week. I could understand why the Nephilim would rather live in the real heaven than right next to a flaming pit of doom, especially considering their neighbors were less than neighborly. Garf? I asked the giant as I set down my goblet and plopped another piece of ambrosia in my mouth. Manners be damned. This food was too good to act civilized. I pointed to the center point in the ceiling. Where is that light coming from? I thought all hell was dark.
Light come from Earth.
I nearly choked on my food as I gawked at him. Earth? As in level 1?
Yeah,
he said. I squinted at the ceiling. Could it have been true? If so, why were the Nephilim stuck in hell when they could go to Earth? I was sure they could find a giant-sized ladder and climb out of the hole. Too bad I didn't have my wings. I could have flown out of the top and escaped. But no, I wouldn't dream of leaving my friends behind, not after all of the sacrifices they'd made for me. What's stopping the Nephilim from going to the top? I asked. His massive brow furrowed as his lip hung down in a pout.
Nephilim banished from mortal world.
My heart clenched at that. So far, the Nephilim seemed like nice creatures. I vaguely remembered hearing the story of David and Goliath during one of the rare times I wasn't sleeping in Sunday school. Goliath had been killed by a rock and his kind had been banished. I wondered if those same Nephilim were in the pyramid with me, and if they still held resentment toward humankind for their punishment. I eyed Garf after he inhaled an entire platter of meat. Scorpius said he wanted me to help him rule the apocalypse. Do you know what he was talking about?
Demons know Nephilim wait for fallen angel to lead them to heaven.
Meat chunks flew from his mouth as he spoke.
Scorpius tried to use fallen angel to make war on Earth.
I scooted back, pretending not to be grossed out by falling slobbery meat debris. Why would he think I could do that? Garf, thankfully, took several gulps of juice. He let out a satisfied sigh before wiping his face with the back of his hand. I reminded myself that only yesterday he'd been forced to eat rats and who knew what else. He was skinnier than the other giants. The demons had starved him, no doubt.
Many years ago, he said, angels came to Nephilim. They say one day fallen angel help us fight our enemies.
It was all starting to make sense. And by enemies, Scorpius probably thought the angel meant the humans on Earth since you were banished from there. Garf's eyes bugged as he vehemently shook his head.
Nephilim no want to go back to Earth. Nephilim want to go to heaven. Nephilim no like living with demons.
I squeezed his little pinky with both hands. I'm sorry, Garf.
You nice human.
He beamed with childlike adoration.
Most humans fight like demons.
He bit his lower lip, averting his gaze.
Or brothers.
I jerked back. Brothers? My breakfast soured in my stomach as my heart began to pump out a wild staccato in my ears. Just great. Why did I get the feeling Aiden's absence this morning had something to do with Callum? Have Aiden and Callum been fighting? Bits and pieces of yesterday came back to me. The moment Aiden had found us, he'd accused Callum of sleeping with me, and I hadn't had the chance to set him straight.
Yeah,
he nodded.
Aiden punched Callum, and Callum leave Nephilim den.
My heart came to a racing halt. What do you mean he left? Garf waved a hand in the air.
He go back to be demon.
He frowned, turning his gaze down.
He tell Garf to tell Angel goodbye.
I shot to my feet. No! Fear electrified my skin. He can't leave. Scorpius will torture him. Just the thought of what Scorpius would do to Callum if he caught him made my skin crawl. How could he have left? That hard-headed dragon. I couldn't wait to wrap my hands around that scaly neck and throttle him. I just hoped when I found him he still had a neck. I whistled for Jack as I stormed through the tall set of double doors leading to my suite. Garf stomped behind me.
Where are you going?
I spun on my heel, planted my hands on my hips, and craned my neck up at him. Take me to King Og. It would have taken me forever to walk to the bottom of the pyramid, so I let Garf carry me while Jack trotted on all four legs, his tail set in constant wagging motion. It must have felt good to be healed. Though I knew his foot had pained him, my poor doggy hadn't complained once last night. Why couldn't men be more like my dog? That would have made my life so much easier. Garf brought us to what he called the training hall. I called it Hell's Butthole, a dark and narrow, sweltering cavern that smelled like raw sewage. Oh, and as soon as we descended the last flight of stairs into the musty hole, something else happened. I turned into demon form, Jack changed back into Dogzilla, and Garf was a big gray ogre with wings. At least this time, when my back split open, I was prepared. For some reason, it didn't hurt as much as the first time I'd lost my wing virginity. Maybe by the third or fourth time, I'd actually enjoy it. Garf explained we were no longer protected by the magic in the pyramid because we were beneath it. The more I breathed in the noxious fumes, the more I realized it probably was sewage I smelled. Nephilim shit, to be exact. Nice. And they expected us to train in this? The only positive was I noted Garf's wings were whole again. He must have bathed in the heavenly water above, which was a contrast to the river that ran through the cavern. Judging by the vapors that rose up from the current, I suspected the Nephilim had been eating a few too many spicy fish tacos. Yeah, nothing heavenly about the water below. We spotted King Og at the far end of the cavern, standing beneath the flickering glow of a torch on the wall, lost deep in conversation with Aiden and Sarge, who were in their demon forms as well. My gaze was drawn to Sarge's matching bulky green legs. Even in demon form his wound had healed. I wondered where the other Nephilim had gone. Garf told me there was supposed to be some sort of warrior training. I asked Garf to set me down. Jack followed me as I strode up to the king with purposeful strides, deliberately refusing to look in Aiden's direction. King Og. I tilted my chin and pulled back my shoulders, desperately hoping I looked like the angel in charge and not just another law school dropout who'd accidentally electrocuted herself with a blow-dryer and got kicked out of heaven. Garf tells me my friend Callum has left.
Yeah.
The king nodded, the star emblem on his chest gleaming beneath the dull lights of the cavern.
Friend go last night.
Jack's two heads hovered above my shoulder. He whimpered, creating a puddle of slobber by my feet. They'll torture him if he's caught, I cried, and this time I shot Aiden a glare that could have melted lead. Aiden actually had the nerve to flash a wide, bony smile as he folded his arms.
Good. The bastard deserves it.
Aiden, I spat. He's your brother. His demonic eyes flashed a brighter shade of red as he pointed an accusatory finger.
That didn't stop you from sleeping with him.
Oh no, not this again. I didn't sleep with him, I groaned. So that's what this was about? What was up with my boyfriend? He puffed up his chest, bearing down on me with a skeletal snarl.
I heard your confession last night when you were drunk.
What confession? He averted his gaze, staring at something beyond my shoulder as his white knuckles gripped his scythe.
That you two had sex, and he left you unfulfilled.
Oh, great. I'd pulled a Mar. Our relationship was doomed if we kept calling out other people's names in bed. That was a dream, I said, but he wouldn't even meet my gaze. Aiden, are you listening? This sex was a dream, an effect of the tainted water. I paused, clenching my hands by my sides as I enunciated each word slowly. Callum and I never had sex. His bones clacked together as he banged his staff on the ground.
You expect me to believe that?
His rejection was like a verbal slap across my face, and I couldn't mask the hurt in my tone. What reason do I have to lie to you, Aiden? His jaw dropped and he looked down at me for a long moment without saying a word. My chest tightened as I spoke through a voice thick with emotion. If it wasn't for Callum, I'd be Scorpius's blood slave. I splayed my hands wide, searching his gaze with pleading eyes. We have to go after him before Scorpius finds him. Aiden didn't have the decency to acknowledge my suffering as he turned his back on me, marching away with a stiff gait. Jack barked at him, the deep sound echoing across the cavern like a sonic boom and rattling my brain. My heart hammered double time when Aiden stopped, but he hesitated only for a second before he went on. Aiden, what the hell is wrong with you? My wings snapped open and buzzed. He's your brother! I flew around him, blocking his path. He skirted me, his bones rattling as he headed toward the stairs. I was so beyond frustrated and hurt I couldn't control my tears. Sarge came up beside me, laying a meaty hand on my shoulder.
Let him go cool down.
I folded my arms and glared at Aiden's retreating backside. I was so damn glad his bony ass didn't look tempting as he walked up the stairs. Instead of wanting to screw him and throttle him, I just wanted to throttle him. What gave him the right to hurl accusations at me and then walk away? I'd come clean. I'd told him about the dream sex. What about him calling me Mar? Was he the only one allowed to dream of having sex with other people? Asswipe. Asswipe times infinity. Jack gave both sides of my face sloppy, wet sympathy licks. I wanted to shoo him away, but I thought better of it. No need for two broken hearts. Heavy feet stomped up behind me. I turned to see Og bending on one knee and flashing a sympathetic smile.
Angel no cry. Og send warriors to find him.
I wiped my tears before squaring my shoulders, refusing to shed any more tears because Aiden was a hard-headed heartbreaker. Thank you. Og tilted his head back and let out 5 short whistles that nearly blew out my eardrums. They were louder than a screeching fire engine. Jack whimpered, falling to his belly and covering all 4 ears with his paws. And then I ducked, shielding my head with my hands as 5 giant shadows descended from the cavern's ceiling. That's when I saw them, over 1,000 Nephilim hanging upside down from the ceiling and walls of the cavern. Holy Nephilim batshit! The Nephilim demons had turned into gargoyles. 5 Nephilim landed on the cavern floor with resounding thuds, causing my legs to wobble like jelly. Sarge grabbed my elbow, steadying me as the Nephilim bowed before us.
Bring back Dragon Demon, Og ordered.
They stood and saluted their ascent before jumping into the air and flying toward the ceiling. I leaned into Sarge as I watched them disappear into the darkness. Where are they going? I asked.
Secret Nephilim passage, Og said. Don't worry. Warriors find Dragon Friend.
Secret passage? I asked Og. I sure hoped the demons wouldn't find out about it.
Yeah,
Og grinned.
Only Nephilim find it. Passage is dark and long and no use eyes to fly through.
He tapped his skull.
Nephilim use brains.
Wow. They really were bat monsters because what he was describing sounded just like echolocation. See, I did pay attention to my college biology professor once. Thank you again, I told Og. He flashed a lopsided smile as he bent down, looking into my eyes.
Nephilim will be thanking Angel soon.
I swallowed back a ball of tension as his large gray orbs searched my gaze. I sure as heck hoped they'd be thanking me, and we all didn't get knocked down to a lower level of hell by angry demons. Og stood, clapping his hands and whistling again. This time, every Nephilim in the cavern descended, filling the air with what felt like hurricane-force winds from the heavy beating of their wings. I turned into Sarge, and he wrapped his strong arms around my waist as giant after giant shook the ground with violent tremors. Og looked at me with a crazy gleam in his eyes.
Now we train for war.
Sarge bent over, whispering in my ear.
I wish I'd had these badasses with me in Afghanistan.
I wish I'd had them with me on my first blind date, I said. That Amway meeting would have been a whole lot more interesting. Sarge laughed under his breath, casting me a mischievous sideways look. I was glad to have him with me, especially since my jerkwad boyfriend wasn't around. How could he leave me at a time like this? It wasn't every day I trained for battle with thousands of giants. The more I thought about it, the angrier I got. His leaving reminded me of one time when Travis walked out on me at the mall because I didn't approve of his choice of shoes. Yes, the asshole had stranded me over shoes. I had to call my sister to come get me, and I'd been forced to listen to her nag me about my lousy taste in men all the way back to my apartment. So imagine asshole Travis stranding me in downtown Seattle, then magnify that by 100. That's about how pissed off I was at Aiden's behavior. There was no excuse for it. He'd accused me of cheating and walked out on me in front of everyone. I'd been humiliated and rejected in the blink of an eye. And here I thought hell couldn't have gotten any worse. Og's giants lined up in uniform rows down the cavern, their numbers so vast I couldn't make out the back rows behind the shadows. Okay, I whispered to Sarge. What am I supposed to do? He placed a steady hand on my shoulder, gazing at the throng of Nephilim warriors.
Just watch,
he breathed. Og lifted a hand and I shielded my ears, expecting him to whistle again.
Release Nettles,
he commanded, as 2 hairy-looking giants began pushing a round rock away from what I realized was a cave entrance. A whole bunch of emaciated bodies poured out. The cavern was awash with their clatter as they began buzzing like bees. It took me a moment to realize they were nagging the Nephilim, pointing their fingers at them as if they were wayward children. Oh my God! My wings buzzed with excitement as I flew to Og's height. I didn't know Nephilims had nettles. He waved his club at them.
Nephilim keep nettles in dungeon. Good for training.
He waved over a giant who was almost a head taller than the others.
Goliath, show angel magic.
Goliath, I breathed, as in David and Goliath? The giant turned, facing down a teenage boy in a short brown toga and leather sandals. The teen sneered at Goliath, aiming a slingshot at his head. Before he could strike, Goliath raised his finger and pointed at the teen. He froze in place, becoming as still as a statue, and then to my amazement, dust rose from the ground, swarming him like bees to honey, molding around his body until it formed one solid stone. I flew down to the stone, a mixture of amazement and dread washing over me. I could barely make out the boy's features through the smooth surface, as if the stone was made of glass and he had been trapped underneath. Creepy. I watched as other giants disposed of their nettles, mostly by breathing fire, but those with no special powers used their gigantic clubs to whack off their heads. Seemed effective. There was one nettle, though, who caught my eye. Garf's nettle, a beautiful, pale-skinned woman with long blonde hair flowing down her back. A serpent coiled on top of her head, hissing at Garf as he cowered. Despite encouragement from the other Nephilim, Garf was too terrified to do anything other than shield his eyes and curl into a ball. Poor Garf. That bitch had really messed him up good. I figured 100 years of torture would do the trick. Her shrill laughter was more nerve-wracking than the sound of a dying cat in heat. "Stand up and face me, you stupid lummox!" she screeched. Garf cried like a baby, curling into himself and rocking on his haunches. It was enough to shatter what little of my heart wasn't already broken into pieces. I flew over to Garf and landed, wrapping an arm around his neck. "She's not going to hurt you, Garf," I soothed in his ear. "It's okay." He simply sobbed louder. "Garf no wanna," he said on a sniffle. "What's the matter, big baby? Afraid of a little nettle?" she taunted. I turned to her with a snarl. I'd had enough of the bitch's shit in captivity, and I certainly wasn't about to put up with it now. I pulled back my shoulders as I raised my hands, aiming them at the cavity where her heart should have been. I channeled all my pent-up frustration from Scorpius, Catherine, and even Aiden and fired off a blast. Both streaks of lightning merged into one powerful bolt, zapping her like a bug in a porch light. In a heated split second, she was gone. Holy shit! Did I just do that? Sarge raced up to me. "Whoa, you blasted that bitch." I squinted as the smoke cleared. "Where did she go?" Goliath stomped over to the black streak on the ground and frowned down at it. "No ashes," he said. I craned my neck up at Og, whose chest was heaving as he joined us. "What does that mean?" Og let out a low whistle. "She go down many levels, maybe all 13. Og raised his club, pointed it at me, and bellowed. "It is she, fallen angel, mother of Nephilim. You will free us from hell. All hail angel," he decreed before bending down on one knee. The other Nephilim followed his order, and the ground shook as they all fell to their knees. Garf peered at me, smiling through his sheen of tears. I waved at them, mouthing to Og to stand up. It was nothing, really. I looked down at my smoking hands, which I now realized were badly burned. Little black swirls were etched into my palms. Ouch. I was so going to need a manicure with some serious exfoliating. As soon as I got back to Purgatory, I was going to schedule an appointment, so long as I made it out of here in one piece. Aiden. What reason do I have to lie to you, Aiden? Ash's words reverberated in my brain as I stormed up the cellar stairs, feeling as if I'd left my heart behind with her. How could I have turned my back on her? She'd sworn she hadn't slept with Callum, so why did I refuse to believe her? Because I knew what Hellwater did to people. I knew. Callum was already damned for sleeping with my wife. What would stop him from sleeping with my girlfriend? And why had he helped her escape from Scorpius in the first place, knowing he'd put his soul in danger? Could he, after over 100 years, have a sense of loyalty to me? Could the regret of his betrayal have stayed with him all this time? Over the years, Callum and I had crossed paths at least a few dozen times on Earth.
Though our encounters were brief, and we were on opposite sides of good and evil, we had developed an unwritten pact, sparing each other even during heated battles. There were so many things I'd wanted to tell my brother during those times, like I'd forgiven him for his betrayal, and I missed him beyond words. I wanted to ask him how he fared in hell, though I feared his answer would shatter my already broken heart. Mostly, I wanted to tell Callum I loved him. But since I was too busy chopping off his accomplices' heads, there was never any time. I'd had the chance to reconcile with my twin, and instead I'd punched him in the face and sent him away. Ash was right. Scorpius would torture Callum if he found him. Ash had never lied to me before. Why would I doubt her now, leaving her when she needed me most? Had I been blinded by jealousy? Some part of me hoped I was wrong. But another part of me realized if Callum truly had been loyal, then I'd just foolishly sent my brother to his doom.
Chapter 21. Ash. I practiced my blasting skills on several more nettles as they poured out of the cave. Where they'd all come from, I had no idea, but I gasped when Mar stormed out, pointing her finger at me. "How many men are you going to seduce before Aiden rids himself of you?" I lifted my hands, preparing to strike. I couldn't wait to banish this particular nettle to the 13th dimension. "I didn't seduce anyone," I spat. She folded her hands demurely in front of her, batting innocent eyes. "You were warned about the water, yet you drank it anyway." She wagged a disapproving finger. "Shame on you. Have you no self-control?" Flaming pyres of anger surged inside my skull as electricity pumped through my veins. Forget banishing this nettle to any dimension. I was going to obliterate her from all existence. I slowly raised my hands to strike, feeling the charge race across my arms and pool in my fingers. Og came up beside me, holding out a staying hand.
"Wait, Angel."
I turned to him with wide eyes. Why? His massive brow bunched over his eyes as he frowned down at Mar.
"She look like Angel."
"I know," I groaned, "but she's not me. She's her own very annoying person." Og frowned as he tapped my wrist.
"Angel is injured. Angel need healing."
I looked down at the two black bullseyes burned into my palms. The skin puckered around the scorched parts, festering in bloody, bubbly boils. Charred flesh flaked and peeled within the holes, fluttering to the ground. Gross. Og stepped in front of me and let out a low whistle. He looked down at me with sadness in his big, luminous eyes.
"We no more train today."
He motioned to two giants guarding the cave.
"Put nettles back."
I couldn't understand why he wouldn't let me toast Mar. Was he that concerned about my injuries? Or was he having doubts because she looked like me? He, of all creatures, should have understood she wasn't real. Just like my sex dream with Callum wasn't real, I reminded myself, for at least the 100th time that day. So why did I still feel guilty about it? Maybe my nettle was right. Maybe I didn't deserve Aiden. Garf took me back upstairs and washed my hands in holy water while the others stayed below to finish their training. The angry black holes in my palms fused together and healed in a matter of seconds. I held up my hands, admiring them. I smiled up at him. "Thanks, Garf. That was way more effective than a manicure." We were sitting outside in the garden, a luncheon spread out before us. Jack was off somewhere chasing birds again while I sipped sweet wine. There was no sign of my boyfriend, and I was beginning to fear he'd left the pyramid. I hoped not. Og had told me demons especially hated Grims. I knew Aiden couldn't make it out of hell on his own. Besides, I didn't want him leaving when there was so much still unsaid between us. I had no idea if there was anything left of our relationship to salvage, but I wanted him to know how grateful I was that he cared enough to risk eternal damnation for me, even if he didn't trust me. I twirled a piece of ripe, juicy fruit between my fingers. Though I was hungry, I was too worried over Aiden and Callum to eat. "Garf, do you know where Aiden went?" He frowned as he set his wine goblet down with a clank.
"Garf no see angry Grim. Garf no like him. Not nice to Angel."
Heat rose in my cheeks, and I felt a mixture of appreciation and annoyance at Garf's assessment of my boyfriend. I know, but he came all this way to save me.
So did Warrior. Garf like Warrior. He make better mate.
Oh, geez, not Sarge. Yeah, he was smoking hot when he wasn't a big green ogre, and yeah, he'd risked his soul to save me. Working with Sarge today, I had come to realize I liked him a whole lot, but not the same way I cared for Aiden. My feelings for Sarge were almost like one best friend felt about another. He didn't make my heart go pitter-patter like Aiden did, except when he was dressed in nothing but a skimpy towel or trying to kiss me. Even then, it was desire fueling my racing heart. With Aiden, I felt more than just lust. When Aiden and I were together, there was a spark in my soul that bloomed like one of the colorful, flowery trees in the pyramid garden. And that's when it hit me. I didn't just care for Aiden. I didn't just like him a whole lot. I loved him. Well, shit. A little too late for that realization now, Ash. I thought about Aiden's confession to me yesterday, how he couldn't imagine spending his eternity without me, and I realized I felt the same way about him. I couldn't imagine spending my eternity without him, although the way things were going, it looked like I'd have no choice. I couldn't be in a relationship with a man who didn't trust me, no matter how much I loved him. Thanks for the suggestion, Garf, I said, my shoulders caving inward with the weight of loneliness and depression. But my heart belongs to Aiden. His heavy brow furrowed.
What about Dragon Demon? Ash no love him?
I thought about the time I'd spent with Callum these past few days and realized I'd come to love him too, but not in the way I loved Aiden. No, this was more in the way I loved Jack or even Garf. He was a loyal friend and a good, decent person, and for that he'd always have a special place in my heart. If I could find a way to get him out of hell, he'd make some girl an awesome boyfriend one day, but not me. Callum is a good friend, I said with a smile, but nothing more. I tossed the fruit on the plate and slowly came to my feet, wiping sticky fingers on my toga. Garf gaped at me.
Where Angel go?
Aiden had to know how I felt about him, even if he was still set on breaking my heart. I feared if I left my feelings unspoken, I'd regret it for all eternity. I heaved a resonant sigh. I need to find Aiden.
I'm right here.
I spun around to see my boyfriend standing in the shadow of the massive doorway. Aiden. My hand flew to my throat. How long have you been standing there? He shrugged.
Long enough to know I've been a fool?
He jutted a foot forward, his arms hanging limply by his sides. Slowly, he lifted his soulful blue gaze to mine.
I'm sorry, Ash. Can you forgive me?
I didn't give it a second thought as I ran to him, crying against his chest as he wrapped his strong arms around me. He kissed my temple and cheek, breathing into my ear.
Please don't cry, sweetheart. I'm so sorry.
For some reason, that made me cry harder. I didn't know what came over me, but all the energy drained from my body. It was like my life force washed away with my tears. My legs weakened as I sagged against him. Aiden swept me into his arms, carrying me into our suite as I held tight to him.
Garf go now,
Garf boomed as he thundered past us and out the door. I didn't look up to see him leave. I was too busy getting lost in a pair of bright blue eyes. Jack's outside, I murmured.
He'll be fine,
Aiden said as he set me on the table by the bed. He climbed on top of it and then hoisted me into bed with him. I curled up in his embrace, not wanting to ever let him go. It was then it hit me how many times in the past few days I'd come close to never seeing him again, and I couldn't control the sobs that racked me. He ran a hand up and down my back.
Please don't cry, baby.
He tilted my chin, wiping my tears with his fingers before kissing each cheek and then planting a tender kiss on my lips. I grasped his hair and kissed him back with urgency, feeling I'd be swept into oblivion if I let him go. He tasted of sweet nectar and spice as he groaned into my mouth. He swept a hand down my neck and collarbone before settling on my breast. I cried out when he squeezed, rolling my nipple through the tips of his fingers. He stroked my thigh, pushing up the hem of my toga before gently palming the apex between my thighs, pressing his thumb into my swollen nub until my panties were soaked through. I arched my back as he slid my underwear off my hips, tossing them somewhere down the bed. I wrapped my hand around the base of his skull, crying out as he stroked my slick ribbon again before burying a finger inside me. I tossed my head back as he slid that finger in and out of my wet channel while applying gentle pressure on my nub with his thumb. He continued channeling into me while toying with my sensitive spot. It swelled bigger and bigger, and then burst like a popped balloon before throbbing against him. I cried into his mouth as he claimed me for a kiss, our tongues melding together while he buried his finger deep inside me. I let my legs fall open with a sigh as he slid his finger out while showering my neck and lips with delicate kisses. It was so like Aiden to take the time to pleasure me, delaying his own release until I was satisfied. Well, considering all he'd gone through to get to me, I decided he deserved a little gratification too. Besides, after that one little orgasm, I was still horny. Damn horny. I wanted more than just a finger fucking. I wanted his whole entire length buried deep inside me, grinding into me until we both screamed for release. I smiled up at Aiden as I stretched my sated body one last time, and then I leaned up, pushing him back and rolling on top of him. He hiked up my toga, ripping off the belt and yanking it over my head. I tore at his clothes, pulling up his toga while he slipped out of underwear that reminded me of Cupid's diaper or maybe protection for people with bladder control issues. They were probably some giant's thong. If I hadn't been so horny, I would have pointed at his depends and laughed my ass off. He grasped my face in his hands, pulling me up the length of his body while grinding his engorged tip against my pelvis. I growled, moving around until I felt the head pressing against my aching sweet spot. I slid down his length with a grunt, gently biting his lip as he stretched and filled me. He grabbed my hips, trying to hold me in place, but I was having none of it. "Slow down, Ash," he groaned into my mouth, "or by God, I swear I'll explode." I doubled my efforts, fighting his grip and sliding up and down his slick rod while panting like a rabid animal. Though I loved the sweet way he always made love to me, now was not the time for tenderness. I needed to feel the man I loved pulsing deep inside of me, claiming me as his own with hard and heavy strokes. "Can't stop," I cried. "I need you. Love you." He hissed as he thrust upward, matching my erratic tempo with deep thrusts. His cock swelled and pulsed inside of me, flooding my channel like an overflowing river. I sucked in a hiss as an orgasm shot through me like a bolt of lightning. Aiden held himself deep inside me, grinding that head against my pulsating bundle of nerves, coaxing out another orgasm and another. Each time the wave swept me under its power, holding me for several glorious heartbeats before cresting again. After the fourth orgasm, I fell limply on top of him, sighing against his chest as he stroked my spine. I laid there with a big fat smile on my face for several heartbeats, my eyes fluttering shut as I relished the tingling sensation of him stroking my skin. A girl could get used to this kind of treatment. "Ash?" he asked, kissing my temple. "Did you mean what you said?" I opened my eyes. He stiffened beneath me. "You said you loved me." I rolled off him, cupping his cheek in my hand as I searched his gaze. I did, and I do. He grabbed my hands, kissing the tips of my fingers. "I will never doubt you again." A wave of guilt washed over me. I sat up, pulling away from him. "You were right to doubt me. I didn't know what the water would do to me, and I flirted with Callum." I paused, turning my gaze down as a wave of shame washed over me. I lost myself, forgot who I was and all sense of right and wrong. I even had an erotic dream about him. My chest tightened as I barely breathed the words. "I'm sorry." He cupped my cheek in his palm. "There's nothing to be sorry about.
I know what the water does to people."
He winked as he cleaned up our mess with his diaper underwear. Good thing it was super absorbent. Tears of gratitude flooded my eyes, and though I was relieved Aiden had forgiven me, I still felt awful about the rift between him and his brother. He turned me down, Aiden. He said he would never betray his brother again. I searched his eyes for any sign of hope. He risked his soul to save me, but he did it all for you. Aiden nodded, his steady gaze locked on mine.
"When the Nephilim bring him back, I will make things right with him."
"Really?" I squealed, jumping to my knees.
"Yes."
He flashed a smile that didn't quite mask the sadness in his eyes.
"Thank you for telling me the truth."
"You're welcome," I said hesitantly, wondering what would cause him to hold back. Something else was troubling him. He smoothed a hand down his face with a groan before he bent over, picked up his toga, and slipped it over his broad shoulders.
"Now I just have to figure a way to get us all out of here."
I threw on my toga too, cinching the pretty gold belt as I noted the pained look in Aiden's eyes. He was so consumed with getting out, he didn't realize maybe I wasn't ready to go. Because truthfully, I wasn't. I'd seen what I could do, and I knew without a doubt I could help the Nephilim. So far, they'd been kind to me and my friends. And I held a special place in my heart for Garf. I couldn't just leave them like this to face down their enemy alone, for I feared Scorpius would never allow them to live in peace. "We will leave, Aiden. We'll all get out of here after we defeat the demon army." He jerked back.
"Have you lost your marbles? I'm not letting you fight those demons."
"Aiden," I heaved a sigh, struggling to find the right words. I got to my knees, grasping his hands in mine as I looked deeply into his eyes. I have to help them. All my life, I've lived for myself and myself only. Now I have the chance to be a part of something more. He shook his head.
"Ash, those demons can cast you down to another dimension."
"I know, but they need to be stopped." He released my hands and shot to his feet, pacing across the oversized bed before looking down at me with a scowl.
"Look at what they did to Garf. They cut his wings and tortured him for over 100 years. And what about the 2 missing giants? Not to mention the fact that they steal souls from Earth and Purgatory."
I stood, planting my hands on my hips as I steeled my resolve. I had to make him understand why I had to do this. Exactly. Did you know Shadow used to be a ghoster, and he was captured and forced to become Scorpius's blood slave? A look of understanding lit beneath his narrowed gaze.
"That's why Shadow kidnapped you."
"Yes, and I know Scorpius will do it again. Who knows how many other ghosters are his blood slaves right now? Neither Earth nor Purgatory will ever be safe unless we defeat him, and now we've got 2,000 giants willing to fight with us." I looked at my palms, which had been burned and scarred just moments ago. The pain had hurt unlike anything I'd ever known, but I'd do it all over again. I had to. Scorpius had to be stopped. I have the chance to make a difference. He closed the distance between us, gently clasping my shoulders and staring into my eyes.
"Did you really shoot thunderbolts?"
I smiled. I did. And today I cast nettles down to the 13th dimension. His jaw dropped.
"God almighty, I would have loved to have seen that."
Then shadows crept into his eyes as his face fell.
"But Ash, that prophecy of theirs, what if it doesn't come true? What if we are defeated and all are cast farther into hell?"
I bit my lower lip, playfully batting my lashes as I nodded toward the bed where we'd just made love. It can't be all that bad as long as you're with me. Much to my relief, Aiden tipped back his head and laughed, and I laughed with him. Oh my God, this is really happening. We are going to kick demon ass. 20,000 demons versus 2,000 giants and a couple crazy ghosters. Seems like a fair fight. A loud horn blasted through the halls, reverberating through my skull like 2 pots clanking together. I trembled as I looked up at Aiden. What's going on? He squeezed his hands into fists, the veins in his neck swelling like raging rivers as we listened to the thunderous sounds of feet racing through the halls.
I don't know.
He spoke through a tightened jaw.
But I bet it's not good.
Our door flew open and Garf raced toward me, his booming steps shaking the bed and causing me to fall over.
Come, Angel!
He yelled, holding out his arms. I shot Aiden a questioning glance before I stepped into Garf's embrace. After he hoisted me down, Aiden jumped to the floor, frowning up at Garf.
What's happening?
Garf's eyes bugged as he pointed toward the hall.
Demon army! They coming!
Garf carried me toward the downstairs dungeon where we'd trained earlier today. I begged him to slow down, but he refused, saying we couldn't keep the king waiting. I gnawed my lower lip as we turned a corner and Aiden and Jack disappeared from sight. I hoped they'd catch up to us, and they wouldn't be trampled by the few other giants running through the halls. Luckily, it seemed most everyone else had already gone downstairs. By the time we hit the bottom of the stone stairs, the Nephilim were lined up in rows and ready for battle, holding their clubs at their sides as they awaited their king's instructions. Garf took me to Og, who was pacing in front of the large boulder that blocked the Nettles cave. Garf silently bowed before his king and slipped into formation. Sarge was waiting by Og's side. He placed a meaty hand on my shoulder, his eyes glowing ominously as he flashed a thin smile. Sarge and I hadn't gotten a chance to be alone together, and I knew this might be the last time I had to talk to him before we went to battle. I placed my hand on his. Sarge, I want to thank you for risking your soul for me. My lip trembled as I searched his gaze. You are a true friend. A spark flared beneath his already glowing eyes.
I've told you to call me Santiago,
he said, a seductive edge to his deep rumble.
And I want to be more than a friend.
I swallowed hard as I looked away, an uncomfortable ache settling in my chest. Some part of me felt bad he'd come all this way for me only to be rejected, and some part of me felt really awkward I'd have to let him down in front of 2,000 angry giants. Talk about the worst denial in the history of history. Sarge, I blushed when he scowled at me. That's when I remembered he'd asked me to use his given name. I don't know why it was so hard calling him that. Maybe because Santiago made him sound like a virile, sexy stud, the same stud who was wearing nothing but a towel the first time we met, and I was trying really hard to think of Sarge as just a friend. Santiago. His name rolled off my tongue too fast, and I felt more heat creep into my cheeks. Aiden and I made up. That flame in his eyes practically exploded as he stepped back.
That's too bad.
He shrugged before slanting a wry grin.
There's always next time.
Next time? As in Aiden will break my heart again? I sure hope not. Aiden dodged between giants, bony chest heaving as he ran up to us. It was still hard to reconcile my gorgeous boyfriend to this skeletal creature, but I knew the same heart beat somewhere within him, and that was all that mattered. He and Sarge exchanged looks that could only be described as two dogs getting ready to fight over a bone. Luckily, Aiden turned his back on Sarge, wrapping a protective arm around my shoulder. I reminded myself not to get grossed out that I was being hugged by a skeleton, especially considering that skeleton and I had just been making love a few moments ago. Low murmurs could be heard throughout the room as the warriors grumbled. Og had a rather grim expression on his face, and his normally demonic gray pallor was as red as a bubbling pit of lava. Something had ticked him off, and I feared we were about to find out. Og held up a hand, and the crowd went silent.
Nephilim! Kin!
He shouted as he thrust his club into the air.
Time has come to stand up to enemies!
The crowd broke into cheers and bellows as they lifted their clubs to the ceiling, and much to my dismay started chanting, Angel! Angel! He silenced them again with another wave of his club. His jowls turned into a heavy frown as his massive brow dipped low over his eyes.
5 Nephilim warriors left Den this morning to search for Dragon Friend. Only 3 return.
The giants swore, many stomping their feet and shaking the ground beneath me. Good thing my bony boyfriend held me tight, or I would have fallen on my ass. Again, Og silenced them.
Demons keep other two warriors. Demons demand we return, angel, or warriors be cast down.
This time, Aiden and I did fall on our asses when the giant stomped so hard the ground felt as if it would split open. Aiden shielded me as pebbles and debris from the cavern ceiling rained down on us. I winced as I heard a few shards hitting his bones. When the tremors died down, I assumed Og had silenced them, but I kept my face buried in Aiden's robes, too afraid to look.
Og have no choice,
the giant bellowed.
Nephilim give them what they want.
I fell back as Aiden released me, jumping to his feet and thrusting his fist toward the king.
Like hell you will.
Well, holy fuck. Why did I get the feeling Aiden wasn't about to win this argument? Chapter 22. Catherine O'Connor. The cat I rode was scraggly and thin, its striped orange and black fur faded and matted, unlike the giant creature with the shiny black fur that carried my master. This was the first time in a century he'd bidden me to ride without him. I missed the feel of his strong arms circling my waist and breasts, and I especially missed the looks of envy from the other demons. I gently patted the pocket inside my robe, feeling the hard length of the blade I dipped in a jar of Scorpius's venom, my means for justice. The gaping wound at the base of my skull still oozed and bled, dampening my white robe with stains of shame. Other demons rode by on bigger cats, sneering and laughing in my face. There was a time when my master would have beaten them for insulting his fair one. Not anymore. I gritted my teeth in anger, keeping my eyes centered on my master's tail. I refused to acknowledge their taunts. Let them have their fun now, but I would soon have my revenge. I recognized this outcropping of large boulders and crevices. We weren't far from where my master's demons had first ensnared the three giants. From here, we had a good view of the fiery lakes and the stones of souls just beyond. I could barely see the outline of the pyramid's tip and remembered with fondness my short foray into their world. The food, the soft silks, the healing water. But I wouldn't give to return and live peacefully among them. But that was not to be my fate. And though my master had controlled it for too many years, today I would set my own destiny. My skin blistered and boiled at the thought, but not as bad as it once had. The hold of master's blood bond had weakened. Perhaps his demon blood had spilled out of me when he cut that gaping hole in my head. The deep horn's bellow resounded across the valley, the same horn we'd heard on approach, only this one was much longer, followed by 3 short bursts. My breath stilled when I saw them, giant winged creatures carrying clubs as tall as men. I lost count of their numbers as they flew out from a dark void just beyond the pyramid, like bats escaping a cave. Beside me, the other demons whispered 500, 1,000, though it mattered little. I knew from keeping one of their own as a slave, their size outnumbered their wit. My master's slaves would make easy work of bringing them down. Those they did not kill, they would capture. Master thought once he had Aiden's bitch in his clutches, she would be able to control the giants. It was a fool's plan. If she'd been able to manipulate them, she would not have allowed them to give her to Scorpius. My master had never been a fool. I wondered why he was playing one now. Had his thirst for power overshadowed his common sense? This war would all be for naught. As the creatures approached, I recognized their king at the helm, carrying the bound and gagged body of their angel. The giants had tied her hands behind her back and put a sack over her head. Good. It would make my plans so much easier. They landed at the base of the mountain, shaking the ground with such tremors boulders dislodged from the sides of the slope, crushing a few tigers and demons as they plummeted to the ground. My heart beat wildly as a great cloud of dust rose, obscuring my vision. My master's army of demons squealed and hissed behind me, and I knew many would seize this chance to flee. Had I not been so determined to seek revenge, I would have fled too. But where would I go? Scorpius would find me, and then what? Be cast down into the pit as one of his lesser slaves? No. My only option was revenge. send the bitch to the 4th dimension, and then be sent to follow her when Scorpius stung me. At least in the 4th dimension, my body would regenerate anew. My fair face and my baby would return. Then I could sting the bitch again, casting her even lower. Though I'd heard horrific tales of bugs and pestilence in the 4th dimension, perhaps I could find a new demon master who would protect me and treat me with the reverence I deserved. When the dust finally settled, I gaped up at the Nephilim. Stupid lummoxes though they were, their presence was disarming. Some stood at the edge of the lakes of lava while others hovered above them. They hadn't just assembled an army, but an entire fighting brigade. They had cannons and carts full of lead balls. There were archers at the rear with flaming arrows big enough to knock gaping holes in our chests. They all wore breastplates and skull caps of iron and leather, and they each had a gleam in their eyes that said they were ready for war. And here I'd thought the beast's life of leisure had made them soft. The black tiger my master sat upon roared at the giants, its hair standing on end as it scraped its claws atop a flat rock. If my master was afraid, he did not show it. His tail rattled above him as he tilted his chin, his wicked eyes glowing like sunbursts. Below him, his 2 Nephilim prisoners struggled against their restraints, though it did no good. The tendons in their wings had been cut. If they escaped, they would not get far. 2 giant cats circled the prisoners, growling as their fangs dripped with venom.
Bring me the girl,
Scorpius yelled at the Nephilim army before waving at his prisoners.
or watch your kin be eaten by my pets.
King Og grunted and set down the bitch's body. She kicked against her restraints, a plume of yellow feathers rising into the air. Scorpius sent 2 demons to fetch her, but 2 giant warriors strode forward, waving their clubs at the demons.
No take angel,
King Og bellowed.
First release Nephilim kin.
His heavy mouth turned a frown.
All of them.
I swore under my breath. I knew he was referring to the 2 giants Scorpius had cast down years ago. A wide grin split Scorpius's face in 2.
Release the giants,
he hollered. Shadow and 3 other demons worked quickly to untie the prisoner's restraints. The first giant stood, glaring at Shadow before knocking him off the slab. Shadow didn't have time to react as he tumbled to the ground before rolling into a crevice, disappearing from view. I smiled inwardly. Served the demon right for bringing that bitch to my master. The giant's wings hung limply at their sides as they climbed down the slab. The venomous tigers jumped in front of them as they were about to rejoin their kin. Scorpius peered down at the giants with a confident grin.
Give us the girl and I will let them pass.
Og shook his club at Scorpius.
No angel.
He stomped a foot like a toddler throwing a tantrum.
Where are other 2 kin?
Scorpius heaved a disinterested sigh.
Very well then. In a show of good faith, I will let you have these 2 giants, and I will release the others when you give us the girl.
He whistled to the tigers and they backed away, disappearing into the outcrop of boulders before returning, dragging 2 heavy sacks. I knew what was in those sacks, straw mostly, and a few large demons making it look like the crudely sewn bags contained actual giants. As stupid as Nephilim were, I knew Og would fall for Scorpius's ruse. One of Og's giants picked up the flailing girl, tossing her up onto Scorpius's rock with a thud. I winced as I heard her bones crack. So much for Scorpius's hope that they worshipped their angel. From the looks of it, they couldn't care less about her. Now was my chance to make a move. I kicked my cat's sides, ignoring his growls as I prodded him forward. We worked our way slowly toward my master. I slipped off my tiger's back when we neared the slab, gently padding up to my master as I reached for the knife in my pocket. Other demons had crowded behind Scorpius, squealing and hissing as he lifted the sack from her head. As soon as Master saw the girl's wide, frightened eyes, he smiled.
Welcome back, my fair one.
I screeched at that, losing all sense of self-control as I whipped the knife from my robe and charged her. Master spun, throwing out all 6 arms to stop me, but I slid underneath him and fell on top of the girl, driving the knife into her heart with one fluid thrust. She flailed beneath me like a fish out of water as the venom rushed through her veins, and then she stilled, her lifeless green eyes staring up at the sky. I smiled triumphantly, my chest swelling with sadistic satisfaction as she disappeared beneath me. I had succeeded. The bitch was lost to both my master and Aiden. I collapsed onto her ashes when my master's tail struck the back of my skull. I released the hold on my knife as his tail struck me again and again. And then I felt myself falling away, dissolving into the air like a dandelion in the wind. Ash. Peering out from beneath the cart's heavy blanket, I swallowed hard as I watched the demon bitch from hell stab my Nettle's chest with a huge knife. Sheesh, what did I ever do to her? Wow, I whispered to Aiden, your wife really doesn't like me. His red orbs flashed bright in hollow sockets. She's not my wife anymore. Till death do us part, remember? I sucked in a gasp when my Nettle disappeared, leaving behind a few golden feathers I'd painstakingly plucked from my wings and slipped beneath the restraints on her back. Scorpius's eyes glowed like twin suns as the tail stretched over him stabbed Catherine in the head. In the head! Lord, strike me down if I ever complain about PMS cramps again. The back of my throat burned, remnants from my morning meal threatening to spill down my toga as I watched Catherine disintegrate too, leaving behind a small pile of dust. I ducked underneath the cover and scooted closer to Aiden. What just happened? I breathed into the darkness. His glowing eyes illuminated his profile as he continued to peer outside. She's off to the fourth dimension. His voice was glum, and I wondered if he would mourn her. I reached for him, clutching the hard planes of his arm through his heavy robe. Aiden, I'm sorry. He turned to me, the embers in his eyes dancing like twin torches. Ash, you are the only woman I care about. That warmed my heart, but only for a moment. It went cold again as the reality of our situation hit me square in the chest. We were about to wage a war against a powerful demon, one who had the ability to cast us even farther into the depths of hell. I'd known my ghosting job was hazardous before I signed up, but come on. This went far beyond another bad day at the office. If and when we returned to purgatory, I was demanding a raise. Oh yeah, and a paid week off. Make that 2 weeks. Plus, 2 tickets to the Purgatory Bahamas. I licked my parched lips as I envisioned myself sipping a piña colada on the beach with Aiden by my side. That sounded real nice. Now all we had to do was not get killed again. When I heard the trumpet blare and Ogg's thundering call to fight, I knew our time was up. Aiden threw back the covers and jumped to his knees, scythe in one hand while he latched onto my wrist with the other. His glowing red gaze tunneled on me. Stay by my side. My knees weakened. If I get cast down, will you come find me? He pulled my hand to his heart and nodded. Always. I felt a renewed sense of confidence with Aiden by my side. Then I froze as giants stormed past us, swinging their clubs in the air as monster tigers with long fangs sprang toward them. Holy buckets! Those cats were the size of elephants, like prehistoric saber-toothed tigers, and there had to have been at least 100 of the beasts attacking the giants. Unfortunately, the 4 biggest ones were protecting Scorpius, keeping the Nephilim at bay as they tried to strike him with their clubs. I jumped with Aiden into the fray. Jack, Sarge, and 5 large warriors encircled me, acting as shields and giving me enough berth to strike demons with bolts of lightning as we made our way to the front line. Our goal was to get me to Scorpius so I could finish him off for good. I only hoped the brave giants didn't get killed protecting me, and if anything happened to Jack, I'd never forgive myself. His 2 dogzilla jaws enjoyed snapping the heads off demons, and when one of the cats hissed and raised his claws at Jack, my dog shredded the beast in a few heartbeats. Sarge alternated between chopping off demon heads and blasting them into dust with his scythe, wielding that thing as if it was an extension of his hand. His experience on the battlefield showed. Despite all the demons who surged against him, he showed no signs of weakness. Goliath thundered past us, laughing ominously and turning demons and cats to stone in his wake. Demons crawled over each other trying to flee his magic. They were like cockroaches under Goliath's shoe. I cringed every time a giant was struck, but at least they'd come prepared. Each one carried a vial of healing water tucked beneath their armor, pouring the life-saving liquid on themselves or their friends as they became injured. So far, I hadn't seen a Nephilim turn to ash. Another battle cry sounded and Nephilim swooped down from the sky, picking up demons and tigers and dropping them into the lava. The earth shook, splitting open before my eyes as hordes of demons poured from a crevice deep within the ground. They crawled, walked, and slithered into the battle, biting, clawing, and slicing at the giants. I didn't have enough power to zap them all, but then flaming arrows began striking down the demons, knocking off their heads and punching gaping holes in their chests. Headless bodies fought each other as they kicked their heads around in the dirt. The demons kept spilling out of the crevice, and I feared they'd soon overpower the giants, who were weakening under the tigers' attacks. A flash of fire caught my eye, and I saw him, that magnificent, scaly dragon, pushing through the throng and burning demons who got in his way. Callum was so badass, just like his brother. My heart did a little flip when he paused to look over at me, flashing a wicked grin. I waved my fingers at him, mouthing a thank you as he continued to burn his adversaries. I had no idea where he'd come from, but I was so grateful he hadn't been captured by Scorpius or banished to the fourth dimension. I hoped his luck wouldn't run out. Aiden forced me to stop as he poured healing water on my palms. I hadn't even realized they were burned and bleeding until he turned over my hands. The giants and Jack formed a tight circle around me until the water finished its magic. Then we strode forward again, and that's when my heart came to a thudding halt. A tiger had Callum in its fanged jowls, biting down and shaking him around as if he were a chew toy. Panic seized my brain when the tiger tossed his lifeless body onto the slab with Scorpius. No! I hiked up my toga and raced past my guards. But it was too late. Scorpius looked up at me, his ominous eyes gleaming right before his tail stabbed Callum through the chest, digging deep into the center. And just like that, Callum disappeared in a cloud of dust. I clutched my aching heart, feeling as if it too had crumbled to ash along with my friend. I fell to my knees, sobbing as my guards surrounded me. Aiden grabbed my arm, saying something soothing into my ear, but I didn't hear him. The sounds of war faded into nothingness, more like static in my brain as I focused on only one thing, my grief for Callum. He was gone. And how would I ever save him? A pool of sorrow welled in my chest, so heavy and thick I feared I might drown in it. Callum had risked his soul to fight evil, and what had it gotten him but more misery? Why? Why had he been cast further into hell? He was a good man. He didn't deserve such a fate. How could Scorpius have been so unjust? And how could God have let this happen? I straightened my spine as I glared up at Scorpius. His cat guards were lying flat on the stone slab, looking as if they'd been crushed by a giant. But Scorpius did not show any signs of fear. Standing tall on his platform, he was nearly the height of the giant who'd tried to pound him with his club. Scorpius managed to evade the attack, grabbing onto a meaty hand with all 6 arms, laughing as his tail stabbed the giant's wrist. It took me a moment to register that giant was King Og. If he banished the king, who would lead the Nephilim? Scorpius will lead them, a warning hissed in my ear. A spark lit somewhere within my pool of sorrow, and like a match to kerosene, my anguish exploded into a lake of rage. I fluttered to my feet, balling my fists and channeling all my energy into his glowing eyes. With a roar, I unleashed my magic, shooting a bolt so powerful, my hands exploded into bursts of light. A sonic boom rent the air, and a wave of wind ruffled my feathers and tossed my hair as demons and giants flattened around me. "Stop, Ash, stop! You'll destroy yourself!" Aiden screamed above the din, though his face was pressed into the dirt. I didn't care about my safety. All I cared about was enacting revenge on that 6-armed freak. He would pay for all the people he'd haunted, all the souls he'd stolen, and all of the friends he'd tortured. Most of all, He would pay for banishing the only good demon in this miserable pit, the brother of the man I loved and my friend. Chapter 23. Dreams and smoke intermingled until they were just a haze of voices and shadows. A giant creature with sad eyes and a soft smile held me as we flew over a lake of lava. When we landed, he handed me to a skeletal man with glowing eyes. Though these creatures were nightmarish and strange, somehow I sensed I was safe. Weird, right? I should have been terrified. I should have been screaming, but I wasn't. The man's bony, grotesque features morphed into a more familiar face as he carried me inside a fortress. Bright, watery blue eyes smiled down at me as we traveled through a lush garden and slipped into a shimmering pool. I smiled as the cool currents soothed my aching limbs. Amazed, I clenched my fingers as if feeling them for the first time. "What happened?" I rasped. Aiden draped a finger across my lips. "Shh, you must heal." And so I did, sighing contentedly as I snuggled against his chest, relishing the feel of him stroking my scalp and back. But when I closed my eyes, I saw Scorpius's triumphant glare as he stabbed Callum through the heart. "Callum!" I jolted up. "No!" I kicked and punched the water. Aiden grabbed my arms, cradling me against him. "Shh, sweetheart." "He's gone," I sobbed, slapping his wet chest. "We have to save him." Aiden rocked me in his arms. "I know, baby." I pulled back, desperately searching his eyes for any sign of hope. "You know? Does that mean you'll help me save him?" "The king has already reassured me he will help us." His voice hardened. "He still has 2 kin down there, remember?" "The king?" I recalled Scorpius stabbing King Og's hand. "He's okay?" "The Nephilim saved him with their holy water." More memories of the battle surfaced. There'd been so many demons. Too many. "What about Jack and Sarge?" "Both fine." He flashed a weary smile as he tucked a strand of wet hair behind my ear. "Ash, the war is over. You did it. You defeated the demons. Once you banished Scorpius, his blood slave surrendered." "Really?" Wow. I'd done it, just as the prophecy had stated. Did this mean God would allow the Nephilim to return to heaven? And if he would give them a pass, would he grant one to Callum too? If so, how were we going to free Callum from the 4th dimension? Geez, and I'd thought the top level of hell was a shithole. I could only imagine how much worse Callum had it now. Dark thoughts swirled in my brain, threatening to overwhelm me. I didn't care what it took. We had to save him. I nuzzled Aiden's chest, which felt harder than a block of concrete. A shiver racked him before he pulled me closer. Odd, because the healing water didn't feel too cold. In fact, the soothing liquid felt heavenly. Then I remembered Aiden was hydrophobic. Oh, wow! How the heck had he managed to climb into the pool without having a panic attack? "Aiden!" I gasped as I sat up and looked into his features, which reminded me of an eggshell ready to crack. I could tell he was doing everything in his power to keep it together. "I thought you were afraid of water." His stony features splintered. "I am, but I'm more afraid of losing you." I cupped his cheeks in my hands, planting a feather-soft kiss on his lips. I've had enough water for now. Fatigue consumed me, and I was barely aware of Aiden pulling me from the water and drying me off on the grass, and of Jack's heavy pants as he followed us inside. After Aiden hoisted me onto the bed, Jack licked my nose as he settled down beside me. A short time ago, he was my beastly, 2-headed guardian, biting the heads off demons and gigantic fanged cats. Geez, my afterlife was strange. "I must go speak with the king," Aiden murmured. "You going to be okay?" "Yeah," I sighed as I turned into Jack, snuggling against his neck. "I have my guardian angel." Jack's deep growl woke me from my slumber. I slowly sat up, clutching a blanket as I stared into the darkness. I could see nothing, which was weird because the wall sconces had been shining brightly before Aiden left. My heart began to hammer so loud I could barely hear Jack's growls from somewhere by my feet. Where was Aiden, and why was it so dark? An icy breeze blew through my hair, sending a shiver down my spine. Then I heard the snap of Jack's jowls. Fear gripped my limbs when he bounded off the bed, barking before his howl of pain pierced the thick air, sending a shard of panic straight into my chest. "Jack!" I screamed as I heard a sickening thump. I pushed myself against the headboard, a cyclone of dizziness spinning circles in my brain and causing me to feel faint and disoriented. What was happening to me? And then the darkness faded, the sconces slowly flickering back to life, revealing two ominous eyes staring down at me. "Shadow," I rasped. He clutched two faded scrolls, crinkling the paper as he squeezed them with whitened knuckles. "I had to see them for myself." "What?" Frowning, he threw a scroll at my feet. "I had to see what had gone wrong." I didn't understand what he was talking about, but somehow I got the feeling he was still a creepy demon. "Shadow." I tried to keep my tone even as I peered over the bed looking for Jack. "Scorpius is gone. You are no longer his blood slave." He tossed his head back and laughed. "You think that's all I was to him? Oh, if it were only that easy." He pushed back his shirt sleeve, revealing a tanned arm with bulging veins. "I can still feel his blood in me," he said with a snarl as he clenched his hands. "I can still hear him telling me to seek revenge." Oh shit. Revenge. And I suppose I am on the top of his shit list. "Fight it, Shadow!" I cried, unfurling my fingers and preparing to strike. "You were a good person once. Remember 50 years ago before Scorpius captured you?" 50 years? He tilted his head, smirking. "No, that was the second time he captured me. I have been serving my master for 150 years, waiting to find you so he could bring the giants to their knees. The first time one of his demons dragged me to hell, I managed to flee, fading into the shadows while I searched for a means of escape. I came here through a hidden passage." He waved at the walls around us, "for I'd heard the Nephilim had a portal to Earth." So much for King Og's secret passage. Though he had said no demon could find it, I was certain he'd never met a demon with Shadow's penchant for darkness. "I crept around their fortress while they slept, for I feared they would see me even in my shadow form. In my search," he continued as he pointed to the scroll at my feet, "I stumbled upon their scrolls. As I read through the first parchment, I realized they had been written by angels centuries ago. According to their proclamation, a fallen angel would lead them in a holy war." I cringed at that. By fallen angel, they had meant me. Who knew getting thrown out of heaven would get me knocked all the way down to hell? But when I unfurled the next scroll, I saw the scene where Scorpius held the king of giants by the hand, driving his venom into him while a golden angel wept on her knees, and I knew their fallen angel would fail them. His shoulders slumped, shadows obscuring all but his glowing eyes. I was made so distraught I dropped the parchment and fled, and then Scorpius found me. He tortured me for days, burning me with venom that raced through me like liquid fire, paralyzing me with unfathomable pain. He poured his blood into me and forced me to bare my soul. Through my eyes, Scorpius saw everything, including the scroll where he defeated the Nephilim king. He released me, sending me on a mission to search for this fallen angel, hoping I would find her in purgatory. I lived in purgatory peacefully for 100 years, and then Scorpius sent his demons after me. He was angry I had not yet found you. This time his cruelty was far worse. He forced me to drink his blood again and sign a second bond, proclaiming me more than just his blood slave. My fingers itched as the magic strained to break free. I knew my wind wasn't as powerful as my lightning, but it was my only defense. "Well, what are you?" I asked through clenched teeth. His smile was wide and bright, illuminating the shadows in his hollowed cheekbones.
"His soul slave. Not only his blood flows through me, Ash."
He held up his arms as a shrill burst of laughter escaped from his throat.
"His soul does too."
Well, shit.
"So now you see why I seek revenge for the wrongs done to my master."
He pounded his chest.
"I am Scorpius, and he is me."
His eyes bulged and he jerked back, falling on top of the bed as Jack held his ankle in his jaws. "Get him, Jack!" I squealed, clasping my hands together as my dog pounced on him. Shadow's arms flailed wildly before I saw the flash of steel. Just as he was about to drive the dagger into my dog's heart, I hit it with my wind, knocking it out of his hand, but not before the blade sliced open Jack's shoulder. I gasped as Jack howled before falling on top of the bed. Shadow jumped to his feet, a triumphant gleam in his eyes as he turned to me.
"I've never liked that dog."
Anger surged inside my skull as I threw a blast of wind at him. He flew back and smashed into a bedpost before wrapping around it in a swirl of darkness. Where had he gone? My gaze darted to my dog. He was panting hard as blood oozed from his wound. I worried that Shadow had used a poison-tipped blade, just as he'd used on Callum. I had to pour holy water on Jack before he turned to dust, but first I had a demon to kill. I fell onto the table and jumped to the floor as the massive doors leading to the hall swung open. Sarge was standing there, scythe drawn.
"I heard screaming."
"Shadow!" I cried. "Watch out, he's disappeared!"
"Stay down,"
he commanded, his features hardening as he raced to me. My gaze darted to the doorway leading to the garden. The holy water was there. All I had to do was scoop up a handful and race back to Jack without getting killed. I screamed when Sarge grunted and stilled in front of me, hovering there for an eternal second before crumbling to the floor, Shadow's blade sticking out of his back. "No!" I fell to his side as he gaped at me, holding out a hand and trying to speak.
"Ash,
He disappeared in a burst of dust. I jumped to my feet, unleashing my wind, blowing back candles, drapes, and oversized chairs, not caring who or what I blasted, so long as I got that son of a bitch who'd banished my friend. Above me, Jack was whimpering. "Hang on, buddy." I turned, racing toward the garden. I would not lose another friend on my watch. Just as I was about to cross the threshold, darkness overtook me. Where there had been bright light before me, I saw only blackness, crowding my mind with confusion. I spun in circles, trying to figure out where I was, feeling like I had fallen into a void of depression and fear. Oh dear God, this was it. Shadow would stab a hole through my heart and cast me down to the fourth dimension. "Aiden!" I screamed. "Help me!" A heavy boom shook my bones as the light snapped back on. I turned around, gaping up at Shadow, who was hanging upside down in Garf's grasp. Aiden was standing beside him, scythe unsheathed and aiming at the base of Shadow's skull. "Garf!" I gasped. "How did you catch him?" Garf flashed a baleful grin and tapped his head.
"Nephilim use brain to find Shadow."
Of course! Their echolocation. I had thought they could only see in the dark while in demon form. Shadow cursed and banged Garf's knee while he swung like a pendulum. All the while, Aiden shot eye daggers at Shadow while holding the blade at his throat. I knew he was itching to use it.
"Are you all right, Ash?"
Aiden asked, not taking his eyes off Shadow. I ran my hands down my arms as my gaze drifted to the pile of dust on the floor. "I'm fine." I bit my knuckles to keep from sobbing. "But Sarge was dusted."
"Ash, look at me."
I jerked, swiping a stray tear at the sound of Aiden's commanding voice. He held me in his gaze for a long moment.
"We will get Sarge back when we save Callum. I promise."
I choked back more tears, unable to answer. I cringed at the sound of Jack's low whine. "Oh no, I will not lose him too." I pointed at the demon squirming in Garf's grip. "Don't let Shadow go."
"Yeah,"
Garf answered.
"Where are you going?"
Aiden called, but I was already running out the door. I grabbed a goblet off the blanket and practically dove for the pool. I scooped up the water, sloshing it on my hand as I raced back inside, past Garf and the pendulum demon and up the bed to Jack. Much to my relief, he hadn't turned to dust. His chest rose and fell with each strained breath as blood and pus pooled around his shoulder, staining the sheet beneath him. He whimpered as I poured water on his wound. His eyes shut, and my heart slowed to a dull thud as I waited for them to open. Soon his breathing returned to normal, and those big brown eyes fluttered open. He sat up with a resounding bark and then planted a big wet kiss on my lips. "You really are a guardian angel," I said with a smile as I hugged and kissed my dog. "Thank you, God," I whispered, "for sending him to me." I didn't care to stay and watch the Nephilim decapitate Shadow with his own poisoned blade and then cast him into a lake of fire. Not that I was complaining. Decapitations just weren't on my list of fun evening entertainment. They ranked down there with going to monster truck rallies and attending Amway meetings. Besides, I figured I'd seen enough blood and gore to last me an eternity. King Og and Garf took us to a secret chamber where they revealed the portal to Earth. And much to my disappointment, it wasn't an elevator, but rather a long-assed flight of stairs going up a dark and musty cavern. Fun times. Too bad I didn't have my wings. Garf sat on the ground, sobbing like a baby as we shared our goodbyes. Jack tried to soothe him with lots of licks and tail wagging, but that only made him cry harder. "Don't cry, Garf." I leaned up and squeezed his neck. "You know I'll be back, I promise." Of course I'd be back. I had 2 friends waiting for me to save them. And then there was that whole prophecy thing. If I really was the Nephilim's fallen angel, who was I kidding? Of course I was, and I was somehow supposed to lead them all up to heaven. Needless to say, I couldn't wait to get that part of my afterlife behind me. "You good friend," Garf said as he patted my head a little too hard. "Thank you, fallen angel." Aiden shook hands, or actually thumb, with the king. "We will go straight away to heaven and plead your case, as well as our friends and kin in the 4th dimension." I snaked my arm through Aiden's, pulling myself close to him and relishing the warmth of his bare skin on mine. When I got back, I was going to institute a new rule that Aiden had to wear a toga whenever we were alone. Not only were they easily accessible, he looked damn fine with all that muscular man-meat hanging out. When the king cleared his throat, I forced myself to get my hormones in check. There would be plenty of time for victory sex later. I beamed up at King Og. I am sure there is something the Holy Ones can do. The king bowed to both of us, his eyes gleaming with the same sparkle as the star around his neck. "Thank you, Grim and Angel." "No, thank you." My throat tightened with emotion as I tried to find the right words. Not only for your friendship, but for helping me find a purpose in my life. For making me feel for something beyond my own needs. We parted once more with hugs, and thankfully neither of the giants did permanent damage to my ribs. It took us way too long to climb those stairs. Holy buckets! I thought my legs would collapse beneath me. My jokes about seeing Aiden's hairy balls underneath his toga wore thin, and so did my breath as I followed him up the final flight. Jack's tail was drooping by the time we reached the cave. I had no idea where we were, and I didn't care. I just wanted to get home. Much to my relief, Aiden banged his scythe on the ground and an elevator materialized out of nowhere. "After you." He smiled, bowing like a gentleman as he ushered me onto the platform. I sank against cool metal, heaving a sigh as the elevator lurched. My hair frizz caught the static off the wall, and I could literally feel it springing to life. I swore when I realized I should have dunked my mop in the Nephilim's holy water. Damn. I reminded myself to dive into the pool head first on my way back down. "I need a hot bath," I groaned. "And a tall drink." Aiden wrapped his arm around my waist and pulled me against him. "I've got a need for you to fill," he growled. Heat crept into my cheeks when he pressed his groin against my hip. "Do you?" "Yes, right here." He nibbled my ear as he dragged my hand toward his rather stiff and large bulge. Oh my goodness. Either Aiden had stuck a rock in his toga, or climbing stairs until his butt cramped made him horny. Aiden, don't. I tried to push him away, but not really. Truthfully, all that staring at his hairy balls had made me horny too. Jack's looking at us, I giggled as he trailed kisses down my neck. As I listened to the familiar sound of Jack licking his ass, I realized he probably wasn't interested in what we were doing. Eventually, though, he would tire of chewing on butt munch and look up. I don't care, he rasped as his lips sought mine. I need you. Oh, Aiden. Loath though I was, I broke the kiss as his roving hands slipped under the hem of my toga and straight for my, oh God, yes spot. I pushed him. Stop, or I'll tear off your clothes. Last naked guy I'd seen in an elevator scarred my eyeballs for life. Not that Aiden would scar my eyeballs. Far from it. But if we got caught, our bare humping asses would probably be plastered all over the purgatory papers. He ignored my protests, showering kisses on my cheek, nose, and brow. You are the most incredible, caring, loving woman I've ever known, and I can't believe you're mine. Do you know how much I love you? More than you loved Mar, I hope. He pulled away at that, looking down at me with an intensity that took my breath away. More than I've ever loved any other woman. More than I love my very soul. I gaped at him before a slow grin spread across my face. I guess that's enough. We fell into each other's arms, alternating between laughing and kissing when the elevator dinged. Welcome to the penthouse, the intercom voice purred. Access granted. Holy crap! I got my wings back! This concludes Damned and Desirable by Tara West. Narrated by Hollie Jackson. Copyright 2014 by Tara West. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Tara West and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.